You don't want?
Clever.
You don't have a wyvern?
I have the clap up.
Oh, yeah. I have not the clap up, I guess. Invite me.
I have. No, this is gonna go.
Okay, true. Maybe I have to refresh. It's just so typically me, baby. Oh, yes, I still do. You said you did invite me?
Yeah, I've invited you.
You invited me 21 hours ago. I don't have any notifications with that.
What if I try inviting you again? Now it says awaiting response. Again. Actually, let me send it though, so it could have bugged out before.
There we go. I just clicked on the one from 21 hours ago. It worked.
Oh, that works.
Whatever. I set the timer. I'm gonna go ahead and join you.
Oh my god, my love.
What?
Hang on.
What?
I need to do this.
Oh my goodness. That is. Oops, I did it again. Oh my god.
3 whole years, baby.
Wow. Looks like you like me or something.
Just a little.
I'm in the server. It has been at least 6 hours since I told them not to let me join back in for at least 6 hours.
I think they have kept their promise. Because you didn't even try.
Didn't even try. I was fucking dead.
No.
Disable preview. All this shit's fucking working, so we're good, we're good, we're good. I'm in the bus. Let's see who's online. Me, not Ken, and Raven. See if anybody left signs on our property. I don't think so. I think everybody's like pretty chill. Nobody.
And found my sign.
She found your sign and she like it.
Well, seeing as she posted a screenshot in the Palworld channel in the Discord, I'm gonna say maybe.
See this.
Hello! Give me a second. Give me a second. Wasn't that? That was first.
I don't see where it was posted.
Just in the generic Palworld one, not in the server info one.
Hi, Jesse. Hi, Nat. This is Tristan claims this bridge. No, Tristan didn't do the PP.
I added that. Hello, 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 hello. Natalie is first in my.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, I'm so old. I'm an old man power walking.
You need better clothes. I think we might be able to afford to make you better clothes.
Yep. You too.
Let's get you for metal armor.
Gonna need to go coal mining.
For refined stuff, yeah, you're right, because we did level up.
When do we get the coal mine itself?
I
37. You're closer.
Did we make the thing? We need cryogenic coolant.
Any cryogenic coolant for the... Oh,
Okay,
yes,
how about... Okay. How would you feel about us not building a second base right away?
Uh-huh.
You work on trying to build and get all that stuff. Work on getting yourself some armor. That's fine. And I'm going to scout for, like, a different base location.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, because I do want to start building something up. I just...
She hates this place now.
I do, kind of, actually. I just don't like the way it looks, and we gotta move.
We're watching while playing. Oh my god, you're playing. You're a player. Does Anthony know that you're a player?
I think he's also a player.
Miss Haven!
Hi, Misty, how you doing?
Hey, Miss Haven, we are indeed the dishes.
We are delicious, yes. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Good to see you. I got a production line just so I can make the friggin' coolant. The production line is needed for the base upgrade. Next one. Lample, very good. You're not floof yet, but you're a good lample.
Yep.
I need to put an electricity generating power in this base.
We might not be...
I don't have an electricity generating power to put in the base.
I have plenty, I'll put one in there.
Yeah, doesn't need to be a good one. Just needs to be...
Who this? What? Trash.
Gross. Yeah, the gross is trash. How's everyone doing?
See who's the best electric powder I got. Yeah, alright.
Yeah, alright.
There you go.
What do we need? Need the weapon assembly line. And the high quality hot spring. Cryogenic coolant. Mom dropped your child off after she said she was keeping him? Oh. Oh, if there's anything you should know about Mom is that she's a pedophile. As well as a filthy mother.
He woke us up to say bye. And so I didn't really... We saw him twice. Mostly because we were streaming all the time.
You need to teach him proper etiquette with knocking on the door. Just because he knocks doesn't mean he's allowed in.
I was asleep. And it was very confusing. Because it sounded like one of the cats was trying to get in, so it sounded like he was like knocking on the door, but also like opening the door, but also like closing the door, but also opening the... It was very...
Yeah, he like knocked very softly. I could barely hear him because we were both laying down trying to go to sleep. And then open the door.
Glad I was wearing pants.
I mean, we were underneath the blanket, so that was fine. But
Yeah.
even if you weren't wearing pants, it would have been okay. Floof? Why am I holding you? I wanted to build this. I didn't want to hold you.
You want to hold him? He wants to just be held, babe.
I was using him as a shield to protect me
What's
from...
everyone doing today? I just woke up. I just woke up too. I don't know what I feel today. I am...
To be determined.
Uh-huh.
Hi, Psycho.
Hi, Psycho. I'm not...
Oh. Yeah, Nat got first this time, Lucy. You're gonna have to yell at her and beat her up.
I'm not conscious. Fully. I have a monster, and Tristan got me half a Twix bar. Well, he got me a whole Twix bar, but he split it with me, which is nice.
There is downstairs quite a chicken or pasta leftovers that we can heat up later whenever we want food.
Yeah. I'm not particularly hungry at the moment.
Neither am I. like I've eaten like a crap ton of junk food in the past 48 hours. It's so much. I'm surprised I actually lost weight.
Lost weight?
Yeah, probably because I was steady in my tummy yesterday. We'll have to do 100 squats.
Oh yeah, well
We should do that today.
that's gonna. I think that's gonna happen the day after. Like I think that's gonna happen tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. We can just go through all our rewards.
We're gonna go through all the rewards tomorrow.
Let me put someone in the base that generates ice organs. Smack.
Yes, he opens the door sometimes. Not knocking. Privacy isn't a big thing he's good at. Well, he's gonna learn.
Oh, yeah, he's got to learn and you've got to teach him.
Next time I'm going to sleep butt ass fucking naked. He'll have a choice, okay? He can either learn how privacy works, or he's gonna get a freaking face full of ass. I'm so sorry. That sounds terrible. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Man, I couldn't do that even as a joke.
He is better than he used to be. He didn't like instantly open it without knocking. I heard a...
Yeah, that was near me.
was near you. I'm in the base.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near the base.
Yeah. It just goes... just like whistles through the sky and then just goes... flashes down.
You got Bushi? Nice. I also have a Bushi. I got it when I was like level 15. Actually, I was not even level 15, I don't think.
Ooh, I've got a good...
Get good,
surplus.
scrub. Bushi's easy to
Ooh.
get. He's a boss. He's accessible.
You have cuddles? That's illegal in this house.
Aw, that's... Cuddles are...
Cuddles are illegal.
No.
In the 6 states of Detroit.
First of all, Detroit isn't a state. We've discussed this. Hi, Brando. I'm not fully conscious right now, so like everything I say right now is gonna sound incoherent, and I don't have a plan. Tristan is currently working on getting. I told him I was like, work on your armor stuff, work on getting all that shit set up, and I'm just gonna run around and look for base locations because I'm not like in love with where we have ours currently, and we want to have like a more mega base. Bless you.
Thank you. Also, I'm working on getting like the base level up still as well.
You say it's 11:30. It's understandable. I'm not tired. I'm just waking up.
Yeah, we just woke up. We set the alarm to wake up at 10:30.
I did, and then we were gonna go to the store, and then I felt the.
Why?
I felt the.
Well, Aiko streamed for 19 hours yesterday,
Yeah.
and then we slept until 10:30. Well, Aiko woke up a little bit earlier and then went back to bed.
I feel like I know I woke up at some point, but I don't remember what I did.
79.
Probably came over here and like watched 3 minutes of a video about base locations and then went back to sleep.
Why not sleep without the alarm? Because Aiko...
I do sleep without the alarm, but the thing is I woke up at like 9:20 something or whatever, and I was like, you know what? It'd probably be better to stream after 10 because that's our pretty good peak time.
Yeah.
You know, and then we get to say hi to a bunch of people.
Yeah. And also, Aiko functions better off of less sleep. If she sleeps too much, she dies. It has been confirmed. Also, there are 6 states of Detroit, my love. It's just not state in the term of the borders of states within a country. It's one of them is riots. That's a state of Detroit.
Me.
Gary, hello Gary.
You know,
Yes, most of the audience is from the Northern Hemisphere. Although we have been expanding our horizons.
yeah,
We're
we've
getting
got a
more
lot more
countries.
Australians now. Yeah, it's nice.
But
Not that we
yeah,
don't love our Northern Hemisphere buddies. It's just also nice to have people here as well.
fuck you, your people in summer. We're winter folk.
It's very cold outside, so Tristan went to the store
Wet.
for me. It's cold and rainy. Like literally got dressed and everything, and we went downstairs and he grabs the umbrella and I'm like, I'm not, I'm really nervous. Opened up the
Echo.
door immediately as soon as the door's open.
She touched the door, opened it, and was like, nope, 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 going upstairs. I had the umbrella and everything, we were ready to go.
Change my mind sometimes. They don't insulate their housing for cold.
Yes.
It's cold
The house is
inside.
insulated for
I must
summer.
game constantly to maintain the heat in our room. That's my excuse.
If we don't game, the PCs don't run. If they don't run,
Cold.
they don't heat up the room. We could
We'd
turn the
freeze
heater
to
on.
death.
Yes, that is true in a country where you actually have clothing and houses that are insulated against that. The equivalent would be if you stood outside in 0-degree weather naked. Hang on, hold on, what's the weather right now? 12 currently, but it was 10
It's
earlier.
okay. Listen. It's different. It doesn't. Numerical value doesn't really matter when when there's no escape from it.
Yeah, you can't go inside and escape from it. You can turn the heater on, but the moment it turns off, it's
So
cold
like
as
I
hell.
could sit here and tell you that it's like Alexa, what's the temperature outside?
Right now, it's 52 degrees Fahrenheit.
I could tell you that it's 52 degrees Fahrenheit. That it's going to be as low as 39 degrees and that it's pouring rain outside. And you'll be like, "Oh, that's not too bad." Except for it's not too bad for outside when inside is warmer.
Your best bet is to just be naked and go outside in the cold and wet, and that's a good experience of what Australia's houses are like. They provide no insulation against cold. Heaters would be so much more efficient if we actually had cold insulation, but we don't need it, so we don't have it. Why would we need cold insulation when, you know, summer's just around the corner and it's gonna be fucking 43 degrees? It's also very humid, which adds a chill to the air when it's cold. Uh, 54 would be...
I said 50. Oh wait, hold on. That's right.
It's 12...
I just assume if you're not in Australia, you're American. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah. It's 12C currently, and it's gonna get to a low of like... let's see. Oh, it's got 93% humidity, which means the air is very chill. It's currently 12. It's gonna get to a low of 10.
Yeah, it's chilly.
The high today was 13.
I didn't say I was freezing to death. I just said I didn't want to go out there while it was raining.
But yeah, are you outside when it's negative 30 degrees Celsius? I feel like that's a quick recipe for death. Okay, upgrading the power box. Again, proof furnace, sphere assembly line 2, summon and altar. This is... We are at what we are now, what we are in our world. For the base upgrades.
Huh?
Our base level are the same as what it is in the other world, the 0.1 XP world.
Oh yeah. Because we just got there too. Well, actually, we're a little bit past. We got the glasses.
What do we need for the improved furnace? Because I can't build that. I'm too low level. Cement and cryogenic coolant. That's easy to get. Surprisingly. Yeah, that makes sense for the UK.
What do we get?
UK very humid all the time because it's on the coast.
We were talking about how we'll probably be, we could theoretically be at max level by the end of the day if we wanted to be.
Oh yeah, if we rushed it, we could have been max level probably yesterday. We've just been taking our time. By taking our time, I mean doing the same things we usually do, just everything goes faster. I'm gonna go get some coal. The thing is, I can just enter these dungeons and they'll give coal.
Could build here, and then I could build in the other haunted location too.
I've never seen snow. It's gotten cold enough to theoretically snow, but
Okay.
then the rest of the things are not in the right place to actually make it snow.
Hey, question, come here.
Yeah?
Come here in real life. How do you feel about having something up here and then something down in that other base spot where it was haunted before? Remember?
Yeah. Are there any...
And then we could put more little areas around here too. There is a a bounty nearby. What do you mean, boss?
A boss bounty, anything
There's
that we
a
can't
bounty.
shouldn't be building
Oh,
on
it's
it.
not building on it. It's nearish it, but not on it.
If the border's in the range
It's
of
not.
it, then... Okay, that's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna build up here first because it's gonna take less building stuff, and we can like move all the stuff to this upstairs area,
Yeah.
and then I can build the other part downstairs. But the thing is first I have to get this lined up. So the lining up part is tedious. Because you can't build foundations here, which is fine, because this would be good for like general like.
Yeah,
Because
that functions.
we could put like farms down here or something like that.
It's enough to hide a body in, Brando. What have you been up to? To be fair, a lot less than that's enough to hide a body in. I could do with getting a turtle called Terror.
I ran across a lot on my way here.
Ran across a bunch of them?
There, yeah. Where
cool.
the fuck is the blue line, dude?
You can bury a body in that much, Brando. Although, I also said that you can probably bury a body in much less than 6.5 feet of snow. Although once it thaws, it will be revealed. All will be revealed once winter ends.
I'm confused. Okay, there. That one has a line over here.
I really like that place as our raid arena thing.
I did too. Okay, it needs to go more forward by quite a bit.
I hope no one else reclaimed it, but I don't imagine anyone would have. Building the city is typically not the thing people like doing because it gets wonky. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot better ways to hide a body. Snow melts. But if you wanna send a message, there's a body that'll be found. Yeah. Why don't I have? I'm out of bowls, my love.
Out of what?
Bowls, my bowls, fella. You proud of me?
No.
No, she hates that I have no bowls. Go, Russell, you slow ass pig.
Why is it not giving a goddamn fucking circle preview, bruh?
Wow. I called a flaky. Good thing is I can't right now because I have no balls. Die. You're gonna kill him with his own type. Oh no, never mind. He's gonna make it rain behind him and then hit him with a dragon attack. Nice work, Blue. I genuinely wonder, like, wasn't there a thing during a drought where, like, a big body of water, dried up and a bunch of bodies were found in, trying to remember the state. I don't know, but I genuinely wonder if all the water would dried up, how overworked would the police be? Finding, you know, decades old missing people, trying to identify them, trying to figure out what happened. And bogs too. They already are already overworked, yeah. But how much more? Hi, Nikki. Hello, hello. How you doing, Nikki?
Hey, Nikki. How you doing today? Fuck!
Fuck?
Tristan, I'm so frustrated.
You have no preview over there?
I'm pretty. It's just. I don't have a preview. Well, until I place the thing down.
Weird. It could just be that place. Not where I started going.
That's why I'm trying to place like foundations, you know, and see if like maybe a foundation and a wall to see maybe if it's just like on the black that I'm having an issue.
Ah, I see. 68% stinky for Nikki. 76,
Nikki's
let's
a
go.
stinky
Oh wait, no, I
bitch.
want 100.
Stinky
Yeah.
bitch. Nikki's a stinky bitch. Stinky bitch.
Ah, stinky. Real good. Ah, stinky. Good, but I'm working at an event in my hometown. I'm going to fight someone that is almost happened last time I did this. Oh,
Did what?
work at an event. Are you a UFC fighter in your town? Oh my god. Don't mess with Nikki. They're an Ufka fighter.
Ufk.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Anyway. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'll get cryogenic bullet you need, my love, for when you come back, so you can actually make the thingy. I wonder if my sister's fight, where she broke someone's jaw, is still on YouTube.
Is it? Probably not.
Probably not, yeah. It probably got taken down. But once something's on the internet, it's not at the link that you saw it at. But didn't the news do a thing on it? Like everywhere you shake my head, Nat. You're not tech savvy enough to go into the dark web.
You see,
Definitely
like I have
not.
to sit there and wait for a second before this bitch loads.
You know, it's very easy to access the dark web, and the dark web doesn't mean it's bad. You think you have it on the old phone? Probably. And it's just whether or not that old phone still works. What was even the cause of that fight? Do you remember?
Sounds like she was being a bitch.
My mum went off at the school because they tried to suspend Nat, and mum was just like, no, she started the fight. Nat ended it. Self-defense. Blah, 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 blah. She was upset you dumped her cousin. You were going out with her cousin. I don't even know who the hell you're going out with back then. What does it matter? Boing, 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 boing. You'll start fights are the most stupidest shit in school. It no makes sense. Do that and then make this. Yeah. I'm gonna need leather.
Oops.
Hit him small. Yeah, she hit first, you broke her jaw. Did you get her in a headlock? As well? If I'm remembering correctly? Or did she try kicking you? Someone kicked someone, didn't they?
Like super fucking delayed if this pops up. Okay. This needs to go a little bit more forward. And a bit more to the left.
Pulled my hair and scratched. Oh, she was going for a cat fight and you were just fucking boxing, took out her jaw. You kicked him in the jaw. Kickboxing.
A little bit back on my sleeve.
Cool. Plan is gonna go. Wow.
Okay. Okay. A little more left. A little more back and left. A little bit more back and left.
Fortunately, you couldn't do that nowadays. Your knee don't work. It's very easy to beat Nat in a fight. You just kick
I don't
her
know if I
leg.
can fight Nat. Like, she's one person I think could probably fucking take me.
No.
She's
You
got
can just
kids
take
though.
me.
She's got kids, bro. I don't know.
You should definitely try, but if you just went for a leg.
I feel like we are similar in that, like, I feel like we could both put up a good fight, but I feel like she win because she has kids.
She channels that family energy. The inner Dominic Toretto.
So close, just like the tiniest bit backwards, I think. Ever so tiny.
Leaving in a mama bear and back people up.
Exactly.
It's just, if you're ever in a proper fight with a guy, we have a weak point. Go for the weak point. Nothing wrong with that. If they want to complain, then they should have spent their
I was
entire
talking
life.
about if it was a
doing-
girl fight, like just between me and that.
Yeah, if it's a girl fight, then
Neither one of us got that.
the thing would be that you'd both punch, not like slap and scratch and cat fight.
Yeah, that's true. We would both punch. I'm not a slapper. If like at most when it comes to slapping, I'd probably backhand. But that's mostly in a joking manner. I mostly do that one joking. I'm like, oh my god, stop it.
Just for legal reasons, this is just in Minecraft.
Backhand a bitch across the face.
In Minecraft.
Okay.
I hope everyone's having a wonderful day, filled with lots of I don't know,
Drugs.
drugs and
Bitches.
bitches and hookers and blow.
Yep.
And if you're not, fuck you.
Looks like I can't play in Minecraft.
That's funny. I cast arson
In Minecraft.
in Minecraft.
Alright. I'm gonna start bringing stuff over to this new base from the old base.
Nothing hides evidence better than fire in Minecraft. Start bringing some things over to the other base.
Yeah.
Cute.
You don't have to do anything. Literally just keep doing what you're doing. You're golden.
In the process of making my whole metal armor and Lambo's so once it gets busy over here, I will not be at that much. That is fine. That is okay.
Totally fine.
You are amazing. You are already like, incredibly fucking generous. In this
Absolutely. You. No, you're good.
There is no requirement for anyone to stay in chat. It's always just a voluntary basis. That's how you know.
It works.
That's how it works. We can't force you to be.
We could try if you'd like.
Try.
If you're like
All we
that and you're
can
just like,
do-
oh my god, force me.
All we can do is provide entertainment. Oh wait, I don't have my model up. I should get my model up, shouldn't I?
Yeah, we're on a timer, babe.
Yeah.
Ah,
I don't even
shit.
have programs up for it. I just wanted to go live. I'm sorry. And I will have this model up until it fucking kills my computer again. That is the one problem with getting an incredibly fucking good model. Is it will kill your computer.
Stop. Well, tough luck, that was mine now. We are more than just good friends. This is how the story ends. Too bad that you couldn't see the man that we could be. He knows more than me.
And then oh yeah, I should. I am so slack today.
I appreciate that, Nikki. That's all we ask.
Yeah, that's all. I won't be asking much for someone to record it because everyone's on their phones these days recording shit. So
Okay.
Just make sure for legal reasons you have the phone recording after the fight has started. Or
Yeah.
when it's getting verbal. You don't want it just set up beforehand and then the interaction starts. Or else,
They'll try and do the whole, oh, this is premeditated. Why are we recording beforehand?
Unless you got some good reason to record beforehand.
Like, you were trying to record. Like you're sitting there commentating to your boss through it. Oh, yeah, this is where I plugged in the outlet. And this is where I cut this electrical line.
That's
Oh my god, there's a fight breaking out. Oh wait, he pushed me. Ah! I must murder him. Punch him in the face. Sorry, boss.
You gotta respond with in kind. You gotta respond with proportionate force. I know that's Australia's laws. Reasonable but proportionate force is what you gotta respond with for self-defense. So you can't just, oh, someone pushes you and you stab them. That's not reasonable or proportionate. Lucy has winked at me.
Oh my
no.
god, that's my husband. Are you flirting with my husband?
I'm married. Dum, 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 dum. Let me go to here. And then go to here. And
Put my hoodie on and put it back.
hide my chibi. Oh, I can't alt tab while working? God damn it. So that's it. There we go.
Let's see. I have returned.
Alexa, turn the love lamp on. That light. Lumos. Fear my sheep. It is my armor right now. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba. At any point, if you feel like destroying the expedition station up top, you can. I don't have one going.
Okay.
You've taken the cement.
Sorry. I put it
That's
back.
okay, I just finished crafting more. No. I just finished crafting more, so I couldn't auto-sort it.
I don't like these stacked on top of each other. It's really hard to...
It is, yeah. Yeah. This pillar of schematics is fine because you never access them.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got my armor made. My love, my belly is not out.
Oh,
They expect covering,
wow.
specifically.
Wow. Must be nice to be covered when it's so cold.
What is this excess shit? I want to be... To be fair, this is the cold resist armor, not the heat resist armor.
True.
So maybe it's added for cooling. Well, honestly, I kind of hope someone starts and I just want an excuse to throw someone. Oh no. You didn't realize you were so violent.
He belongs in this community.
Yeah. Only accept the violent folk. Make the bigger shield. When do I get the next shield? Wait till I actually get the bigger shield. Bigger shield. Giga shield. But genuinely, because the world's on the internet these days, too many people think they can just say whatever they want and they won't get
No.
smacked over the head.
Alexa, stop.
You went
Absolutely
take your
not
big
taking my
bag.
nighttime meds right now.
You just
I
woke
just
up
took
and
my morning meds.
that's a very bad combination if you take them both.
Yeah.
Well, it's a way to end up in the hospital.
That's somebody to have with the therapy. It's like, how's your meds doing? Well, I mean, it's fine. I'm still like really tired in the morning though. And they're like, have you thought about taking your nighttime? Have you ever thought about taking the meds that make you sleepy at night? And I'm like, oh,
Big brain play.
clearly I have not thought of that.
You have ascended. It's such a simple thing, but like you don't realize it until someone says something.
Yeah.
Oh, the event is very much like bull riding a Native American dance. Okay, okay. I can see people getting drunk at that and doing stupid shit. I think you could get your fight. I mean, your totally non-scheduled physical event. Lamp research. We got this lamp. Yeah.
Be real, 'cause I never get what you want.
I've got my armor for cold resist, which is good. And then I was gonna make this other thing. On level. I think you take it. That's okay, we don't have more. We're gonna need more anyway.
Give it a.
Not enough people realize if you do stupid shit, you're gonna get punched in the face in real life. Indie keyboard warriors.
Not in Minecraft.
Ah, you run in security.
Tristan's never run security before. He would know anything like that.
Yeah. To be fair, I've never gotten into a fight in my life. And most of my security work was just standing there observing. I did have to, you know.
Watch everybody else have fun at this party. At least I get paid to do it.
I was like sort of a bouncer, but not really a bouncer. More of the I worked at like a middle to upper market bar for a bit as like the security guy at the front. Because if it gets past a certain time, they're legally required to have security, even if they can handle it themselves. It's just a legal requirement.
I want to test something.
Hey. I want to test something too. Test something. I mean, I want to go and fetch something.
I just want to test to see if I can replace wooden walls with a different wall. So if I place... If I place that... Can I replace... Yes, I can. Okay, good. Because I don't want to use all our metal right away, but I also like that metal ring that I do.
Mm-hmm. I love that metal ring you do. makes it look like a cool arena.
Yeah. But we don't have a lot of metal to do that right now.
I am gonna go fetch something cool for us.
Okay. Is it ice?
No,
Wow.
but it does use ice to make it.
First time I worked this, I realized how rude people can be, but I just loved making them even more mad by acting nice. Yes, killing people with kindness is amazing.
It is so.
I like it so much when I'm in Minecraft, I name my sword kindness. 'Cause killing with kindness is awesome.
Just, it smacks him in the face with how much of an arsehole they're being, and they can't be the only one being an arsehole, so they must try and drag you to their level.
Wait, is it an undershirt schematic?
Oh, you looked on the map to see where I was going.
No, I did not.
Oh.
I mean, I'm on the map now, but I wasn't looking at you.
Yes, it is a undershirt schematic of a kind that we don't have already.
That's a good idea. And that's actually perfect to do while I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm. And I got the cold resist armor, like metal armor I made. So even if it hit the night in the desert, it should be fine.
I'm going to put everybody that's
What's this
currently
one?
in the
Come
base
around.
in this box 32.
Oh yeah, there's a skill fruit tree over here. Look this up. I haven't been over this way so far. Dragonfruit? Okay. Stone count. The thing as well is, there's never a bigger man-child than someone who is important, thinking they can, throw around their weight, and then somebody who they've never heard of just stands up against them. They generally turn into Cartman, going, "Respect my authority." It's funny, but also sad that people like that exist. They should just cease existing. The stray yellow. Stray yellow.
I booped. Love the exception. Oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, are we so in denial when we know we're not happy?
Not interested in a fight, my Sandalux. I could kick your ass with my Lambo, but
I think that Pan is under the impression that we can access each other's PAL boxes.
You
Like if you're in
can't.
the same guild.
You can't access each other's.
Are you saying can't or can?
No, you can't.
No, I know, but that's why she thought somebody might have taken her land ball. I was reading the chat and she's like, and the other person's like, oh, I didn't know we could access each other's stuff. Why couldn't you see my, or why didn't you see my land ball or something like that? I don't fucking know. This wasn't recently. I think this conversation happened last night. You can access each other's, hold on. If you don't privatize it, you can access each other's,
The dimensional storage.
dimensional storage, yeah.
Yeah.
Got shit on me. If I break this research thingy, is it going to stop our research or is it just when we rebuild it, it'll be right there?
You'll start when you rebuild it.
Okay. Say goodbye anymore. Oh. What was it? Max level for PAL box? Oh, yeah, 35. Okay, I see. That makes sense.
I am definitely not climbing up the right side of this cliff. Is that a wind tunnel that I just launched the top on? Well, either way. It's further down, I want to be further up. Further away, wind tunnel. Do I have to climb that cliff? That would be stupid. There it is. There is no purpose in getting the Montreal refugees in the desert.
Why?
They just help with item increases.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
I'll still get them all for collection purposes.
Yeah.
I guess the other purpose would be experience, but as a function, doesn't have a function.
Yep.
I can just go from this side and swim infinitely, so I can just go straight for the arena. Swim, 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 swim.
Get those arena tickets. See what Lambo can do.
Lamb, lamb. Imagine if animals in this world just said their name like Pokemon.
Celery, celery. Celine, Celine. Fanglope, Fanglope.
Or just in real life.
Herbal, herbal.
No, just like, what about real life? Cow.
Cow. Hamster. Hamster.
I'm a
Hamster.
shark. Fuck you, I'm a shark.
Fuck you, I'm a shark. Fuck you, I'm a shark. Kativich from the drop. Cat. Cat, cat. Cat. Are you a good cat? Eva. Cat Eva. Yes, yes. And then the slaves. Human, human.
Human, don't kill me, human.
Human, human.
Please don't harvest my organs, human, human. Nice hop surfing. Nah. I'm in the desert and I'm not burning to death. And then it's about to hit night and I won't be freezing to death. Fuck you, surfing.
Are you also wearing 2 shirts?
No.
Oh.
No. Instead I am wearing cold resist metal armor.
I see. That's smart.
There'll be parts of the desert where I can't go to because it'll go up to 2, but
I'm gonna need to build.
I don't need to
I'm
get
gonna
far
need to make
into it.
some cold resist refined metal armor for reasons.
Whether or not you use it is a different to the reason you want it.
True. I need to turn back, baby.
I'm just a teenage.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. This entire time, I've not broke the breeding thing because I was like, I don't want the cake to decay. Fucking forgetting it doesn't.
There is no decay in this world, yes. Yep. True. Doesn't move. Oh, it would be perfect if
It didn't.
Sekhmet would just be like, Sekhmet, I'm Sekhmet.
And then Anubis, Anubis.
You understood the assignment, my love.
I think this is exactly why our dating game is gonna be fucking great. Oh, by the way, I've already decided what dating game we're gonna play. We just have to buy it.
Ooh, which one?
What's your guess?
The Palworld one.
No.
The Palworld one? I mean, it's not even out yet. What other dating games are out?
It's not Monster Prom. That was on the list, but no, that's not that one.
You've already done Doki Doki. haven't you? Don't you own that already?
Okie dokie, sorry.
Oh, it's free.
I just want to see, because I want to see who can guess it. Because I know Lucy's guessing too, so I want to see.
I don't know many dating games.
I don't know many dating games either, but this one I know because I'm just going to say it was really popular recently. Or it's at least been very popular since... Ooh, I can't disassemble that.
Not the Palworld one, I guessed that one. That was my only guess. Oh, other than Dogfield. Multi-climate undershirt acquired.
Yeah. Date everything. Nikki got it.
Ah, yes.
That's going to be fucking
Were
so
we
much fun.
watching someone?
Yeah.
Who rated someone was playing that?
Yeah, we're going to have so much fun.
Uh-huh.
I haven't watched enough of it to be spoiled for anything, but it's going to be amazing.
The only real spoiler is like a couple of the items around the house.
You win bragging rights. You can tell everybody.
You can tell
Don't forget to
everyone
tell them
in
what
the
channel you're
future.
on when you tell everybody. Okay.
Nikki, what are the winning and lotto numbers? You can predict the future, right?
I need you to come back for like a moment.
I'm making my way to a shrine so I can actually, teleport back so I can make the multi-climate undershirts.
Oh, you can't make anything right now. There's nothing.
Just now I like it. Let's stop.
Ten
High
hours
five.
of the everything going. High five.
How many numbers do you need? I think the easier one is six. Let me check. Hey, what do you name it at?
Okay, you see your chest?
Oh my, yes.
I can't bring that.
Can't take my item. And it does auto sort from me.
Good. Don't break the food thingy because there's still food in it. I know, but it's gonna be fucking heavy.
It will
That's
be.
why I'm not trying to pick it up right this minute.
That'll be a trip by itself.
I can make that trip now. I just need to be closer to the mailbox when I do it.
I'm so far out. I'm gonna so this one. Let me see how many numbers I need.
You almost forgot to eat and sleep so much pain. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
6 numbers, Nikki.
You need to get some rest. 5.
Up to 45.
Oh shit. I just fucking sorted all my shit. Including my... Oh no, I didn't. I didn't sort my dog coins. Hell yeah. That's what I meant to do. I wanted to shoot the ground. Fuck that ground. Okay.
Oh no, 5. Been rough over here. Almost went to hospital again because I've got to eat and sleep. So much pain. Oh no, I'm sorry, 5.
Alright. I am going to make you something really quick so you can at the very least do one thing.
Yeah?
While I work on other things.
She's giving me one task. She knows I'm a one-track mind.
There you go, Ben.
What slam and shirts? What I need? High quality cloth and polymer. Can't make polymer here. Because it's not the right bench.
Oh, fuck.
Or, no, I don't have it unlocked. That'll do it. No, it's not the right bench.
Okay. Make the right bench, make an electric thing, pull out a, I'll pull out the univolt whenever you do it. I'm just gonna place these. Let me know when you're ready. I have them unlocked, but I'm placing these, so.
Implement. How's my little pumpkin? Oh my god, we're little pumpkin!
Little pumpkin.
We helped Pablo retire and was doing what I could because my transport to
What good. I'm wishing you were better.
Yeah, I'm sorry you've been struggling lately, 5. In a minute, the power generation thing will be done.
Okay.
Now, my love, do I do a funny and enter with Nikki's numbers?
Sure.
Let's go. We're doing a funny, Nikki. Probably not me logging into my account online.
I didn't even know you had an account.
I used to have an account with a place called Ozlotto,
Yeah.
like the Ozlotto website. Do not.
It's not too much to, like, right? It's like more like a few bucks maybe.
Depends how many tickets you get, but yeah, it can be like a few bucks. You want to use the lot because the Ozlotto website, for some reason, has an upcharge on everything. So all your tickets are more expensive.
Okay.
How many games? I can go as low as 4 games, which will be $3.85. Yeah, sure.
Almost fall season 1 last week. Heat wave that slowly switching to that crisp weather. Yee. I'm already in the crisp weather. Please take it from me. I want it to be spring.
There we go. Less than $4.
Nice.
Odds of us winning, Nelly 0. I believe in those odds. Game unlock, let's go! That's how you get suck it in. Don't worry. Unlike Aiko, I don't have an addictive personality.
Yeah, it's true. Which is why I trust it for him. I'd be like, oh no, we gotta try again. We gotta try again. It's fine. Just $3. Fine.
Oh,
Then we'd be broke in a week.
This card. This one. Do I even have any money in that account? Should check if I have any money in that account. Yeah,
I
it is
know.
amazing we made it. We're so happy.
We are very happy. I will say it was majority 2 people, but that there were quite a few contributors. It was nice.
We had a lot of generous people.
Even my mom came in and donated one. To be fair, that was yesterday, so technically that was into the stretch goals. She's already started. She started. She's like, all right, time to get those stretch goals underway. One. Here's one.
Did
Thanks.
my one count towards the stretch goal?
No. It probably counted per timer, but I'm not putting that in the stretch goal.
Yeah, it counted for the timer because it auto went in. If I make the I need to go sulfur mining. I'll be back.
Yep.
Look at this. MVP Whipper, Nikki, Natty, the Caddy, and Kia.
Nice.
Yeah. Natty the Caddy is my sister. I wonder if she's gonna use this as a way to pay me back.
What? Oh, is this she's gonna use this? Well, I did pay you back. See, I gave you 10 subs.
It's not my fault Twitch took half of it.
Oh my lord.
I'll go here and run my way up. Get faster. Find itself in a dungeon because it's not guaranteed to be in a dungeon. Basically, I'm trying to put these down first because if I do not, then whenever I place the farms and the breeding pen and everything like that, I'm gonna have to destroy them again. I sub, be it Twitch or Jersey Mike's. What about sub?
A sub be it Twitch. Look, if you order me Subway, I ain't gonna complain. I'll add it to the list. I love me some Subway.
I will say something right now, my love.
Just since now craving Subway.
I can't get you Subway right now.
Too late.
Not. Well, yeah, for two reasons. It's too late right now. But even if it wasn't too late, I couldn't get you Subway.
You hate me?
Yes. Figured it out. How'd you know? What gave it away?
Because you're not hungry?
No, it's because
You just spent the last of our money on the lottery tickets?
no, we wouldn't have even had enough before then. We had $8. Yeah, Subway does have some good options. Genuinely healthier than the majority of things we eat these days as well. Oh.
I'm gonna tell everybody that you spent the last of our money on lottery tickets.
Oh, that's fine.
Everybody,
Get it, babe.
we need a computer, guys. And Tristan spent the last of our money on lottery tickets. He's got a problem.
We have more in savings. It's just
He spent the last of our money on lottery tickets. He's got a gambling addiction. Could be worse. That Florida man spent $3 million at the casino. His wife had a crash out. Ah, no fucking wonder. Valid crash out.
using numbers from a random guy in chat.
Mm-hmm.
That is a valid crash out though, yeah.
If you spent more than $3.50, I'd probably have a bit of a crash out. What do you mean we can't get Subway because you bought lottery tickets?
spent more than $3.50. That's $3.85.
Oh.
That's how much I said. It's like $4. Wow.
Divorce.
I knew my financial habits were gonna be what caused this.
Well, I mean, whose else would it be? Mine?
Hmm?
That you assume I have financials.
I think about it. $30 double or nothing, or a Subway feast with cookies. I'd take the Subway feast with cookies. 100%. We just didn't have enough to even get a single sub. I do have sub points that need to be
What
spent
if
eventually.
we had one day, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just one day,
Just one day, okay.
we have a subathon. Just one day. But we're not actually asking for subs. We are just eating Subway.
I'd love that. Just a Subway mukbang.
Subathon! And then we're just
How long
eating a
would we
sub.
go for?
However long it takes us to eat the sub. Thanks, guys. Bye.
10 minutes. Okay.
Or it could be a Subway subathon. So, like, we do a Subway mukbang, and people have to donate as many subs as they can in that time before we end the stream, which is like 10 minutes.
Or what happens is we set up a thing through like Throne or something where like people can just order a Subway.
Oh my god. And then we have to stay for as long as we have subs because we have to keep eating them.
Minimum of regular stream hours, which is
6
pretty
hours of
cool.
Subway.
6 hours of Subway. We will start off with, you know, just
6.
what we would order.
Yeah. We have to eat really slow.
Sounds pretty based, yeah. Inside's about to get based with that Subway goodness. Okay, so there's probably a chest on top here. This was an interesting treasure room I found. Oh, not what I was after. Because I was after, you know, a sulfur deposit, but it was a treasure room that had 2 skill fruit trees.
Alright.
I love the Univolt starving.
Probably. Get good.
Ooh, I did get a duplicate Nightmare Ball, which is a good dark damage attack. Today's Twitch is sponsored by Subway. Gift a sub to a sub. To give a sub to an Aussie in need.
Imagine being sponsored by Subway. I'd love that.
Oh my god, I'd eat Subway all the time.
Yeah. And it would
Subway is one of
benefit
those
us in
things
multiple ways
where-
to do so.
Mm-hmm. Subway is one of those things that, like, I could eat infinitely because they've got so many different options, so many different things that I could order.
Sandwiches. Unlike that one sandwich shop I looked at, that was weird. They had
It'd be
sandwiches
impressive if
too,
it were
but
in Australia. It'd be funny if we got sponsored by Burger King in Australia, where Burger King doesn't exist as Burger King.
I would love that. Sponsored by Burger King. Just the other place that's not the other Burger King.
Yeah, that one no longer exists.
That doesn't exist anymore? Well, why don't they just call themselves Burger King now then?
Because Australians got used to them being Hungry Jacks. And they decided to keep it because they're like, yeah, why not? Nice. Caught him in mog.
Nice, lucky bitch. Okay, how many tries? Not how many attempts. How many times have you tried catching a Mimog before this?
Third time, I think.
Okay. I've tried catching a Mimog like 4 times and I still haven't gotten one.
Just the singular Hungry Jack. There's only one Hungry Jack in this country. Sulfur! Yo, what I was after? Now I can make polymer.
I thought you were gonna go on a coal. Oh yeah, I guess we do need.
I already got some coal, but... A new food chain called King of Burgers. That probably already exists. We've got a lot of, local shops. Like, Australian, like, business, restaurants and all that is a run on small businesses. It's we haven't got the monopolies of America, so we don't have, you know, a few massive chains, and that's it.
See where to put the food. Sure, you can eat mushrooms.
Mushroom. Go Lambo, beat that Luton's ass. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Don't tell her to say. But yeah. Australia's got things in place to actually stop monopolies. The ACCC basically is who handles like handles stopping monopolies basically, and I believe a company cannot purchase another company if they own to get over 40% of market value, market cap. That's why we can have a duopoly. Coles and Woolworths own massive chunks, but then there's enough smaller businesses to take up 20% of a supermarket chain to not give them a, you know, so just mean they don't have to break up, but it should honestly be less than that. It should be like 30%. Coles and Woolworths should have to sell off a bunch of their shit. They can just dictate prices of things whenever. They price gouge during COVID, like
Toilet
everywhere did.
paper.
Toilet paper. In this end chest, I also got us enough potato seeds.
Nice.
In this end chest, though, is spare skill fruits that I haven't used.
Okay, you should go get us a good planter.
20 each.
Because we have the Broncherry Aqua, and then we have the Berloha, so we need a good planter.
So you want to just like a regular Broncherry?
Do we have a regular Broncherry?
I don't think so, not in this one.
A regular Broncherry would work.
I believe the regular Broncherry is a catch a boss version. I believe the Broncherry is just a femboy. Hello.
I should let you know that I did perceive what you were just saying, is that the regular Broncherry is just a femboy.
Yes. Yes. Canonically, Bron Cherry is a femboy.
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing about the Brown Cherry Aqua, so no worries. Wasn't news to me.
How you doing, femboy? Singular.
Just a singular Finboy.
And how are all the rest of the femboys in chat doing?
We know at least of one. Actually, I want to say two, and then see what dramas get started. I can see at least two. There's just a Femboy is the obvious one. And then the other one. You know who you are. Trying to set up a date with another guy. I'm nervous, not gonna lie. Oh my god.
Oh, I hope it goes well.
Sounds pretty gay to me. I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not, but it's just.
I hope it goes well. I really hope it goes well. Everyone deserves a lovely date. Oh my god, it's a Bron Cherry next to a Bron Cherry next to a Bron Cherry. Not lying, me lying like that. Yeah, you might kill that Bron Cherry, which means, yep, that's the Bron Cherry we're after. Never mind. Loof, you're fired. You're too strong. I can't catch Bron Cherries when you kill them all in one hit. Go other land ball. I don't even have a floof yet. You missed? You hit the fucking tree?
I could take this
Bunny.
and put this over here.
Oh my god, you almost killed her.
Mostly
Perfect.
because I feel like
Thought I put the brunch
makes more
the
sense.
My love, I keep killing them.
No, stop killing the brown cherries. Put your fucking mercy ring on.
The problem is, my pals are killing them.
Oh, well, stop using your pals to attack it.
Then I can't do any damage to it. I've got a pickaxe and an axe.
So get good. I don't know.
Bruncherry's dying.
Go to the higher levels.
Nah. I think the bigger problem is the balls I'm using. I don't have many. My die how can get it pretty low. Yeah, my Rabunny.
Put this here, but like, this one is not the one I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna put this here, and I'm gonna put one here. Okay. Okay, and then
Who?
put one over here.
I got one.
Good, good, good.
Heavyweight, easy going.
Get another one. We're leaving.
Yeah. This is the one I get in my love. I don't have balls. Hi Horton, good morning.
Hi, Horton. I just saw you get on.
Horton's got on?
Stalking.
Horton is on.
Stalking them.
Yippee. How you doing,
Did you
Horton?
like what was in your egg? We were trying so hard to get rid of that bitch.
You wouldn't open it.
I knew what was in it.
I didn't care like that when what was in it. It's literally because you hadn't gotten the five clovies.
I can catch them.
You can. But I would have given you one less you had to catch. I didn't need it because I had already gotten 5 clovies. The glorious clovie was unstable.
Here, I'll go.
I got 3 clovie eggs from a
Oh yeah, we slept really well.
yeah, we slept chef's kiss. Yeah, the clovie I got the egg from a clovie nest with a clovie boss guarding it. That's how I caught the 5 clovies I needed. Because it's like the clovie boss and like 18 clovies around it. But Aiko didn't want to open it. I was there, ready to hatch, ready for her to take, and she was like, yeah. So we gifted it to you. Definitely we weren't offloading it. It was definitely a worthwhile gift, right? Very thoughtful, just what you wanted.
Look, maybe he needed a pal that increased gathering at the base.
Maybe.
No.
We're gonna have to have a more specialized bases. Like we're gonna have to have a dedicated like mining base rather than just a general have everything. A general production base.
Well, we only have 2 bases active at the moment, so currently I'm just trying to like rebuild everything that I can remember. And then I would be building another base. But I want to take my time building that base and not just rush build it because, you know, it needs to be built or whatever.
You could live Loot Moon, but just not being aggroed on me right now. Fine. Lamble.
Fucking
Make it cease to exist.
make him regret his entire life.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Lord.
So many organs, oh my god. We finding all the organs?
How does this even happen?
Ranching the shit. Yeah. We're gonna set up a proper ranch at some point. Thai base will just be ranching.
Yep.
I haven't unused that part. Attack. Is it useful right now? Sure. Hi, Celine. You want a hand?
This currently is gonna be. This is like a good place to just like put shit down right now, because eventually it's just gonna be the raid base.
Yeah.
A dedicated raid base is nice. Even though we don't have like raids out here, it just
I mean, you can eventually like set up like you can actually make it a raid base with bring in the raid boss to this world if you want to.
that's why I said except for we're not doing that.
Oh yeah. Just basically gonna be a glorified summoning altar. Got 600 of each now, except the ice ones. Oh, nice. That's a good
The
start.
reason we like it is because we can bring out all the pals that were in the raid and have them eat all at the same time.
Now we just need high quality cloth.
I got a couple, I think.
Yeah, we have two. You unlock more at level 36. Articulated crafter with leather. Oh, we could easily make all we needed if we were leveled up. Just 36. Which I suppose in my adventure to try and acquire more bronze cherry, I can level up.
How many pals can fit on one base? 13 right now? Okay.
Currently have 13. Whoa. Oh. Oh. I did make a temporary bed for the univault, but you can. You need so many organs, particularly flame organs.
Yeah.
Flame organs, you need so fucking many. Like, I'm talking thousands aren't even enough. Ridiculous how many of those you need. Yeah, once I get the bronze cherry that doesn't have easy going, I'm gonna make my way also over to the. Oh, you're already there, in the mouse. Get the Telltamer glasses very easily from our base.
I don't have it.
Yeah, you don't have it yet, but we can get it easily. I'll do that after I get the bronze cherry.
Out.
Aha.
All the things I said, all the things I said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. All the things I said, all the things I said, not enough. It's not enough. I'm gonna need to move so much shit right now. I'm just trying to get everything fucking down so I can take my time building and not worry about shit's not happening, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Heavyweight ferocious, that's fine for a worker. Because it has no negative. planter, waterer will be sorted. Oh, this is an amazing general pal as well. Aiko Tristan.
Oh, nice.
This is planting suitability as well. Make branch area even better. And it can help with gathering, transporting, handiwork, medicine, and planting.
Yeah.
Uh,
Thing is, though, I couldn't dedicate it to a thing like that. I couldn't dedicate it.
yeah, we don't have to make it. The Univolt. Poor Univolt. It's just standing in the hot tub, doing nothing other than just standing. It doesn't even get to like lay down like it's dead. Ah, he's using these as temporary storage.
No, now because we are fucking out of stone, dude. Ugh.
Yeah. We don't have a stockpile of things. And I think when you took everything from the other base, you took the.
Why do we only have
took
30
what?
stone?
Because we need stone for other things, and we've been using stone for things.
There you
That was our stockpile of stone.
go.
We don't have a massive stockpile of wood either, but better than stone.
Yeah. I'm trying to make space in the middle, but like the middle's currently filled up with those chests.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
This will be good to be made. I don't think that this is exactly the the storage system we were thinking about having.
No, perfectly intended.
Beautiful. Look at all the flowers.
They're actually pretty good.
Yeah.
They're only slightly worse than these metal chests. Schematics. No, I couldn't even
Just
take one.
literally dump everything in there. It doesn't fucking matter.
Not from this side, it's schematics.
I'm not even organizing it at all. Because it's all gonna go into fucking... Like, a lot of it's getting moved anyways.
Yeah.
Auto soap when you can. Yeah. Nope. The fuck did I pick up, bruh? Oh, all the fucking crops.
Outta here. Do you actually go anywhere with fierce family? When you're not glitched? Yep.
production. We've got the production bench here.
Yep.
Did we have what it was needed to make a weapon assembly line? I think we had that built there, didn't we?
We did have that built.
What did we?
It just needs more high quality oil.
Where
which you
did it go?
probably use to make something.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, the question is,
Polymer.
oh yeah, that would do it.
That's fine. It's the least important workbench as soon as you got the
Yeah, the upgrade,
level
yeah.
for it. Yeah.
Okay.
Now we'll just.
I will go ahead and I will put the pals in as soon as I.
Now what we need is. I need to go level up once more. So I can get the high quality cloth. I might go level up by trying to catch the Sibilux. Actually, I want to get the Peltama glasses.
You know what we could use?
What's
The
that?
Doomlet Guild.
You have one of those.
I do.
Human Guild would be amazing. There's wild Lunarises around here as well.
What?
There's some wild Lunarises around.
Yeah. I thought you said Narissas. I was like, what?
That'd be weird.
Narissa's running wild.
Genuinely not surprised since I've got back out of stream and her and Ben haven't showed up because they're not really people who exist on Twitch outside of very rare scenarios. Hello? Oh, you're dancing. Dance? Oh, it actually gave me balls. Hyperspheres and gigaspheres.
Just like Are we leaving the Malchrist at the thing?
Alchrist is for ice organs. I only had it out temporarily for
Okay, that's fine.
getting the ice organs needed to make the cryogenic cooler.
That's fine. I just, before I sorted these guys into everything, I just wanted to make sure. Alright, Doomlet Guild is here. And then we need a miner.
I think we were using the
Aloha too.
Aloha command, but I think the one mainly we were using was the Muldrum for miner as well. Oh.
Okay, then I use the Arsox for fire.
Boy. It doesn't even tell me to. Oh yeah. You know the really rare Mammoris that is all over this fucking mountain path towards the
Yeah, super rare.
Super rare. Always see Mamorists, yeah. I have noticed that there is that yeah they did re-alter the spawn rates. It is in a more like base spawn rates, and I think it is still boosted a little bit, which is fine. This is fine. It's not like overpopulated to the point where I'm worried about potential lag if too many people are on.
They did what?
They have readjusted the server settings.
So that we have what, more pals?
No, just like the um, we're getting there's less pals in the world,
Oh, okay.
which was something I was worried about that might cause issues.
Yeah.
Okay, we got the Peltamer glasses now. We can't make that until we get a refined setup going.
So far. Is there anything else we should put in the base right now? Because we have one more slot. I guess a logger. A stoner. Sorry, that sounded really bad.
Stoner, flame organs are always good.
I think we should probably get more stone.
Yeah, probably.
I'm so dumb. Stoner.
No, we can get stoner. Stoner's great.
No, stone's
Very
great,
chill.
but a stoner is not exactly what it's called.
Nah, they're fine.
What you wearing? What you wearing there, babe? Is that the metal, like cold metal armor?
Yeah, this is the cold metal armor.
Oh, okay. It's not cold refined armor. Okay. Just checking.
Ooh, the Sibilix I'll go on for and get. That would be really good as well.
We have the recipe for cold resistant refined metal armor.
We do. We just need the refined metal.
Yeah. Let me have the. Who is it? Arsok start cooking. Alright, well, we can do 27. Go. And now I'm gonna get to. Oh, we don't have a dedicated transporter. What the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, we do. It's Killamari. Never mind. Do we have a better dedicated transporter?
I have a Mimog that I managed to pull.
Yeah.
For cash. Cuckoo. It hungers for books.
I am going to go work on building the other base.
Yeah. I'm working on trying to get the Sibilix while also trying to level up whichever one comes first.
Ooh, Paltamer glass is nice.
Yes.
I get to find out exactly how shit my my sheep really is. It's probably why. Internal defense is probably really low. That's my guess. She feels very squishy, that's why. That's why I say that.
Yeah, defense could be low. Does she hit hard?
Yeah. I think she hits pretty hard.
Okay, yeah.
Like, Orsak at least considered her to be a threat. But I think she's squishy.
Yeah. That could also just be because of the low level. Defense is something that is very important, but it only really gets good once they're higher level and with souls in them.
Yeah.
Leave the wind tunnel for this one over here.
Look at all the wood.
Yes.
Oh, we have over 2,000 wood, but where is it?
I think it's in the chest spot right next to the
It's okay.
yeah. Trash copless. We are the trash copless. Hi, Whipper. How you doing?
I am going to hold a
Baby hostage.
Gumas. Yes, and a baby hostage. A baby Gumas hostage.
Oh, yeah. Deserves it. Yes. Oh, what the fucking lag? Oh, I go back. Because I can't climb this without latching onto the side of the wall, and I can't latch onto the side of the wall, and the lag makes it so I don't latch onto the wall. Just ting ding. I notice ping the most when climbing. If
Uh-huh.
it's like slowing me back down off of things.
Yep, same.
How are you doing, Whipple? You winning? I mean, save my mom bought me breakfast and an energy drink. Morning is going crazy. Oh my god. God, they mom would bring us breakfast.
Why didn't your mother bring us breakfast? That's so rude.
Yeah. Yeah, where's our breakfast, Nikki? Huh? Huh? It's not like we live on a different continent or anything. But
Baka.
continental burger.
It's getting delivered. Oh, okay. Better be here soon.
The press was the press. Oh god. No. That's the one thing you don't want to get depressed. I mean, it has it by default, but. Oh my god, my love, I'm over in this area. Do I do it?
Yes. I don't know what you're
Okay.
talking about, but yes.
Well, to my next half an hour.
I don't know what we're talking about, but yep.
At least I know which wall I've got to glitch through now.
Oh my god.
I have unintentionally lagged into a wall. What the fuck? I have successfully escaped the wall I did not mean to be in.
Was it the lift monk effigy?
I'll be going for it, yeah. But I fell into a wall because of lag, because of ping.
I love that for you, babe.
Thank you. Wasn't the right one. It's just an example of what I need to do later.
I'm so only one I'm dreaming of.
That one did also get.
Be here with me. Oh, so sister.
Yeah. Time to face the wall. Thing is, if I fail, there's another lip monk effigy right there. The chicken condolence prize is another one. Really stupid that, like, you have to do this to get the effigy. And if you want completion, you have to get all the effigy. asked me about the different display such events happening here. I'm pretty sure I gave the wrong impression. It's been years since I've done this.
Oh, Lord.
So far, my impression is you're just gonna start a fight. But no, you're gonna be involved in a fight that you didn't start, but you end in.
There's many things I wish I didn't do.
Time to break the laws of physics. Not necessarily. Quantum tunneling is a thing. I'm gonna quantum tunnel through this wall.
I have to say before I go.
I've already almost been run over twice. Days going on. Dang. I believe it's easy to do this with a flyer, but never mind. I instantly got it,
Nice.
and I
It's probably easier since you've been lagging. You've been glitching the wall on accident.
yeah, true. I somehow glitched out of the wall on accident.
I heard you.
There we go. I did it twice in a row. So it's gonna take ages. No, it's instant.
No, the pain I put you through.
Bad thing helped.
And I said I could take it all
Oh, I
away.
can pull no FG on over here too. I just think I found an easier location than where the video I watched does it. So the video I watched requires a flyer to get high enough to get into the wall you're wanting to get into. Whereas what I do is I go to the wall next to it, which is still the correct area, and then you just climb across. You just like you're in like an inner rock that you can climb horizontally into where you need to be. And yeah, go past me, go on too fast, all this kind of stuff. Laws are only suggestions, right? If someone gets hit by a car while you're going, while you're driving into an event where they run insecurity, it's their fault for running security, right? Intense cold. Oh no, I'm freezing.
You really need to get that. Didn't you make the thing?
The undershirt? No, I can't make them. It's impossible to make them right now. We don't have. Oh, it's not impossible for me to make them anymore. I have hit level 36. I need high quality cloth to make those multi-climate undershirts.
Interesting.
The thing is, I don't take damage when I'm in here. Fireball. Fireball. Oh, now I'll try and catch it.
Wait.
If someone tries running me over, I'm gonna total the ride. I've built immaculately.
How? Bitch away.
Where's your weak spot?
There's nothing here.
Me fuzzy. Okay, it's got the symbol. It's sickly. La, 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 ah, ah,
Right now.
I'm hearing a meteor fall somewhere.
I am Chibi. I have been made teeny. Hi,
Oh no.
Yuna.
Yuna, hello! You made it again. Nice. It's always nice to see you, Yuna.
I am small. You made me small. Do this.
And get in the trash. Small trash. Are your eyes visible in your trash?
Just barely.
Ah, mine aren't. It's where I set mine so that there's like they were barely visible, but I guess I didn't save it for the toggle. Whee! How are you doing, Yuna?
Do it. La da dee da da dee da. The stereo.
A bit lazy so far this morning. That's probably because of the chemicals we were helping yesterday.
Hopefully you were feeling better.
Yes, hopefully you're feeling better, not dizzy. A bit lazy morning, that's fine.
Yeah. Nothing
Good to
wrong
see
with
that you
that.
didn't die.
Although I've never had a lazy morning in my life. Totally.
What's lazy?
What lazy? I don't know the I don't know the meaning of
That's
it.
the name of a show, Lazy Town.
Town built for lazy.
Do you want to be a pirate? It's free. You are a pirate. Your heart being a pirate. You are a pirate. That's what that song's from. Easy.
Pirating sounds like busy work.
This isn't something I'll go away from me, but it's much better. Okay, that is better. I'm glad it's doing better.
Do you have vertigo?
Oh yeah, do you have vertigo? That would explain the dizzy not going away. I can now. Now tell this thingy to do the thing. Now we need to refine ingots. A lot of stone. But I can make.
Ah, I
Oh,
see.
okay. Okay.
How do you feel about the recent POTS claim from
From the Crash documentary.
yeah, I'm trying to remember her name.
Mackenzie
Mackenzie
Shirilla.
Shirilla.
The Shirilla the Killer.
Shirilla the Killer.
You may not have heard of it. Don't know if you're into true crime. Ah.
She claimed she had POTS and that's what caused her to get into a car crash.
To crash a car going over 90 miles an hour into a wall while perfectly controlling it down a road that is...
Foot completely on the accelerator, not even lightening up or anything like that,
Also
not
with the
hitting the
car
brake.
going into neutral then back into drive.
She said, "Oh, I must have fainted. I must have passed out from my pots."
Yes, pots, the condition that is fine. Yeah, she was sitting down driving a car. Typically, you faint when you stand up, and then typically that's when anything can happen with pots, is when you're standing up, and it causes weird things to happen with your blood. Not while you're sitting down driving a car completely fine. And 40, oh my god.
It's okay. She was arrested for murder. So
She was arrested and charged, and she's gonna serve at least.
no, not charged. She was charged, but she was arrested and convicted. Is what you're looking for.
Oh, convicted, yes. Charged and convicted, and she is serving, what, 25 to life?
I don't know.
I think it was 25
She's-
to life.
She's a lot.
And her parents think she did nothing wrong.
Her parents are fucking special too.
They approved of her fucking making posts on Instagram, smoking weed while driving, since she was 15. They're too sure. Oh, what can we do? Well, take away her things, ground her? No, we can't do that. What are we, her parents? They're special. Good for her own, but I've only heard of people passing out and standing with pots. Yes, it's a thing that can only happen. It's the thing is standing. And she made no claim to having pots before this incident, and then after this incident, while she's been in prison, there's been nothing,
No
special,
pots incidents. Nothing.
nothing. It was literally just a claim to try and get away with murder.
She even tried to ask her mom, "Can't we just say I had a seizure or something?"
Yeah. She is the epitome of spoiled child.
She's like list of worst people, dude. She's awful.
She is her parents' fault.
She talks like
Everything-
that to her parents too.
Yeah, and that's why, like, her parents are at fault with her behavior, because she talks like that to them, so they know that she talks like that.
She's a piece of shit.
It's disgusting, her behavior, her attitude, her...
Existence.
yeah. Just like a restaurant. I need
Restaurant is
food
not called In Then Out.
in and out.
In Then Out.
In and out. In and out. Restaurant.
Feels weird. Can't leave my house now. Is this what it feels like to be a gamer? Are you gaming?
Can't leave your house now because you're confined to house.
Are you gaming?
Be a good 5. Yeah, if you're just confined to your house, may as well become a gamer. That's good that you're doing good, you know. I'm glad. It's nice to see you too. Can I buy wool? I can buy a lot of wool. I can probably buy...
I will soon
enough-
have a mic so people can hear my ear bleeding voice. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
A mic.
Gonna become
Fancy.
Oh wow. You're gonna become the classic Fortnite Screecher.
Free.
It's sad.
Free.
Oh my god, is it? Yeah, my god, it's lagging. Yeah.
Who's lagging?
Me.
Oh, I thought you said my love. I was like,
My model is goodbye VTuber Studio.
rip.
You were nice while you lasted.
To be fair, I'm not really moving all that much, so my model could be lagging and I just don't even know.
I can tell because it causes my game to lag.
Ah. I get headpants.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. It's fantastic.
That's not gonna work.
Fantastic,
Ah, Kenny left the server.
I return to trash.
Where he was always meant to be.
Yeah, no $50 mic, not the 2K mic with boom arm and sound dampener. To be fair, a good quality
Where's that headset?
like dedicated mic is nowhere near that expensive. Not just Sonic sounds good. Wait, my car. Sonic is good.
Sonic is good. You miss Sonic.
I miss their ice because crunch.
Yeah.
Their food's decent. Their drinks, oh my god. Because of the ice. We will have enough. Gonna get a chili cheese dog and cheese sticks and maybe a solution. A chili dog and cheese stick, not chili cheese dog. Hot dog.
Dog, hot diggity dog.
Yeah, we don't have any specialty hot dog places in Australia. Actually, no, I think there are a couple, but yeah, like... It's more places will do stuff and have hot dogs. And they're different hot dogs than American hot dogs. They're pork-based. And they are red, they're Frankfurts, basically.
I will say that the hot dogs you had in the US are not the standard hot dogs.
I don't care, they were delicious.
Just
Okay, my love. When this is done, you shall have this. Making you a multi-climber. You're welcome, Yummy. More look at global fast food narrows down to McDonald's, KFC, and Subway, maybe. McDonald's, KFC, Burger King, dependent on country. Yeah, it's mostly McDonald's and KFC. We've got Hungry Jack's, which is just Burger King. We've got... What other American things that are big here?
well, not big. Taco Bell, not big.
Taco Bell, not big. Wendy's, just opened, not big.
I mean, it's big for it being just open.
Yeah. Got Krispy Kreme in places, but that's not really fast food.
McDonald's.
It's fast donuts. McDonald's. We've got... Thought you were immaculate. Not big. Are they synonymous? I've got so much food. I don't need these food items. I can be both. Your multi-climb undershirt is done. I am just in need of... I'll give it to you. What do I need for another one? Everything. 3 more high quality cloth, which is nice. But okay, I can get the Palworld. We do have Carl's Jr., but
Suck.
they suck. They went into receivership, so they almost went bankrupt. Pizza Hut? Yeah, we've got Pizza Hut and Domino's. Domino's more than Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut used to be in a lot more places, but
One time I sent somebody Domino's, like I ordered Domino's to a friend who was living in the Netherlands. It was really challenging because I do not speak Dutch.
yeah. The Domino's and Pizza Hut are shit here. Like, you just get a local pizza shop. We've got enough everywhere. They're so much better. And if you are gonna get like some local, smaller chains, not like global fucking businesses. What other? You only run out and grab a food so you don't get hit with that $20 delivery fee. Yeah, we don't have a car. That's one thing we want to save up for. The things you want to save up for keep growing. Yeah, got the polymer. Now we just need flame organs, ice organs, and 3 more high quality cloths. Oh, you're working on the other base down there? Nice. High quality cloth, best way to get that would be... Wool. I'll go buy the rest of the wool we need. Just need 3 more, which would be 30. At a Papa John's and a Wendy's, but they closed due to poor sales. Yeah. I'm worried about Wendy's because they're doing really good, but that's just a...
Oh, look, this is new. That just happens.
yeah.
It's American, it's foreign. Fusion.
I just hope they actually don't overexpand. That's a massive problem with American restaurants coming in, American fast food, is they they launch a restaurant, it does good, like it does amazing, because everyone's like, oh look, this is new. And then they're like, okay, let's expand everywhere, let's go, people love this. No, people are just like, oh, it's new. Australia is very much loyalty to what we're familiar with. Wendy's has a plan to expand to have like over 200 stores across Australia by 2030. They should keep it to that.
That's acceptable.
Look at other expansions later when Australia familiarizes themselves with Wendy's and like, you know, begging for more. Easy to get. Morgans will just go down here. You miss your Baconator and loading fries with the Frosty. Oh, I had a Baconator when we went to Wendy's. We didn't get the loaded fries, but we did get Frosties. Oh my god. We need to convince Mom to take us again. Please don't hit the tree. You hit the tree. Oh well. Lamball, you can't hit the Incineram with your attacks. When it's walking away and you're using short range attacks. If that's acceptable.
Yep.
Or physical movement. Or miss.
Yep.
They probably won't have seasonal themed menus here for a while.
And they had this amazing chicken sandwich with on a pretzel bun. It was so fucking good. I got so fucking addicted to it, and then they got rid of it, and I was like, why? Why? When that's literally like the best fucking sandwich on your fucking menu. Like so much in fact that I like my go-to is a Dave single, and I went away from that for that fucking burger, and I ordered it a lot.
Ooh. That sounds nice.
Nice. There you go.
Got Aloha's farming? Oh, nice. Nice. I think I need to run because my Lambo burnt to death. Yes, please get rest. 5. Please rest.
Yes, please do.
We don't have the Dave single here. We don't have Dave's.
It's not called Dave's single here. It's called the classic or something.
Yeah. Australia would just be like, what the fuck? Who's Dave? And I'm glad they actually made adjustments to it. Because keeping some American names don't work well, although I could see the Dave single being the Dave's range being actually working. You might be wondering why at first it's called that, but
Yep.
that's fine. That mission is London. The Lambo, please go here. My little spoops, where's spoops? We will indeed stay frosty, just for you 5.
Thank you.
Did I get enough?
Take care of yourself, please.
Yes, please. Please, watch yourself in a mirror or something. Please take care of yourself, 5. You seem to be accident prone. Aloha's
Okay. Who is more accident prone? Would you say it's 5 or Glorious Russian Fox?
I feel like they're in different scales. 5 is more accident prone on a personal level.
Okay.
With his own personal health.
True.
Whereas Glorious Russian Fox just ends up in like a ton of car accidents somehow.
True.
But I feel like Glorious Russian Fox gets into accents more regularly. Five is just out of commission for longer. We have moved our base location to somewhere Horton, somewhere else over in the mountainside of things, and well, now I'm just currently getting things set up while I'm trying to get what's needed for multi-climate undershirts. Almost got the ice organs we needed.
No.
Yeah, we moved to there.
Basically something we're thinking about yesterday, and
I don't think anyone else, you know, claimed this area.
No.
It'd be a really weird place to claim, so it didn't look like anyone did as well. People didn't really claim anything in the mountain area. Have I done this before? Haven't. Oh. Oh. And that's fine. I've made my way to Pan Base. They do have a dimensional storage, so I'm wondering if it wasn't set to private.
yeah. It's the only thing I could think. Basically, when we were working towards leveling up, we were like, okay, I don't know how this is going to really expand, because where we built the base was kind of centered. And that's fine, but it's like, I don't know. One of the big things was fuck, words. The PAL expedition station.
Yeah, that was
It
shit
is
anyway.
so ugly.
I think I've got the flame one that I need now. I just need ice orange.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, that is rather nice. Hey, my love, you are good at building.
I appreciate it. It takes me forever, but I try to.
I'm very much just that'll do with building. I'll definitely help Aiko once if I had nothing else to do, but currently I'm building this multi-climate undershirts, which require resources that we need. What's that? You laughing?
Look. I'm fat, right? So I try to go forward. It goes.
Huh?
I didn't go forward.
He's so slow. Chonky. Keep requesting someone to cover your spot. I mean, just. Well, the other solution is just to fucking piss on the wall. They don't want to cover it. I'm probably trying to get someone over, just taking the time. It's gonna be
Oh, lordy. Okay. Basically, I've got a lot of inventory sorting to do.
More than happy to help with that. I feel like that's something I could easily help with and not make your brain go crazy. I like the chest sorted nice.
Organization make brain go brr.
Yeah. Something I find really annoying whenever I see people asking about it on Reddit. Like, it's pretty common for people to ask about, like, the pathing on, the transport impels.
Yeah.
And the response just is, oh, just put your chest in an area that they can't access so it just it teleports to it.
Yeah, it's gross.
Like, no.
It's not. That's not That's not the solution.
Anything that is dumb, if that's all you're gonna suggest, please shut up. What's this? Oh, it's over here, isn't it? Oh. Didn't mean to go down this far. Pretty sure it's just up here. Yeah. You only have to request it 5 times. Oh no. 4 times and it wasn't urgent enough. 5 times and I finally took it serious. I'm sorry, Nikki.
Make sure that there's good storage for the schematics.
Hey, honey.
Hey.
She vanished. She's a ghost. No. Yeah. She's about the least spot I covered. I deserved it if they're gonna try and make you piss yourself. Yeah. Compressor transporting. Do I have 16 points? No. Cool. That is good to know. I will be going up the mountain to get a few more ice things. Ice organs. Ice organs. That's alright. The only useful advice I've seen on Reddit about the problem with the transporting is basically to just put a chest right next to it.
Yeah, but like, it is useful, and I get that. But it's like, what's the
I would have
point then of
thought
having a storage room? You know?
exactly.
Why is it making everything fucking messy? And then I gotta go in there and like manually sort things and put things away.
Yeah, did I get any? Wow. Look, Chris does not drop fucking ice organs. But I caught it. It's a glutton. Arrest wrists. Gotta go up and get my... get the fast travel point, and then go back, and then... get my Lambo back out, because he's dead. Server shutting down.
I love that they gave us such a long notification for that.
2 AM. I'll keep note of that.
Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me.
Nya, I'll eat cheese without you. Maybe come back. I'm made out of cheese. I know. Cheese feed. Kitty cats.
Okay. Someone mentioned 2 a.m. Or somebody said, well, server shut down. I was like, yep, 2 a.m. And then I just kind of like put a thing on it. The Discord time thingy.
Smart. Well, Foxicle, you didn't want to get in the balls, so you die. Pickaxe. Let me punch. Yeah. Baby, come back. It's like it's just a shutdown, but it's instantly back up again.
Is it? Because mine's not. Oh,
Yeah.
it is because I am not under community servers. I am
do that all
really
fucking time.
stupid. I'm like, where is it?
Yeah.
We're gonna make you notice. I hope you're gonna make you notice.
Fast travel point, and I should now have enough to make a multi-client undershirt part 2. The one I said I was gonna do for you, I just kept on because it made it nice for actually getting the ice organs.
Yeah.
You have transported some of the things that I'll need for it, but I'm just gonna check. Yep, cool, got the ice organs I needed.
You know what I love, babe? This is gonna sound like, oh, this is just another comparison thing, yeah? Okay? But even when you do need it, still also, you still prioritize making stuff for me first. Like in this particular instance, I didn't even fucking grab it. It wasn't even a fucking thing. Right? But most of the time, you still prioritize making stuff for me first.
Yeah.
I'm not used to that.
Oh.
And thank you.
Yay. You're welcome. I just love taking care of you.
Do a good job taking care of me.
Preferred me stuff. I don't know where the ice organs are, but there are only one other chest in this bay. Yeah, the server reset briefly. It's just server maintenance health stuff. Aiko made a note in the Palworld channel thing that it was 2 a.m. our time, or was it? She made the Discord note or whatever timestamp it is. Because it, at least on our server, it tends to do it around the same time.
Don't be breaking everything, babe. I'll take care of it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm still having to organize things. So I'm like taking stuff out, putting other stuff back in, you know?
Yeah.
Condensing in a way. I don't know. What are you looking for?
Ice organs.
Okay.
I'll put this one back. Not another chest in the middle. This. There's definitely someone at this base.
They're in
This is
here.
one. This one. Oh, thank you. Yeah, got the flame organs, ice organs. You've already transferred the high quality cloth over, I think.
Yeah, I haven't rebuilt the stations yet, but
That's okay. That's okay. I'm just gonna go retrieve what I need and then start making the multi-climber undershirt for you.
thank you, thank you.
That's very good. Nikki, bastard! You're gonna make me get up off my fat ass.
Doing.
Nikki redeemed hydrate. I don't have a.
It's okay. It's only a little bit, but here we go.
Oh, I don't have to leave. Thank you, man.
I'm very good at keeping multiple partially empty water bottles on my desk.
Mm-hmm. They are all almost empty. Should be able to now get started on your multi-climate. Oh yeah, I can report now. I tried reporting earlier and I was like, server maintenance. Please try again in 15 minutes. So I should get paid in, well, tomorrow, so.
What are you reporting?
My income
I see.
for employment.
How could I what? What'd I do?
Give me the water so I don't have to get off my fat ass.
Oh. Do you know how easy this man makes my life? I literally was like, fuck it, I guess I'll just drink water today. Because I didn't want to fucking go outside. And this motherfucker's like, alright, I'll go by myself then. And this motherfucker comes back with Monster for me. Not for him. He's got a different energy drink. He doesn't need none of that shit. But he comes back, he goes out there in the fucking cold and the rain for me. Yeah, I'll give him a fucking water bottle.
Yeah, of course, baby.
Fucking love you, dude.
Okay. I came back and like, why can't I cross this? In the time it took me to get the materials and come back, you took the skin multiplied on the shirt, you bitch.
The funny thing is I saw that I did that and then I put it back in. I was like, I'm just gonna take it. I'm grabbing it. I did that on purpose. Sometimes I make his life a little harder, but that's just for funsies.
Aiko makes life so fucking fun. I have not had more joy than I have since I met you, this wonderful woman.
Okay.
Only for you, babe.
Okay. Soup's gay, bruh. Soup's gay, bruh.
I don't even own a bra.
Soup's gay, bruh.
Yeah, cool. Making your multi-climate undershirt.
That is
You'll
using
have
way too much metal. I'm not gonna do that. I would love to, but I'm not gonna do that.
This outfit comes with a dagger on the back. I don't even fucking use it in combat. Okay. Once this is done, I will leave it here, and I can help with
Oh my lord.
storage transfer if you want.
No, that's fine. I'm just. I keep running into issues where I don't have. Like, I keep trying to make this fucking wooden barrel shelf thing, but I don't have enough stone.
I will help with that.
I just make wooden barrels.
Come to you. I will. The problem when you only have enough to have one mining power. I will. Use a shot. Put the schematic away.
Thank you. Babe,
Yeah?
nothing is going to touch me
Why is that?
because I'm wearing a multi-climate undershirt, a thermal undershirt, and a heat-resistant undershirt.
Oh my god, you're so under. Custom version of this song is a banger.
Yep.
Elstor's version? Oh. I don't know who they are.
I'm gonna just put Pal Souls in this one.
Let me go get some stone. Just a good thing about having a fuddle, or is it
Gather stone.
reduces stone weight by 80%? Be 100% once it maxed it. Quartz and ore, don't need those. Oh yeah, Quivens and Duelists are this place as well.
Mm-hmm.
Chillets? Oh,
And Lunaris.
Yeah. Good pals. Don't sleep on.
Po.
Sleep on. Stone, speckle, no stone. Beep boop. Oh,
Zoom,
penguin.
zoom, Nimbus ready, let's go.
I love you.
Love you too.
My wife is amazing.
Honestly, if I was smart, I'd pull out the fucking, if I was smart, I'd pull out, the dire wolf. That's better by far. Just with that one ability that has the fierce fang or something like that.
Oh yes, yeah. While you're transferring stuff, transferring stuff on overweight. I think Chiller is also really good. I think Chiller's actually better distance, but worse. Oh, man. That Bushi hated that right now. Didn't even take any damage.
Okay, I need to let you know my categories of POW materials. There is POW
Okay.
souls. Okay?
Yes.
There is the stuff that you can get from farming them, the ranches. So
So like
like
all.
wool and organs and bones.
Yeah.
There are gumas leaves, leaves punk crests, that kind of
Special items that.
specialty per POW. Then there's precious plume and sapphire. Well, because sapphire is technically another material, but precious pelt, the stuff that you can sell.
Stuff you can
Yep.
sell, the stuff you get from. Can anything drop? I feel like it's alphas drop those.
The only thing that does not drop at a farm that I would consider goes in with the farm stuff is the ancient civilization things. Because otherwise, I don't feel like that one has a category.
When we eventually get them to cause as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I am almost done with my first zone expedition. And then you can swim like a goofy. I'm walking like I need to crap myself. I need to show you what my walk
Oh,
is like.
and then there's another one too. The lotuses. But the lotuses go in the same thing as the meds. That makes sense. Yep.
I'm confused by this message I just got in YouTube.
What's the
I
message
feel
on
like it's
YouTube?
a scammer.
What is it?
California gives diapers to everyone for free. I took their diapers for free and he sold them in another state. I made 25k euro. Is it a small amount or a large amount? Well, seeing as the United States doesn't use euro, um, I would say, how the fuck did you get euro? And who is he? And why are you taking diapers? They're for babies. Anyway, what did you say, my love? Something about the chest.
Oh no, I know it was probably about the chest. I just don't remember. Oh, the lotuses would be in the same category as medicines.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I love
Hmm.
how I run. This is me overweight.
Yeah.
Look like I need to crap myself. That's impressive. Came back from the dead and is now in America? Not even American. What is all these?
Forest needs its own chest.
These ones are common materials?
Hold on. The ones along the diagonal wall are power materials.
Okay, so this will be farmable, which will be organs as well.
The wood and stone can all stay in the same one. Because that's going to encompass stone and wood and
Base
fiber
materials.
and
And hardwood.
hardwood. Yeah.
And I think that's it. Yeah,
No,
those two.
meteors.
Meteors will be ore.
No, meteors are stone.
Oh, they're stone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
And then production goods over here. Eventually, we'll have the refined chest and everything. It'll be bigger.
Yeah. What I say, you're gonna leave your dog coins in there?
Put them up. This is going to be selling stuff.
Stuff in this barrel. Oh, my, what you done with those
Found
barrels?
materials,
Sick.
other materials. So that's going to be...
Okay, seeing what you're doing, I will, happy anniversary. Oh, Zenko.
Oh, thank you. How are you doing?
We've been married for a whole year.
Oh, it's crazy. Bad. Why does it do that? Oh, I see.
Also to, yeah. Yeah, we have been married for a whole year. And we've been streaming together for a bit longer than that.
Yeah.
Ooh, ancient Pal manuscripts you get from...
I would put them in with, like
with the,
organs. Although technically speaking, I feel like we could probably
Power
separate those two because we're getting more chests too. So
yeah.
uncheck. There'll be more PAL materials. PAL materials encompasses a lot of shit.
It does. I'll leave that there for now. Yeah, the
All right.
ancient Pal manuscript comes from...
All right. So
You could put it with the ancient Pal parts.
yeah, we'll put that in with ancient PAL parts, ancient civilization parts.
Yeah.
Then here, this curve, not curve.
Horns are not produced goods, but they are a Pal material. And that's a special. Funny, speculate. Ammo, that's fine, that can stay there. Grenades, juice goods, okay.
Success on fire.
Predator cores would probably go with the medicine, maybe, seeing as that's what they're used for.
Yeah. So what does that count at? What is that? Is that a PAL material?
It's an other material,
Okay.
which is a lot of your medicine and other consumables.
Okay. So, PAL materials, other consumables, and other materials are in this chest underneath the other stairs. So, I'm just telling you. And then next to it, I'm going to put one. I'm going to also move the schematics because I want different. I don't know how to explain.
No, we're gonna go separate them. We'll discuss that later. Cool. So you said it was in a chest under the stairs?
Yeah. Under, from your perspective, the left stairs.
Okay. Ah, yes, those ones weren't built before?
Yeah, I've got to rebuild the schematic stuff too, so.
That's okay.
If you can't put anything in there, always check to see what can be put in something.
Yeah, I always check that. Okay. That's cool. Medicine. Yeah, I thought that those were parts.
What are you talking about?
The
Yeah, the predator cores? You'd think so, because they came from
I
a
thought
PAL, right?
they were ores. Like, I genuinely thought that I was talking about the meteor. I meant.
Oh, yeah, no.
I genuinely thought that they were ores. Hell materials.
It's so dark.
In game?
Yes.
Oh, you don't have This is the only thing I can place for light.
Let's place a campfire.
Here we go. This is gonna look horrible.
It is going to look horrible, especially since it's not very bright. And also, I think it takes electricity. Oh, no, it doesn't.
It does on that one.
There we go. That's much
Yeah.
better. Thank you.
You're welcome, honey. You haven't got the ammo chests up yet, but that's fine. I will just stockpile them in one of these drawers.
You can make it the chest next to it, babe. Next to the one that you put the medicine stuff in, you can make it that one. I hadn't labeled that one yet.
That works. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Ammos and spare weapons for like the grenades and things as well.
Yeah, you have to label it as weapons and ammo.
Yeah. What are we gonna do with like beautiful flowers?
That is other materials and
Haven't decided yet.
um
That's fine. We can decide that later.
I'm trying to think if there was another place where the other materials, because I think we could probably just put them in the medicine chest too, because it's like not like we need a shit ton of stuff for that.
No, it's literally just research
And it's just that one thing.
and yeah, a couple of specialty things you make with it.
I'm gonna put this.
I'll put the revival elixirs in the medicine cabinet as well.
Okay. I don't. Some of the only medicines that can go in the medicine cabinet are PAL medicines.
Yeah, okay, so I'll put it in there.
That's the only medicines that they can take. These this other diagonal wall, I'm gonna save for skill fruits.
Perfect. Yes. So you had over here was okay. So sell things, have the precious entrails as well.
This is going to be slabs. Slab and slab fragments. Or at the very least, slab fragments for now. It's technically considered to be a schematic, so
Yeah, yeah,
I don't want it to go in the schematics just.
yeah. It's very big. So which one of these two that have nothing in them was gonna be the specialty like ribbony ribbons, things like that? Was one of
This
these?
one in the middle.
This one in the middle. Calamari tentacles. Generic horns would be more of a generic, but it's mostly used in medicine, but it's generic.
Yep.
A lot of the things can drop horns. Hold on to these.
I don't know how these are going to be labeled yet.
Get turned around whenever I come to this base.
I'm sure that there's still going to be like PAL materials and stuff, but they're probably going to branch into stuff we just don't have access to yet.
Yeah, yeah. Leftover gear.
Are the awakening stuff, is that PAL materials?
I believe they are. Let me search ImpelDB. Awakening guide. So I gotta get water awakening crystals. It is a consumable.
I could see that.
Oh, the made crystal. The gem that makes the crystal is a material. But it doesn't specify PEL material. Probably PEL material.
Literally just this fucking wall. So I can...
Yeah. The made product becomes a consumable. The other one is just a material. Weird that it's just material because so many things are listed as just material. We won't know until we get it if it's a PEL material or not.
That's okay.
But it's PEL awakening underscore material underscore.
I'm just leaving it as PAL materials. Because
Yeah,
it comes
almost
from a
certainly
PAL.
PEL material.
Like, some of them are like just very, very fucking general. Like, this entire wall I'm just labeling as enhancement. Because it is kind of all enhancement in a way.
Yeah.
Even though they're not technically all enhancement items.
Do we have one for skill fruits?
Yeah.
Cool. Skill fruits here. Oh, I'm
Glad you're
still in
vibing, Lucy. Yeah. Eggs can stay here, but I'm putting into a different chest.
Is that the base gonna become like our old raid base? Like, is that gonna become like a breeding place for a while?
Breeding and not farming. I'm gonna bring the farming over. No. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna bring the farming over there, over to the workshop. So, breeding and ranching, and the exploration thingy. But I'm gonna bring production, and production and farm. No, because that's a lot of pals. How do we split the pals good?
Production needs to be split into like
No, I think I might just leave the farm animals here, and I'll bring the production over to the workshop.
yeah. Production will need to be split though, with the bases.
No, it doesn't. Not right now.
Not right now, no. But once we get to
Because as long as we have the farm animals not at the same base, we're fine.
yeah, farm animals.
There's like too many farm and then too many production. And by production, I mean gathers wood, gathers stone, gathers all that other stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And then also smelter.
Um,
It's what you do to me.
take the Moldron back and put in the. So just call it there it is. Yeah.
Celine makes my life a million times easier, did you know?
I'm glad. I'm glad she
She's
does.
so fucking good at she's so good at handiwork.
Yeah, she really is. What's her base? Just like a billion?
7.
A billion? Nice. Okay, so we got this one chest with seed. Okay. Yeah, okay. I have destroyed the remainder of those shell things, and I put in like the seeds and stuff in this chest that's just here.
There's a tree.
How are you doing, my love? Do you need anything?
I need you to love me forever.
I'm done. I can do that.
Ever.
Blessed be thou.
Danke. Hey, there's a Catrus. I don't know if you're interested in this fucking solicitor that has shown up at our house. It's not panic. We don't need you. Go away. She's dead. Weird.
I took her skin. I got her level. I will actually want a Catrus at some point, but not right now. Not far.
This here.
Yeah.
I always like having a chest here in case it's like an emergency dump spot. Like, oh my god, I need to put stuff away. Shit, fuck, nothing's merging for some fucking reason. I can't fucking move. I'm too slow.
Ooh, seeing as we don't have,
But hold on.
a
We need to
K,
figure something out.
yeah.
How do we lock a chest but have it to where we both can access it?
I don't know.
Is there a way
Maybe it's the password lock.
to lock a chest without... I know, but like I don't want to type a password every fucking time. Without
It could be like Rust, where like
without lock a chest so all guild members can use it, but not pals. Players and transport and pals can both use it. Private chest only player, owner or player, depending on the storage type and other service things, can access it. But transport pals also won't use it. So annoying. Whatever. Because I don't like them just dumping shit in here.
yeah, it is annoying. What we could do
All right, I
is
set it. I
just
set the
have-
password as 0000.
Okay. Ah. Okay, it is like Rust.
What?
Now that I've entered the password, I have access to that chest forever.
Oh, good.
Materials. Farmable one. Holy pal oil. What are we gonna do with ingredients like honey and cabin mushrooms and things like that? And like, I mean, we don't have decay, so we can just have like an ingredients chest for cooking as well.
What?
What are we doing with ingredients? Cooking ingredients, the cabin mushrooms. The honey.
Right now they're at the at this other base
Okay, keeping all of them at the other base.
because like this is where all the food and stuff is. Like they're doing all the processing for like the farming and everything is done here. So
Yeah. About the cabin.
I need. Can you get me a? Can you make a?
Can I make anything?
Can you
Yes.
make a metal chest at the other base and bring it here?
Yeah. Oops. I have a Lambo.
He's helping. I don't know what he's helping with, but he's helping.
Started helping build something. Okay. Where are you wanting? Is it just like in another dump chest?
No, this one's specifically for eggs. So just put it somewhere near here. Either one of these is fine.
Oh, eggs gonna fill up very, very fast.
Well, that's the biggest chest I think we got access to.
Uh-huh. Is it there fine? Ooh. Okay, what we really need here are harvesters. And gatherers and just everything. We need everything.
Yeah, we need more crops. Like them to be able to do all the crops and stuff. So.
Let me look at gathering.
Can you move that R socks to the cooking pot? I'm also gonna take that.
Our socks cooked into the cooking pot?
Yeah, unless you want something else on that cooking pot.
Nah, our socks is fine.
Also, you can grab the research station. We could do the research on the other base.
Yeah, research at the other base.
Unless you think that the research should be done here. I guess no, just leave the research thing there for now, and we'll see how many pals are at each base.
Yep.
And we'll put it at the one that has least.
We can have them at both.
Oh, true.
And just like assign 2 pals. You can have multiple on a base as well. You can have a bunch. And it just helps zoom the research up faster. It's not necessary, but it,
I am going to wind up making this base look prettier than it does currently, because right now it looks
Mhm.
like crap.
apparently it's got the stupid fucking expedition station. Is it gonna stay here permanently?
Not permanently, but it can stay here for now. Babe, over there, there's stone on the ground.
Oh, there is. How much is it?
I don't know.
1.
Well, I wasn't wrong.
You were not wrong.
This is our city. We rock this city. We rock this city. Wait, what is it? We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll.
You care if I put a memo out for transporting?
That's fine. Do you want it there or you want it here?
This base.
Okay.
This base is gonna have a lot of transport
fine.
you need to do.
I've got Kilamaris here.
But totally out. You don't need to do handiwork or. I mean, it can help with. What does this trait do? Okay. Tally's got movement speed, so it can help with gathering and planting, and then also transport if there's nothing else what to do. Everything's gathered and planted.
Do we really need to build a weapon workbench?
Unless it's for research, not really.
Okay.
If you want to make a gun, make it to order.
Yeah.
That's going to be a pretty good ranch. We just need, Oh, more. Okay, we've got the furnace. I will use the other base to build the sphere assembly line and the summon altar to just level up.
That's fine. For what? What's the next
Actually,
one?
wait, no. We still need to bring the. Did you disassemble and bring the
The furnace that I'm
improved
building right
furnace?
now?
Oh yes, yeah. Cool. Summon an altar and sphere assembly line 2 is what we need to level up.
Okay.
Keep these sweet hairs.
Did I leave a gap in the stairs at the top of the stairs on the left side?
No?
I just want to make sure you can go down the left side. I remember leaving the gap. So that we can go up the stairs on the right side, but I didn't remember if I did it on the left side too.
M-M-A-A-A under my arm N-O-N-O-A. Oh, do you think you get the Sally guy here?
Oh yeah. Hold on, do you want to set him up at a station?
I could set him at a station.
So he doesn't keep fucking running away?
Mom. Now what's the other one? Fine fellas. Oh.
Didn't you have a Moldron?
I do have a Moldron.
Do you want the Moldron for mining, or do you want the Moldron for cooking?
Probably mining for now because it's just
Okay.
It's mining. We need mining
Okay, that's true.
more than we need cooking right now.
I have the arsa.
Do we? We don't have a We need to build one.
I got it.
You got it.
Yep.
Roof furnace, Arsax, power generator, Univolt, ore mining site, Moldron, stone mining site. Oh, I think the Moldron was eating. Primitive
workbench.
workbench, wandering merchant.
Yo, buddy. Wherever the fuck you are.
Let's see. Need waterer.
I'm just basically selling out things that we had to sell. Oh, not
Okay,
like
different
these.
fucking do mode, I guess.
Do you want to sell all our spare, like, crappy gear? Like stone axes?
Yeah, do that.
They sell for, like, barely anything. But they do sell. Cool. Do you want some of the profit as well?
We can share the profit. Just put it in the enhancement, something or another. We can do the same thing with the, let's be real, we can do the same thing with the dog coins. That's all I'm really fucking using them for is enhancement books, so, or whatever. Just, like, don't use, all I request is that you don't use them for, star fruits. I know that you like getting star fruits because it's easier.
Yeah, no, that is fair. I only got star fruits for things I just was like, I can't be fucked.
I know, but that's why I'm saying don't do that.
Yeah.
Also, this book, the applied handiwork book, goes in this one over here.
This one gonna have dog coins and stuff.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out which one I could put it in. Apparently, I couldn't put it in any of them. I'll do this.
Bounty tokens?
I'll put the kinship peaches in there as well. Other consumables. Yeah, whatever it's listed as, just add it.
Materials. Okay,
Right, and I'm gonna make 15 beds here too, because at some point.
yeah, roughly what's in there was
Yep.
I still want to keep some money on me just because if I go to a town.
Oh no, I'm keeping my money on me. I'm not talking about the money. I was talking about the dog coins.
Oh yeah. I was meaning, would you want to share the profits of like the money I got for selling?
Oh
the
yes,
civilians?
yes please. Did you sell the material things?
Yeah.
The selly things? From the selly chest?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yes.
I left one of each just so it can be auto sorted to them.
Okay.
But I didn't have
That's smart.
so in the barrel with the dog coins is the money.
You know how whenever you're placing things down, you can only place down like 10 before it starts pulling back?
Hmm?
One of the good things about Celine is she builds a fucking... Where are you going? One of the good things about Celine. Fucking help me. You were doing it and then you ran away for no reason. Did you try building something?
No.
So random. Bitch.
Maybe she was going to eat. Why no, she should be.
She's in my
coming back.
pocket. I don't know where she
Have you
is.
seen my
But yeah, so she builds these really quickly, so. And we also need... Wow, yeah. Let's give them the bougie shit, because, you know, their work is tough.
Yeah, let me get.
I'm giving them bougie shit, and we're going to give them a clinic, so I gotta put a medicine person out. The only reason I say that is we don't really need it for the breeding farm, but we need it for this area, so they can actually do a decent amount of work, normal work.
Yeah.
I never make my workshop relaxed. Thank you, Lucy. I am stretching.
I typically have my work. Well, I typically have everything on relaxed until I get
Where'd you just put that summoning altar?
Downstairs. Did you put one up top?
Itchy head. What?
This is just a temporary place. It's outside downstairs.
Okay, that's fine. On the side with the powder or that?
No,
Okay.
outside.
That side will have more production stuff later.
Yeah. We just in need of refined
Yep.
metal, which is gonna require coal. I know,
Celine, bitch, where? Oh, my shit's in my pocket. My bad. Sorry to snap at you.
So where'd you say the tactical terrors were? I encountered them.
Oh, I have them now. Or I have one. Oh, you're talking about more turtle terrorists?
Yeah, just so I can catch them.
Oh,
I want to catch one.
I don't remember. I wanted to say they were here, like down by the beach on this island, but I don't know.
I can go and see. I know you, baby. It's quite alright. Kiss you every night. Tactical terror means I can get more coal each trip. Leave me alone, Bushi.
Oh, turtle terrors.
Yes.
Oh, that is on the beach of Sakajirima, the south beach of Sakajirima.
Oh, yes. Fuck you, Bushi. No, you're not running away. No, we are hunting you down, Bushi. You killed my pig. We are killing you.
Alright, panic. Panic, you're getting put to work.
Killing that bull. You're getting killed by a lamb. Fuck you. Why'd you do that attack, Lambo?
Did we find ingots already? Or did we make something with that?
We have 27.
So we need more, yeah.
We need a lot more. I'm making no teleport here. I'm just going to put on base.
I am going to try to catch a Reptiro and a Foxicle. And then
Oh, so you can get a Reptiro Crest?
yeah, and then I'll have both. And then I can use them for my mining pals.
Nice. Smart. I want to.
Good
I need to. I get down on my knees to. Wearing a tutu.
not gone over to this side really. No party looking. I don't want the goo bombs, let's be real.
But this is enough.
I will bring Lunaris to help me out. As soon as I find out where she is, there she is.
Yeah, wish me luck.
Good luck!
Thank you.
Where are you going?
Sucker Dreams Beach.
Oh yeah.
Please don't one-shot him. I know he's asleep, but I'll wake him up. There we go. Go on, let's go. Let's go.
What'd you get?
Good, Tara.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I've achieved everything I hoped for in life.
I'm getting to sell I'm making the flea market with items that I'm putting in at this the breeding base. If anybody wants to come up here, they could buy a thermal shirt or they could buy a heat resistant undershirt, you know?
Oh, those are smart to sell. Eventually, if we get like enough resources, we could do multiply and undershirts as well, but not for a little bit. Ooh, thunderstorm. Ooh, thunderstorm's really good. Okay, now that I've got the Turticle Terror, my mining team can now be kitted out to also do coal and sulfur.
Now I would like to sell this for
You legit need a shirt right now?
no, I don't remember.
Nice. A specific one or like the multi-climate? Which one you after? We're not selling multi-climates right now. We don't have the resources to make them.
I'm saying no, I've got the heat resistant one and I'm selling both for how much coal did you get, babe?
I didn't get any coal. I got the Turticle Terror so I can actually go and get coal.
Okay. I can get more coal. Actually no, metal. I would rather have ore.
I've moved past the need for the ore Turticle.
200 ore. And this there's an error in the trade settings. What's wrong? Go. Also 200 ore.
I plan on going up in the mountains.
Well, there you go. Just saying. You can come here, you can look at the goods, you can buy a heat resistant undershirt for 200 or a thermal undershirt for 200 ore. Just saying.
Selling for ore?
Yeah.
It's nice and cheap.
Yeah. I mean, they weren't really hard to make, or were they?
No. Those.
No, yeah. Besides, ore, we need ore.
The hardest part is the organ for those ones.
Yeah, well, we need ore, so. I think 200 ore is pretty good. Alright, now I'm gonna go. But yeah, it's up here, so if you want to know where it is, our base is at this circle in the city. That's where the key item is.
Yeah. Just above skin. On the mountain before you hit the mountain top where it gets cold. I don't know whose base that is, but it's one of the good locations for.
Where is the chest that the okay, we need to move the chest that the Mimogs are moving stuff to. Or at least make more chests that are closer to the pens.
Yeah.
Because they're fast, yeah, but can you imagine how efficient they'd be if the chest was right next to them? At least for here. And we don't exactly have a storage room at this base.
No, we don't. We don't. Do whatever you want with the storage there. I'm going into a dungeon to get coal. You need your turret to get the ore there, though. Oh, early game. When not everyone has enough. I could also get some stone while I'm out, but stone's less of a need now.
Rate of 8194. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, nobody claimed it.
We were building that things?
I didn't even check before I built this entire thing, so.
Oh yeah. We'll get some sulfur while I'm out here as well. We're gonna need that soon. Actually, we already need it to make polymer. And the Terra does both. Oh, stone! Boo. Oh, that was coal. I got this mushroom. Kill that daydream. I don't mind bringing it back. Nah, bro, he got it. Ooh. It's a coal ore node and a lift one. In this cage. Eventually we'll probably swap to like a dog coin things. It's just while we still need stuff, may as well. Request what we need.
Yeah, exactly.
So much ore early on. We just don't have. We haven't had a miner for long enough to actually get what we need. Going to a dungeon, I've got some coal already.
The stuff here, why they just put it there instead. Because, like,
Whoa, fuck. The game went really weird just then from ping. Didn't think I'd jump when I was using my glider.
I'm so fat, dude.
Same. Same.
Tristan wants his ass kicked. We reached the breeding stages of Palworld. Fantastic!
Nice.
Me too! I bred this sheep. And I also bred this fanglope. Babe, I forgot to make another chat. I'm going over here first then. Hold on. Come, we shall fly. Go. Vroom, vroom. Oh my god, we need a surgery table. We are bottlenecked by this fucking Braloha's night owl.
Uh-huh. Or we catch another one.
That's true. Oh, how you doing?
Hello. It's the Subathon's final day.
Yeah.
Not our final day.
I'm quitting.
We aren't
Quitting
quitting.
streaming. For the rest of forever.
Yeah. We made enough money, we can retire. Not even close. But we have been enjoying streaming so much. Well, I say that, but I won't work. Just let my cakes cook. Cakey. You can make the surgery table? Nice.
We don't have the metal for it right now.
Yeah.
This is why we have selling stuff for metal. Stop putting milk in there, bruh. You're done. You're done. Stop putting ingredients in there. Just stop putting things in there at all.
I can actually, yeah. I've got the recipe as well for the surgery table. I just hit 38.
Did you?
Yeah.
I'm still 34. I've been building.
I've been specifically exploring to get levels for
Making a Twitch 4K one.
for the polymer.
Yep, exactly.
Then now coal. Yeah, coming back from my coal expedition, I also got some sulfur.
Gonna put some chests over here, so that maybe I'm gonna need to make a new chest. Damn it.
Debit, they said,
Ow,
taking that
bitch.
Twitch 401k retirement plan. Honestly, hopefully, if we can make enough money to make Twitch, you know, viable career savings and retire off of it, chef's kiss. Mwah.
That would be fabulous. That would make me so fucking happy. Also, Tristan is like amazing at managing money, and I'm shit at managing money. So
I could be saying no more often to my love, but no, I can't do that. That's legal. I can't do that.
the only thing that hurts his money management is me.
Kitty cat. You calling Horton stream elements?
They're a chibi cat. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, make me a chibi. I will be a chibi kitty.
All of the toggles work with each other for the models.
As long as the model's actually on, yes. I say that because somebody last night, you. I'm glad that you're asking questions, though.
It's 3 AM for us. It is morning. Smile. I'm cooking up 99 refined eats. going on mining expedition 2, electric boogaloo.
So crops are going into this chest, and apparently meats. I've decided. I need to cook some stuff, and then this resource stuff is coming over here, and this resource stuff is going over here.
My plan is just to auto sort when I'm in that base.
You're fine.
Dungeon. Yeah.
Meat.
Concrete jungle.
Where's the Arsox? Oh, he's eating.
He's on the
He's eating. He's good.
Bastard eat.
All right, let's see what's the best foods we can make right now. Chickpea stuff. No, I meant like with the meats that we have, because we have so many fucking meats,
We do have a lot of meat, yeah.
and I'm trying to just like get rid of them by making them and then putting them in the thing.
I just got fucking banned.
Arsox, get your ass over here. I need you to make this mozzarella steak.
Rockshaw doesn't seem to be capable of mining coal. And then I charge him to it. Bam. Bam.
Gonna cheer him on.
Go, Rockshaw. What? Go, who?
It's very easy. It's very easy to cheer someone on now. Once you realize that Beckon isn't Beckon, it's just cheering on somebody.
Yes, yeah, it is, yeah. It is a horrible emote for Beckon. It's like it's not a Beckon emote.
You got this. Woo! Motivation. Yeah. You did it. Good job.
Emotional ovation damage.
Alright, let's see. Make some Rushore bacon and eggs, please. Thank you. I like when he cooks, his tail just goes wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Oh, he ran away. Bitch, are you like always hungry? What's wrong with you?
I wiggle and I know it.
We have a lot of pals here. Yep. I'm glad that it took the production and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At this point, I'm thinking, what fuck else could I take? No, that's not what I was thinking. I was gonna take the production stuff. Should I bring the farm stuff? No, we don't have enough room for the farm.
We need another base, and then we'll separate off the farm stuff.
Yeah. And then we'd have... Oh, you know, we could have just... No, never mind. I was getting ready to say we could have the ranch base and the raid base be the same base, but the whole reason we made the raid base a separate thing is so we can make sure everybody eats from the raid.
Yeah.
We're not really going to need a raid base for a minute, though.
We won't. For quite a while, we'll just be... Like, even if we started doing the Bella Noire, we need more pals than we currently have. Like, leveled at least until the 40.
Dude, what is wrong with you? Okay, look.
There's lots wrong with me, my love.
Not yet.
You married me anyway. You saw my good side. It's my bad.
I'm feeding this Arsox something that he cooked, so maybe he'll stay the fuck off. Thing. Go. You have plenty of food. If you get hungry again, you're lying.
Well, level, you are missing everything.
I like that the most badass looking thing at this base wouldn't kill you if it wanted to.
What is that? The
The
Voltron?
Arsos.
The Arsa?
Yeah. Couldn't kill you if it wanted to.
Why couldn't you? Got mercy here.
Mercy it, yep.
Oh, hello. Throw plushies at her. Pose her with plushies.
Rude! I'm just kidding, it's fine. I'll take it.
She loves
I
doing
do love
it.
plushies.
Ooh, speaking of we have dino nuggies as well.
Mmm, me too.
And we've got leftover body skin. And leftover pasta and maybe tots. I'll go check if we have tots when I go down there.
Do we have barbecue sauce?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Go, Pumbaa.
I'm making a chickpea satay, which I feel like I can confidently do now because we are actually starting to accumulate berries.
Ooh, yeah, true.
Raindrick stew? Yes, please.
Spelling out Al's full legal name. A-O-H-11.
I love that full usernames are just like, just joke about them. It's like instead of saying, hi Lucy, it's hello Lucifer 44666. Their full legal name.
People online only are the username. That's it, that's their legal name.
I like that my sister's username online is always punching bag.
It is perfect.
She's a mess. I love her so much. She's great. Can you give you building permissions? I could make the table for you. What table?
The Pell surgery table?
Oh no.
No? Thought in there?
No.
Oh, I've gone to the farm, I think. I'm at the farm.
I'm also at the farm.
I meant to go to the other base.
Is he at the other base? I mean, like, Tristan can make the table. We just need the resources, that's all.
Yeah, the resources are the thing, that bottleneck right now. Wires. Oh, just requires a process solvent. I can make that.
Yeah. He's. Whoa!
Wow!
The Mimog is ascending! Look. Hold on. When it comes back over here, because right now it's over there, it'll come back over here and it'll start picking up berries. If it starts picking up berries, it's going to start floating away. Oh, that's not necessary. We have them now.
Yeah, we have the materials for it.
You just needed to make it. Oh, it didn't work that time.
I go selling the shirts for a whore.
Ascending! Look, ascending!
He's trying to ascend, but he's getting rejected. Things in this space are hungry.
They're hungry. I'll bring them food.
Yeah. They're starting to get.
I'm bringing them
Shit,
good food
chopping
too.
our walls up.
I got good food too.
Oh, like eggs.
No.
Like salad. Schmeck.
and get that meat cooked.
I mean, want to help me?
Hmm?
Wanna help? Where'd he go?
Oh, sorry. I'm coming back.
Oh my god, it's Panic. She's at our base.
Yeah.
Making medicine.
Didn't be American idiot. I do think it's a little odd we're building it here, but you know, okay. When the breeding table's at the other one. Where are you at?
Where do I want the surgery table?
At the breeding base.
Okay.
That's what I just said. I thought you were
I
building
see.
it here, and then I was like, it's a little weird that we're building it here since, you know,
Oh, true, yeah.
the breeding base is not here.
What I was wanting a hand with was making the Croesus solvent, and he just ran away from me.
Oh, I see, I see. I thought you needed help building the surgery table.
Oh. I need to go back to the other piece. Because I left the refined metal there.
That's why you start the building and then you stop the building.
Yeah, I thought I had it on me already.
I'm starving to death because I gave all of my food to everybody at the other base.
I'm proud of you.
And now the Arsox has decided he needs a break. Doesn't give a fuck. I'll breathe on it myself. Ah!
What you wanting to tell you,
Ah!
Near the center?
Put it near-ish. This probably, I guess. Here, put it over there. There you go.
Among us. We can do surgery now, the rain is gone.
Yep.
For Aloha, you were evolving.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get rid of his night owl? Finally. Give him insomnia.
Mm-hmm. Complete flip.
Well, not complete. He's awake at night.
And now he doesn't sleep.
Yep.
Before he slept during the day. Sometime. And the night.
What?
We get an excess of metal, I can replace these wells. But for now, it's fine.
Dim gong. I am gonna get the base and hope the ingots are finished making.
I'm still going through the meat. Also, I want to make a fishing pole. Plus, I feel like I'm missing something.
Okay, my love.
Yeah.
I can make a coal quarry.
Nice.
You want me to attach that next to the ore?
Yeah. As long as there's space for it. If not, then...
Yeah, yes, it's for it. There won't be space next to this, but it's within the circle. Entirely.
Alright, I'm about to set him to make salads.
And now we don't have to go out for coal. We don't have to go out for ore, stone, or regular wood. Soon it'll be sulfur. I think sulfur's the next one.
Yeah.
Ore mining 2 is the next
Quartz. Quartz is something we're gonna need soon.
one. Plug into sulfur quartz you don't get for ages. 52 is when you get the mine for that.
Quartz.
But we will need need that soon. I love you. Okay, I am going to head down.
Making this research table over here because I realized we didn't make this.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Ah, we need need a hot spring. Yeah.
There is one.
It is?
Yeah, there's two.
What?
Where are you at?
I'm behind you. At that top? Oh, I see. Nice. Oh, they're the good ones as well. Ah, Socks just wanted the rest of the
Oh
same.
my god, look, you could not deal with the fact that the Dumud beat you to the pool, could ya? You're like, fuck it, I'm joining with him. I leveled up.
Yep, yippee! Level 35. I'm gonna go downstairs.
I can
Get
make the
myself-
sphere assembly line.
Nice. We're just waiting on the refined metals. We have everything else here.
Jamaican Lambo. Corrosive solvent. Where does this This isn't ours.
Hmm?
Hello. Hello, buddy. Would you like to become part of the family? Alright.
I think he wants to become part of the family.
Oh shit.
No, we didn't.
Get out of here!
Bravo. Oh. Oh, nice. Grab it.
He's got the power of Gaia.
Pan join the server. I'm gonna go downstairs.
Just passed out in the house. I gotta pee. Wait, are you gonna go pee?
Okay, to keep them entertained.
Somebody stay here.
Pan's asking how is everyone? I'm gonna go downstairs, have some energy drink.
Okay.
Do you want food?
I want crackers. No, I want a granola bar. No, I want whatever the fuck is over there. If it's a granola bar, cool. If it's crackers, good. If it's whatever the fuck is in there, I want one.
I'll just give you one.
Oh my god, there's multiple things. I'm gonna have this and this and this. Snacks. No, we should put some lighting in here. It's really dark. What do you guys think? Think this place could use some lighting? I don't know if we even have. Ooh, that's good. I don't think we have the electric organs we need. read the chat. No. That was numbing. I don't think I ate today. If I eat today? No, this will be the first time I've eaten today. Do I see it?
Yeah.
Let's see what. Oh. Oh yeah. I love that. So these two emotes does make one of them look like the same bird. They're both the same. They're both the same emote. Oh, because of the eye color changes. That's funny.
I've done all these end talks.
I forgot the stuff.
Check that while I was downstairs. I also got myself the pasta because I felt like pasta. I'm starving. That's my purse. I don't know you.
I want to know if I could take other people's resources, like if they've got eggs on the ground or something, could I take them? I mean, I don't want to necessarily do that specifically for that reason, but okay, what do we need? What do we need? We just need refined ingots. We'll make the sphere assembly line. Tristan has been on top of shit. How are we doing on fiber and how are we doing on palladium? Palladium we have 350 or 536, 353. And fiber we have 437. It's not too shabby. We'll get more palladium so we can make more bowls. Actually, no, because we don't have a ton of stone right now. We'll just have this guy go over there and help make stone. Well, actually, he can get coal instead. Okay, my love, I love you. He left me. He hates me. I think I want to go to the desert. Actually, I want to go up here real quick. This would be good too. I need back resources. Wee. 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 Going to the snowy area. And by snowy area, I mean the tiny snowy area. You alright, babe? Are you okay? What that? Meat. On pasta. Yum yum. Beautiful man. Y'all know my husband's beautiful. He's the cutest
I feel
man I
like-
know.
Who's mine? No.
To be fair, I don't find most men cute. Wee. Good job. Oh. It's Wild Wars looks probably. First time. Oh. That Warsect is pissed off at the bees.
What about the birds?
Seems disappointed by the birds. Just the bees.
Just the bees. They didn't listen to Nicolas Cage saying not the bees.
Baby. My baby.
Everyone's being too nice. I can't put anyone at this. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why we throw love aggressively and not throw things at people because they're dicks. Okay, apparently. Excuse me, rude. Do you not see that I have mining here? I'm just like, fuck this Baron Runners. Wait, I want that. I want that. Let me have it.
Dang this.
Hey, get in there.
Alsoft is so slow at cooking up his refined metals. Mind if I swap the mold on him?
Do it. No, I asked you which one you would have preferred.
No, the problem was that, like, we don't really have any other good mine, and we were in a dire need of resources.
Oh no, I know. I do plan on going to the volcano to get some more stuff. I did just get a Van Worm crisp, but I don't know what that's good at.
Yum, yum, yum.
Oh right, I was gonna get a foxicle. I forgot. Hey, come back. Okay. Well, I got a female foxicle, so we just have to hope that the Reptero is male. Sugar, baby.
Okay, cool. I'm just chilling my base. Gonna be eating my pasta.
You're good. Enjoy your pasta.
Alright.
Okay, let me go get this shrine over here first. I'll just pick up this egg. Why not? Add it to my list of eggs in the egg roulette.
Oh, yippee. Egg roulette's gonna be going off.
Maybe.
Oh, wait, here's an idea, Nikki. What if you grab it and throw a child? They deserve it. Poison just grab it, so just kind of plain.
Don't throw a child at me, please.
I don't know what I got.
I don't know what I'd do with it. Let me move. Sorry. See it in the distance. Not predicting my movements, motherfucker.
So right. I saw a fight that had to be deboarded recently. But it said Victoria, but I don't know if it's Victoria here or Victoria as in like the Victoria in Canada, I think, or US or somewhere. Who knows when it comes to Reddit, because it's full of US defaultism in a lot of their articles and posts and.
Please.
But yeah, had to get deboarded because a child wouldn't stay in their seat.
People who
Keeping
can
it
have
in-
children and raise children properly are great. Great. But so many people don't. And I feel like the answer is not subjective. I feel like it's very specific.
If you know your child kicks and screams and stuff, you can go to a doctor before you get on a flight.
And get them some pills to knock their fucking asses out.
Get some sedatives. It's a very common thing among people with children with autism or ADHD.
Or people with pets.
People with pets, yeah. People with problems flying themselves. I feel like this is a creation of iPad babies. Because
I know why they cry on planes. Okay?
Yeah.
It's because the difference in air pressure, like, it fucking hurts me.
before they even took off.
Yeah.
Throwing a tantrum, not wanting to sit down in their seat. Air pressure for babies while they cry makes sense, yeah. It's painful. But, like, because it's such an easy access for iPads for a lot of parents, they just have iPad babies. When their child is,
Out of a plane? Yes.
yeah, throwing them hard enough to equalize the pressure in their ears so that they don't have pain. But because a lot of parents have the access to iPads to keep their kids distracted, when they're in an environment where their child can't have an iPad right now, the child hasn't learned how to exist without stimulation.
I want everybody to know that we are, of course, giving this, we are saying all of this not having children ourselves.
Yes.
Okay, so we do not have children. I'm sure that everybody's got their reasons and their circumstances and blah 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 blah. But
don't
from
have no idea.
from a perspective of not having children, we do not like the idea of iPad babies. My sister has kids who my nibblings, they are very highly iPad kids. Like, it is very much like they go somewhere and they don't have their freaking iPad, they'll start crying and everything like that until they get their iPad, and then that's the only way to get them to shut up. Right? Is there other ways that could be done? Probably. Before iPads existed, you know, I mean, there were, you know,
Now
but
they've gotten used to the iPads, they need the stimulation.
I do not have, I cannot say I would do any better. I would probably also be like, shut the fuck up, take this iPad, you
Yes.
know? That's why I'm not a parent.
We are making the responsible decision to not bring
Life into the world where that we cannot, that we're not mentally
Fair.
prepared to, like, deal with that shit all the time.
You made that decision long before you met me.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just kids aren't the big ornamental. Kids are expensive as well. Hard enough out here without having to be responsible for
It's tough out here for a gangster, man.
yeah. Living in his gangster's paradise.
Yeah. Can't be a gangster with kids.
I am in need of charcoal, but it's not necessarily necessary right now. I could do this instead.
I am trying to find a.
I'll do this one instead. Go to the floor, do some research. You're a smart lample.
try and find the repped hero.
And yeah, it's just, and it's not necessarily an individual parent's fault. It's just the way parenting as a society has changed.
Yeah.
Like, you're heavily discouraged from disciplining your children. It's positive reinforcement and affirmation. And a lot of people just don't know how to do
Don't
that.
shut the fuck up. I might accidentally run you over with my car.
You have a car?
So don't have children, so I mean, this is a very purely hypothetical conversation.
True, yeah. Okay, we're almost at the refined ingots needed for give these berries to you. Go over here. Pokecatch Ultra Ball there. You can scream it as loud as you want. Oh, it's a Ditto.
He was really excited. Barton's trying to get us to do naughty things to Axel.
I got the Ditto. Fuck all of you.
Okay.
Sorry, Lucy.
I am. Sugar. Go! Don't kill him though, okay? No, he started throwing ice and for some reason I was like, no, it's an ice pal. Ah. But I realized that she's not an ice pal. She's just has a nice ability. Do you have any water abilities? Yeah, do bubble blast.
Water the dog. Don't you like water?
No! My rep 0 killed Trick. I swear to God, Tricker's defense has got to be like 0.
Probably. Fighting stuff like around the same level.
No. No, it's quite a level difference there.
If it actually had good defense, it might survive a stack or 2 more.
God damn, this motherfucker don't want to be caught. Yeah. Alright.
You got him?
Yep.
Nice.
Jesus fucking Christ. I had to go for the boss one, didn't I?
running around the starting area getting fucking buried.
I had to pull Nimbus back really quick because Nimbus was about to fucking die. And I'm like, how am I gonna get out of here?
Yeah, it really is like that. When you rely heavily on your mount for movement and you don't have a backup.
I'm gonna run into guys. There's some might be another Voltron. No, no,
Egg.
that does not mean stop and try and blow water at this fucking thing.
The huge eggs can be Moldrons, they can be Blazermons. Both of those are amazing.
Oh. Well, I thought I grabbed a large egg. Damn.
Large egg?
The large egg was the Moldron, and I thought a Blazemut was
Oh,
a.
you're
I thought a
right.
Blazemut was a pretty like a huge egg was a, pretty much guaranteed Blazemut.
You are right, yeah, you are right. I thought I grabbed a huge egg, but I'm pretty sure it was a large egg, and I think it was the huge verdant egg is what I got.
I think the normal large egg is also. I think a normal large egg maybe, or normal fire egg is Pyron, but I don't remember. It could be bad.
I think it can be a Pyron or a couple of things.
Oh, never mind. Normal, I think, is gonna be like the flock.
Could be the, I think yeah, I think it can be the Flock. I think it can be the Pyron. I think is the green one, the large. I think Flock and
Oh, look, it's nighttime. Good night, everybody.
Yippee! Kaye murder night. Fucker.
oh, struggle.
Attack support whistle. I will be making that.
Oh, Socks, what's up with you?
Yeah. He's in my PAL box. Gonna make him Borg a fox. Sickle.
Okay, I am. Oh,
Assuming it's a him, I actually don't know the gender.
okay, we need a little bit more, please. Okay, so I can put the. I'm happy to put the Arsox back on that, and the Moldron can get back to mining.
What did that? Paladin for purity. The dimensional storage is shared among guild mates unless you make it private though. So I was wondering like what she was talking about. Keep all of their stuff separate. I was like, but they're still gonna be working together? I'm confused.
I think they're just gonna have like bases next to each other so they can still like share things. I don't know. I don't know you just like Bobby Hill. That's my purse. Leave me alone. I don't even know you. Kicking
balls. That's self-defense.
Shit. I landed on this middle bit. I didn't even mean to land on that middle bit, but I did it, and I survived.
Do you mean to have the food chest not storing any ingredients here?
Yeah, because they keep putting fucking all the ingredients in there. So I figure I put some food in there manually, like put the berries in there manually every once in a while.
Yeah. Yeah. I just did that. Yum, 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 yum. You can eat now. Don't worry,
They keep eating all the eggs.
What is wrong with this arseholes? Yeah. Do we need? Oh wait, yeah, we do. What is wrong with you? Eyes are bloodshot. Something is wrong with it. It doesn't say anything other than just starving. That's fine. Okay. I know my next plan. Blah. Steven Universe? Oh. It's better than Steven Galaxy.
Trying to get over this goddamn way shrine.
That's where the song's from.
I'm gonna fall!
Just say no, my love. No.
Bitch, let me fucking climb, you hoe bag.
American boy. Boy. From America. Hell, then I should know what time. I'm pretty sure I just gave me more missensations starting more fights.
They should know what time, I'm pretty sure.
Misinform the masses. That's all you need to do. Okay.
God damn it. Yep, that's what I wanted to do. Thank you. I wanted to leave Nimbus up there. I want to leave him up there, and then me go back down to the bottom to climb back up.
Disassemble the sphere assembly line because we are about to get the sphere assembly line too. When do we get the refined... Oh! 39 is when we get the refined metal chest. And... Ooh, that's an upgrade. That's a big upgrade.
What?
Ore mining site 2.
Yes, it's gonna be amazing.
Do you want it in the same location? Do you want me to put it in the same spot?
Yeah, just remove the first one. Wait, no.
It's too big.
Yeah.
Gonna have to rework some.
I'm coming.
It's okay.
No, I'm coming home now. I got to where I needed to go. Damn it.
Fuck you. I'm gonna go independent.
What's that?
You're so beautiful. He's staring at me. Where are we wanting it? I also disassembled the coal one, which is right next to it.
Go put the resources away.
Resources are alright.
shit.
Other
Right,
base?
okay.
I'll go deal with that.
Put it here. In the center here. You're gonna put what where? What do you mean? You're gonna deal with what?
The B guard and oh my god, they're not doing well at the other base.
Okay, well, I can't craft the thing you just left because you were in the middle of fucking crafting.
Middle of the
The
here?
center bit, babe.
I think the stairs are in the way.
Okay, give me a minute. Let me put these guys in storage and then they heal.
I think it is. I'm just gonna move the gates either side of it.
Yep.
Just try this. It's gonna be a little bit annoying. Coal, stone, and the logging to put back. I can put the coal wherever. Would I have coal back here? Yeah, we could have coal on the opposite side again.
Alright. Put coal here.
Too close to... That deal with this.
You wrote it.
That?
Boy.
No!
I did it again. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Gotta...
Very easy to fix.
Oh, that's good. It's good you got more than 100 coal. More than double the coal, because I just am carrying it, it seems.
Yeah, I got like 200. It was like 200 each trip I took. I'll rebuild the summoning altar. I'll probably swap around the seer assembly line and the production assembly line. In that? Oh.
Yep.
I like the production one being closest to the this station. The pillbox.
Okay. Then to deal with it being a little bit longer. I could try and get this as far back to the wall as possible, but then I would like overlap the stairs a little bit.
This is fun.
This one? Cool. The weapon one will literally only be built when we need
A weapon.
when we need either the weapon or when we need the bench to level up the facility. The power box. I will get the summon altar back down after this as well. No, it doesn't take long to build. And Lamball's putting some work in right now, doing all the research, being a nerd.
Can you imagine how fast Celine would have that shit done? Isn't that the handyworking one?
Yep.
Oh yeah. I could take care of that in like in no time. Look.
Can't return Lambo.
Oh yeah.
So much
Yeah.
faster. Lambo was doing like 60 each tick.
Oh no.
He's doing his best.
He is doing his best.
He's got demon guard. He's all built for combat. Cat, we can level up the belt. Okay. 2 of these are easy, and I was thinking of maybe having them anyway. Hardwood, ooh. Easy to get, but we just don't have it yet.
You want me to go get it?
I'm just looking for the next research. We need a refined metal chest, a refrigerator, and 3 large pal beds.
I have unlocked the PAL beds.
That also requires hardwood. We're gonna need at least 25 hardwood.
Okay. I'll go work on it.
Yeah. Anything extra is fine. Alright, we'll work on the circuit boards and cryogenic coolant.
I mean, Nimbus has always been so fucking excited to help me with lumbering. And I'm just never fucking lumbering. So now, there you go. Look at eager to help with logging.
And that handwork research is so fast. Yes, we have enough. This one. There's another task for Celine when she gets back eventually, but oh yeah, I'll reassign people to their jobs. Mining. World.
Do you think that maybe the reason that all of the deer-like creatures do lumbering is because all they had to do was like reuse the same animation for the bone structure?
Probably.
Because they probably have humanoid animation for things, and they have quadruped animations for things. And if they have a quadruped animation for what it looks like to hit a tree, it makes sense that...
Yeah,
Okay.
it would.
My weapon is
You're right.
dodged.
I'm not gonna need
Can I upgrade my weapons?
your weapon.
Not my weapons, my tools.
Maybe?
I'll let you know how much it costs. The reason I ask is because I just chopped a bunch of wood, but I think he's breaking. This is also not the base I meant to go to.
You will when the Arsox finishes He's on break right now. He's making enough, but we don't currently have it. Making some polymer.
Again, knew this shit was gonna fucking happen, you lazy fox.
Yeah. That's with the password on it.
Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah.
They're like, I know the password. It was easy to guess. 0000, easy.
Let me go to the other base because I think something got an ulcer. Yep. Okay. Oh, sucks, buddy. Have this.
Let me say insane.
Why aren't they resting?
Why aren't what resting? Oh, when they're tired? Yeah, I don't know. They should be on relaxed, right?
Yeah, in this farm.
Is it relaxed?
Oh, they're slowly. It is relaxed, yeah.
Is there food in the thing?
There's food, yeah. The problem started when the food ran out, but I put more food in there. I'm manually having to pick up the B guard and the RSOC and throw them in so they don't hurt themselves.
Yeah. It's like they eat just enough to not be starving, and then they go back to work, and then they leave because they're fucking starving again. And it's like, are you ever even getting time to do any work?
Yeah. Typically, we don't have good food currently. Good thing though is when you chop them in the hot tub.
Actually, did RSOX finish the salad?
He's mostly finished with the salad.
Put the salad in there.
Yeah.
That helps with work stuff too.
I can leave that. But I would just keep food ticked because food means you can just.
That's fine. Fair enough. I don't have it set up to where they can move this stuff out of the thing though. They'll still have to put the stuff in there manually. But it'll be easier.
I do still think maybe like having a fridge or somewhere, even if we don't pull it,
Yeah.
could be worth it just to store food.
Yeah.
Easy to find with the foods.
I agree.
Or the mud gill.
So just
It looks so in pain when it's just cracking out.
what's his farming?
Currently 4.
Wait till we get him to 10.
Yeah, it'll be like it was in the other game.
I
Before
saw
we
another
start.
I saw another
They're in good conditions now.
I saw another Duma guild. I was at the volcano. I contemplated getting it. Maybe I should have.
Condensing them to 4 stars is pretty good. I like my wine just a little bit, just a lot, just very nice.
can't wait till there's a fan art of you with a lamb bald head.
I will love it. If someone does that, I will make my profile picture.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I need this.
Oh yeah, I haven't made this as well. I think after the subathon's over and we can swap our profile pictures back, I'm just because it's so much easier, I'm gonna have a different profile picture than you.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand.
21 guns. Gun, 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 gun.
Just, you know. Oh, whoops, my bad. Accidentally clicked this to be mean. Hi, Gary.
You want the pickaxe as well?
Can't make it yet. This is
I
for
mean,
you.
Yeah, I need to.
I only replaced the axe really quick because that's the one that's broken.
Yeah, smart. You can sell your old one to Budget Gay. I would use that. I was about to make one of those as well. I was like, I don't have the three slots for it, so that's one thing I haven't bought from the dog coin though. I will.
I still have one more slot. I want to use it.
Ooh. My love?
Yep.
One of us or both of us need to go to Sanctuary one.
Yeah, to get the bark. Hell yeah. Are either one of us flying right now?
I can make a Ragnarhawk saddle. I'm gonna need one of those as well. That's one thing we don't have here is a saddle workbench.
Oh yeah, that's true.
See a spot that we can put it. Wouldn't be too bad. I don't even think I unlocked that. I didn't.
What?
I didn't even unlock the Pelgear workbench.
Oh look, we can go ahead and start making carbon fiber. It has begun.
Yeah.
The Ring of Trust I want.
Yes. Ring of Trust.
That's gonna be my last accessory.
I want to see what I need for this Ragnarhawk saddle.
Oh babe, here, I accidentally took your fishing pole.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, here, where you at?
I need more flame organs. Flamen organ.
Flaming organs, and also,
Thank you.
so it does look like there's no food in here. I'll give
Oh
them
no, we
this.
ran out of food.
Lord.
They're hungry. Let me see about enhancements. What do we have? 4 water and 1 planting. Water is not what we're after really though, right now. It's honestly growth speed. We could do with a Lulu or
Yeah, we could.
Lulu and Cornelia.
I will make an attempt. Alright, hold on. Let me put this wood away. I will go get a Lulu. Hold on, wait. How many spheres do I have?
Do you want some Ultra Spheres?
Yes.
I've got a few. By few I mean like literally 3.
I will put somebody else on medicine while I'm gone.
Oh nice, you did the thing to get the toolbox. I will unlock the toolbox.
I'll put the valet on medicine. It's clumsy, but it's fine. I need panic. Did I sort my own box just now?
Possibly.
Sugar, where are you? Sugar. There you are.
I need to go to the volcano area, which I made a bunch of spheres to go on a hunt for
Who are
fire
these two?
powers.
Oh my god, the Foxicle and the Reptile are both girls. God damn it. Fine, it's fine. Lulu first.
Okay, I am gonna go try and catch / kill a bunch of fire powers on the volcano, just so I can get a bunch of flame organs, just so I can make my Ragnarhawk saddle, so then I can be a flyer, and then after that I can go and get Bark, because you currently can't fly until you get your Selene saddle, right?
Right.
I don't know if you're gonna get
What else is strong against Grias?
Grass is just fire, I believe.
Would Ignis Rage be too much for Lulu?
For
Lulu.
who? It'd be hard to hit the Lulu, but it depends on the. I don't know.
Come here, Lulu. Where you at? I know you're at
I
level
know
57,
Fireball will
but
do much.
so sorry, Sugar. You're gonna have your shit wrecked.
Sugar doo 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 doo. Sugar doo doo doo.
Oh, oh, barely fucking touched her.
Ignis Rage.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Well, not Ignis Rage. The other one, Volcanic Rain.
Ah.
Okay. All right. Nope. 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 Sorry. My bad. Oh shit! That was on me.
Oh, you still have Herbie?
Yes. Damn it! I'm down again.
I will make my way as fast as possible. I don't have that shrine next to you. I don't think I'll make it in time, even if I went. Maybe it would be close.
Lulu, why are you like this?
Lulu, wake up! You can blame it on.
Lulu, come back. She's fully healed. Not that that fucking took long at all. Oh, no, she's not fully healed. But to be fair, it didn't really take much down on her either, so... Ultra Sphere is not good enough for her.
Yeah, you're gonna be looking at legendary or even ultimate.
Lucy, I am currently dead. I am trying to crawl back to the stand, to the thing right now. Do you think now was the time to redeem care package? Do you think I can just... Oh, yeah, let me just... I know that I'm on a timer to get myself to a safe space. But, let's just stop, drink some water, stretch. Bitch, motherfucker.
I care for you. In the most. No, she bled to death fully.
No, it's okay. I did it on purpose. I just needed to get out of the realm, get out of the way of Lulu.
She purposefully died. Oh yeah, I still haven't grabbed this Sakurajima Relaxosaurus effigy.
Oh my god, me either.
David. I do know that if you press abandon the
What? Okay, okay. Do you think I'll have a better chance of catching her now that she is asleep?
maybe. Aiko almost gets a Russian accent. It's hilarious.
What do you mean?
My wife is amazing.
I'm confused.
Come over to you, my nep. Oh my god! Ignore me, suit, see
Get in the fucking pool, you...
Hey, look, that's
I don't even know what do you mean by Russian accent. I mean, I know what a Russian accent is, but Lulu is the most adorable whore I've ever seen.
0.08% chance. Let's go.
I'm out.
We'll go. Soften her up with a fireball. Oh my god, a second. Okay, I mean, I'll take her flowers. Talia showed up because the Lulu hit it and then killed her.
Oh no.
Oh well, that's fine. I only had regular hell spheres. Okay, oh,
Here's what I'm thinking now. We go get the glasses, right? Make sure that Sugar's actually not trash, which I am all but guaranteed this bitch's defense is like 0.
probably be.
Actually, it does concern me a little bit. I am looking at her stats right now. Her defense is higher than her attack. I don't think that's normal.
Some pals are like that, but not a lot. She could just have terrible attack. She could just be terrible all around.
She could
as
just be
well.
trash. She could be absolute trash. What would I do if she was trash? I'd use the fruits.
Use the fruits. Your other option is to
I have already given her some really fancy skill fruits, okay?
yes, you're not gonna make her into juice. So fruits it is. We could do the Terraria dungeon and
But
get
we
more.
could absolutely do the Terraria dungeon. I need to go to this base, grab some fucking berries. Oh my god, guys, we only have 41 minutes left on the subathon.
Oh wow, we're in the last 41 minutes? Dang.
We're in the last 41 minutes of the entire fucking subathon, guys. And then it's over. It's done. No more subathon. You won't be able to give us subs anymore. So if you want to donate 23 subs to at least get us to the first stretch goal, that'd be really awesome.
But you do not have
You don't
to.
have to.
Make sure you take care of yourself. We're already
like
fucking
amazed.
ecstatic.
I just wanted to say, the first ones there were already 2 into the stretch goals. So 23 would be the next stretch goal. So if anybody wanted to, I had the ability to, I could rob somebody. Who can I rob? Gary. I'm gonna rob Gary. Gary, give me your money. Sorry.
Gary, that's rich.
Gary's like, I'm just a lurker. I don't even chat. I just want the Pokemon. Which is fair.
I have got something that's gonna be really nice
Oh.
for the ranch. Healthy Ignis.
Oh, that is going to be really nice.
Got Hooligan though, so gonna have to change that. While I'm here, if I see any, might as well take the large sculpture next.
Who's our planter?
Hmm?
Who's our planter? Do we have a brown cherry?
Planter is currently below her.
Why is our planter below her? He should be the gatherer.
No, below her the bronze cherry. Yeah, it's a regular bronze cherry. I went and call it.
Okay. That's fine. I think we might need more planters. I don't know, like, yeah, maybe. Yes, because, like, dude, there's, like, the planting is so slow. That's not good. Okay, hold on. Hut. Didn't need more in there. Planting has gone up because of the Patalia, but the Patalia is not planting. What is the Patalia doing? Hut. Hut. Patalia, you should not be doing anything. Don't be transporting. Don't be fucking transporting. We have dedicated transporters. This should be going on a lot faster than it is. I think she's been transporting. We need to increase, we need to start doing planting researches.
Planting what?
Planting researches.
Yeah, probably. Any research you want to start, you can look at if you're at the workshop and see what we need, and I'm happy to go fetch things. I'm a good Tristan like that.
You...
I'm a terrible Tristan. I'm the worst.
Worst
I am.
Tristan I know, and the best.
She only knows one.
We need ancient PAL manuscripts.
Ancient Power manuscripts?
Yep.
That's expeditions.
Yeah, well, I can't run an expedition because you have like half of a team queued up.
Oh, you can't.
No, I tried to fill in the rest, but it wouldn't let me.
Okay, that's good to know. The problem I was having was I didn't have enough flame pals to actually send it.
I don't know if I do either.
So let me come back and catch some more get flame organs. I'll be able to get my Ragnarhawk saddle, which is gonna be goodbye Dire House.
I am gonna go catch a foxicle really quick.
The boss one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I need... Fuck! I forgot sugar.
Need five?
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna run in there and throw a ball. No, I need a male foxicle. And I tend to always get a male from this boss.
Ow!
Is Alan chat? Alan chat?
No, I got a boo boo. I didn't roll at the right time, so I got hit by an attack from a job finning.
Figured that one out. Are you good?
Dead? Yes.
I know you were dead. I mean, are you good? Do you need me to come back?
No, fine. It's easy to get my stuff, and if I wasn't just trying to traumatize them with Pelspheres, I would have killed them. I would have killed them much quicker.
Yeah. Hi, Lucy. Thank you for the nuggies. Maybe later I will have real nuggies.
In a while since we've had nuggies.
To be fair, like, I haven't really had my barbecue sauce.
We have
With baby rays.
did we run out before?
No,
don't
last
know if
time
it's
it was because of tempura. I didn't want tempura nugget stuff
Yeah.
because it has an odd texture.
I know we can get that barbecue sauce just across the road, even if we're out. Once calls opens, I can go over. Which will be in an hour and
Excuse
14
me,
minutes.
Monsieur Foxicle, do you have a penis? Monsieur Foxicle, penis do you have? Do you have a penis? Look at me. Look at me. Do you have a penis? Look.
Oh.
Look, it just simple look. Panic, get him. Don't kill him.
Look for the people. I hate how you can't tell the boss a PP or not.
Still don't know, but it's a slacker. That's fabulous. I really, really want a slacker on my minor and potential fucking. God damn it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go catch a different one.
This is my last resort.
You the fuck guy? What? Sorry.
Yeah, got my Ragnarhawk saddle. Means my Sky Howl is getting replaced, and I will never use it again. They're much better on food now that they actually have salads. They eat a lot less. Go to this one. Get all of those.
I'm gonna AFK at the base.
Oh.
Yeah. I keep thinking fuck yeah, and I really want to make a fuck yeah thing. I'm out, but
And now you are going to.
yeah.
Alright, this team.
Problem is I need a flock. I don't have a flock.
Guy. What aside? Do I have the firehouse?
To take screenshots. He's like moving stuff, I guess. He's transporting. Can you look happy for like a second, please?
Yeah, I can't interact with that because I think you interact with that, but that's more than fine.
I'm
I am
here.
gonna make my way to the sanctuary.
Pet.
Het. Rockromia? Het Rockromia. I am feeling nice and awake now. That energy drink hit the spot. The entire time I've been like,
Tristan, can you come up to the roof?
the roof?
Yes.
The roof? The roof is on. Oh. Let's do this
now. Get it. It's been so long. Wee. Hello, honey.
Are you capable of petting this duck?
Capable of petting it?
Yes.
No. Can't even see it.
Okay. I'm going to put this in the box, and I'm gonna need you to take it out, and then you two pet it.
Why
Because
Oh.
I'm trying to get a screenshot, and I'm too fucking close to it when I do it. I'm not in the position I need to be.
Fuck you.
Oh, shit, my bad. You're not gonna be able to get there.
Okay. Taking up to the roof?
Yeah. There's not as much clutter up there, and he's not trying to run away from me.
Quack, quack. Yes, I can pet him.
Okay, try again.
I'll try and keep the same angle, because...
He just always looks pissed.
You don't look happy?
Surely one of those is good. Yeah, I don't know. Figure it out. It's fine.
You can
Thank you
spam
for
him.
your help,
You're welcome,
your
honey.
assistance. I'm now going to hang out in this.
I'm now gonna throw this frog off the roof.
Do what you gotta do.
Fuck you!
Oh no!
No work suitability for lumbering. And a million lumber yard. So you said you wanted.
I don't know why this horse is like this. He's being very
Um,
sussy.
Can you go to at any point in time the expedition station and either start an expedition or change?
I can do that right now.
Cool. Because I think because you interacted with it while my pals were in there, it's now like you've also interacted with it, and I can't put pals in there anymore. Otherwise,
It says there's nothing in there now.
Yeah, can you change what where we're going to? I don't have enough fun.
Oh, I also don't have enough power bells. Alright, 141.
That's perfect.
Wait. I need a grass power.
Just one more?
Yeah.
There you go. Last one. Bye-bye, Diff Monkey vanished. He was going to repair something. That's what my dude was working on.
Whoa. Look, I know that he's the strongest out of she's the strongest out of everything, but you can't just take sugar on your adventure.
Yes, yeah, yep.
It was only 141 because sugar was participating. Let's see what it goes down to now.
Heads will roll, but there's a sacrifice given to me. Hello, Whitmore. How you doing? It's raining quite heavily.
Oh my god, that is fucking wild. I removed sugar, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is now 110%.
Sugar alone is 30-something%.
I think that's like all of my pals now, so. Except for the ones in my pocket. Alright. Now I shall stare at this expedition station while I do things over in the.
Most of tonight is probably going to be raining.
I am hating it right now, actually. It's making me really anxious, and I don't know why.
you want me to shut the windows?
Yes, that would be great. Is that why it's so fucking loud?
Probably.
It is so loud and it's stressing me out.
Better. Shut now. Now it sort of blends in with the sound of the fan on our PC and the AC going.
I'm gonna say not really, but like, what can you do?
It's just loud today. I'm sorry.
Okay, not your fault.
Who is this? Oh my god. It's Case.
That's what we're doing.
Huh?
Switching to this, so I didn't want people to be confused because. Alright, I gotta remember where the fuck I put the screenshots. Steam. Wait. Yep, Steam.
I've never seen
Users.
this one before.
Steam. Data? No. Steam. Steam library? Steam apps? No. I think it's this one.
This
Oh,
person's
take it
wanting me
there.
to. Oh, glutton or bottom stomach.
Steam. Hashed? I don't remember. Steam apps?
No, user before Steam apps. You offer screenshots, right?
User data?
User data, yeah.
Okay, I see. And then 760 remote.
760 remote, and then 13 something. You say the number, I'll probably remember. It should be one of the most recently accessed
You
files.
say that, but it doesn't do it that way. Otherwise, it would be this one, and this one is Skyrim.
Yeah, but I believe it was. It's the last time the file was modified, is what that listed as.
Because it's saying the last thing modified was in May.
Yeah, it doesn't always modify, but usually it modifies. Hang on, let me find my one. It's like 137 something.
1325860.
Might be that one.
No, that's YouTube Studio.
60 remote.
Terraria. Ooh, it's nice seeing those. I haven't seen those in a minute.
That one.
That's Core Keeper.
Oh, it was 162.
Okay, found it. It was the next one I was about to check. Just Sabaton. Alright, we're gonna open up all these so you guys can see all the fucking duck pictures I took. See, that was a good
It's
one.
gonna be the best track you.
That's not too shabby. Well, it's not fwack you, it's fwack yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Oh,
That was pretty good, I think. That was shit. That one you're stabbing with a pickaxe. That one's just the back of you. No.
you like me stabbing it with a pig.
That one doesn't look super excited. This one he looks excited. But also, like, I need to, like, merge them in a way. Because I want more of the body. Maybe I shouldn't have the body. Maybe it should be close up like that.
Could be a close up of his face, yeah.
Or maybe he should look pissed off. And it should be fwack you. Should it be
We could
fwack
have
you or
both.
fwack yeah? Okay.
We could have both.
I'll start a poll.
Whack you, whack yeah, or both.
which would require two.
Yeah, I don't want both.
Yeah, I am on the island. I will be getting a bunch of flowers while I'm here.
I'm giving 2 minutes. Everybody vote. Flack you or flack yeah. This one's terrible. Tristan, I like your pickaxe. It's in the middle of a duck. Fuck. Whack.
Just for fair and even and like completely fair voting, neither of us will be voting on
Yeah.
this. Both is good. I agree, both is good, but
No, because if I do both, then I have to use both slots, and I don't wanna.
I've got slots.
I guess. Yeah, I could do both then.
You don't have to though. Quack yeah.
I like that one too. So good.
I got us a Elgrove
Oh, that one's
as well.
cute. Also cute. That is cute.
Hey, damn, it is that, even though you should be making a lighter gun monster. I guess you're just not great at your job.
Because Flack you is winning. Vote then. Teasing because Flack you is winning. Is it? Get rid of this one. On that one. Flack you wins with 1. It's yeah, I see that. Oh lordy.
That might kill him. Yep. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Really sucks that there's no purpose to killing these drones.
Tristan, which one of these says Flack you? Or
Mm.
is it this one? No, I don't think it's this one. Imagine it's like this. It's like flipped. Hold on.
Just trying to decide the side profile.
See,
Making it
I
cool.
tend to like flipping it this way because it's like looking at you,
Yeah.
like it's looking at you from chat, but this is like looking at you directly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like the. I think the flipped is good.
This one? Okay.
Yeah.
I also like this one. It's like duplicate this. That one's cute, but is it like Okay, which one says Fuck yeah more?
I like the close up, it's cute. That one? That's very helpful, Lucy.
Whose does that?
I think Lucy likes them both.
The close up. Okay.
Yeah, the close up one, I agree with, yeah.
I'm gonna do both. One for your channel, one for mine.
Let's go.
I don't want you guys thinking I'm doing something fucking crazy because I am just gonna fucking be color selecting this shit. I am not an artist and I'm not gonna fucking pretend to be.
Jank emote, best emote. Whack, yeah. Whack you. Whack. Okay, I'm returning with more than enough ancient bark.
Oh, good.
We will be able to get our glasses.
Okay, if we do this then. Tidy it up later.
Dun, Yeah. Got a Starfruit 1 from Saving Harold.
Nice. I'm glad you pointed that out to me because if you did not, I would have been like, hey, I told you not to find them. I am mega bitch of life.
What would I even use it on? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna save it for now and use it on a pal later.
Down,
Go
down, down.
down.
You can go when you down, down, down.
Unnecessary. It would be funny in the last minute, like someone drops like 100. Look, that would be indeed nice.
I'm just
Do we?
saying, we got 9 minutes for those who feel like donating. No pressure. Or all the pressure depends on how you work. Some people work better under pressure.
Stop thinking. Yeah, some people do at the end of the subathons, but it's like the only thing we expect is for people to take care of themselves. Not even we do that. I'm so sick.
What?
Hmm?
That you're sick.
Yeah, I'm fully sick, bro.
All right, all right. How you doing? Why is my notifications not working?
Horton, did you? Lumi might need to be restarted.
Apparently. Well, thank you.
We'll just do a acapella. Lizard.
Lizard, lizard, lizard. Oh, there it goes.
Lizard.
There it goes.
Lizard.
It took a minute for it to catch up. It only did 2 lizards, though. Only. Oh, no, no, there goes another one.
Oh, there we go.
Lizard.
Oh, it's only when keyboard goes off. It was a bit slow.
It's catching up. It's catching up. Lizard. 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 Should I be putting more? I should feel like I should be putting more pressure on people. I guess you guys got some time now. You guys got a little bit of time now, okay? 13 subs to go, and we've got Community Chooses a Model add-on.
That can be like things
But
we
it's
can
okay. We got
attach.
about an hour for you guys to think about it. Say thank you to Horton.
Thank you, Horton.
I need the yellow. This is gonna be
Thank you, Horton.
jacked up. Thank you. It means a lot. I will say I was mostly joking.
We're mostly
It's one of those. I'm just kidding, unless.
It's an empty hope. Like,
There's hope.
don't say no.
But no-
There's hope.
Thank
But
you.
it's like, thank you, Horton. Can we get 1 million subs or dollars? I'll take 1 million subs, please.
Yeah, that's more than $1 million.
I can just give a sub in 2 days. It's okay, Jess. It's okay.
I'm sorry, but 2 days. It's gonna be too late.
It's too late to apologize.
You can give a sub anyways in 2 days. Ah, fuck. Or shall I say fuck?
Quack. My love, my angel, my everything.
Oh my god, I'm in trouble. What the fuck? What? What's up?
I am coming to you.
Are you? That's great.
Yeah, do it on Monday at 5 a.m. Here you go, my love.
What are you giving me?
Give you a gift.
Okay.
I know you're currently busy.
No, I'm tapping back in. It's fine. What's that? What do you give me?
I'll drop it again.
I love it. Okay. All right, guys, we gotta swap back to the game really quick because reasons.
We must know.
We must know. It's important. And I refuse to learn without you guys. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay. I've got the Paltamber glasses, guys. Yes, I was trying to eat them. I wanted to put them in my food slot. Thank you for understanding. The fuck? Okay. I knew it! She's trash!
What are his stats?
I knew it.
What are his stats?
65, 10, 8.
She's tanky in the health department. Oh, not even. Oh my god. What about my Lambo? What's my Lambo like?
Okay. 76, 73, 48.
Not too bad.
Pretty good. I knew she was trash. Fucking knew it. What about my Herbie? 61, 10, 49. Could be better. Celine, what about Celine? 34, 56, 33. Ugh.
Yeah, it's been
I got a bunch
unlucky
of
this time.
trash pals, man. Panic. 74, 54, 70. The best thing I've got so far. Nimbus. 65, 10, 47. Jesus Christ.
This has just been like
Trash.
the opposite of last time.
Yeah, all my other stuff was good.
On our
Let me see.
on our
Alright, what else do you
servers,
want to know?
they're going great.
If you want the B guard, it's 47, 97, 87.
That's actually pretty good attack and defense. Attack and defense are more important stats than health, but health is much easier to get.
Let me check that Sparket that I bred.
Tristan.
Oh, that's where it got it from. The Sparket has 8 defense. Got a hype chest, guys. Got a hype chest. Do you want to see it? You want to see what I got?
I'd love to see what you got. I don't get a high chest because I didn't contribute.
It's a camera.
Oh my god, captured in
Video.
4K.
That's not 4K. You're not gonna get 4K out of that. That's gonna be 480p.
Captured in 4K.
Nice.
It's just 4 different Karens.
Okay, now I flip back. Trying to work on my fuck. What the fuck?
Too generous, Horton.
Angry.
But we wouldn't complain if other people were also r/choosing beggars.
We are
Should
the
I put the-
choosingest of beggars.
Oh, should I put the Amione in the base up here?
Yeah, sure.
Because that increases watering. 4 pals. I mean, and not
You're beautiful.
Sure.
That's for sure.
Unless I put a Clovian. Clovian.
Every
Oh, do you think I should put a Clovian to get more gathering?
day, but I'm not. I mean, the gathering's pretty good with the Bron Berloha. Bon Berloha.
Oh yeah, the Beloha has 5 gathering by default. To get up to 6, which would be a big increase. Yeah. Put this diet lava, Clovian, make the Beloha even better. I wanted to do the last 23 subs, but I need gas money for the rest of it.
No, bruh, you were
Okay,
fine.
you didn't even have to do that. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
You are absolutely fine. Oh my god.
And it pains me so much to tell that
Met some incredible people.
know me that way.
We-
That my love is right. Yeah. That my love is true. Fly away. I don't know where my home. I don't know where my home is. And every time you feel I'm like a bird, I wanna fly away. I don't know where I'm still live. I don't know where my home. This is a bucket walk. I mean, it's doing something. Say goodbye. Just every
13
time
more to
you
go until the
try
first stretch.
to tell me
Oh.
that you love me. Each and
I
every
thought they're gonna
single
make me
day,
cry again.
you know I wanna have to eventually. Okay. I have something.
Hmm?
All right, everybody. And Tristan, let me know if you're okay. Actually, hold on. I'll ask him first.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, we are agreed that if we reach the first stretch goal, we will. Hold on, let me put my mic off. If we reach the, if we get 13 more subs and reach the first stretch goal, we will extend the subathon by another day.
Yep.
Think that sounds pretty good.
Ooh.
Yeah. The extra incentive.
Yeah, man, bro. You also said your family doesn't let you spend money online as well, even if you had it.
the the control that your family has in your life concerns me at times.
It potentially is good.
It's potentially good, but I don't. It doesn't mean it doesn't concern me.
Autism and ADHD. And have you been like assessed to have like
L-
bad financial um decision making?
I'm not sitting here saying that I'm not saying that it concerns me as a streamer, you're not going to give me money type of deal. That's not what I mean at all. I mean it more in the like,
You have very little independence when it comes to
yeah.
money. Yeah, I feel like it might be a similar situation to like
Are you, what is the word that I'm looking for? It's like a
you spend
not a
IRL time or
guardianship, not a guardianship. It's like it's something. God damn, I forgot what it's called. Are your are your parents your guardians even as adults? There's a word for it. I'm just blanking on it.
yeah, it sounds like that. It's typically done a dependency thing.
That I just live with them because I can. Well, that's why I'm wondering.
Oh,
I
no.
know that that can be a thing with adults too. I'm just curious. Um,
Like a
yeah,
trust fund.
kinda, but not. No, not a trust fund.
Basically, a poor person's trust fund.
No, I guess it would be. No, it's more like you've been deemed not able to care for yourself,
Yeah, not financially
not
capable.
financially necessarily, but you've deemed whatever kind of, you're not
Yeah.
capable of functioning on your own, so you have to be taken care of by your family or be continue being taken care of by your family or something. Well, that's what I was saying. You say I just live with them because I can, but
Maybe it's house rule things. I don't know. Like you can only live with us if you
if you
don't
don't spend
spend.
money online. Maybe.
Technically, that's what's happening, but not fully. Okay, so it's more like a voluntarily doing that kind of thing, rather than forced by a court order.
Okay.
Yeah, more how your family culture is okay.
All right.
You did say you are of Turkish descent, right? Yeah, they're very like family orientated. Yeah,
I see, I see. I like learning things, just like learning things about people,
cultures are so
They
interesting.
really are. That's why
Yeah.
you can't always assume you can't assume your situation is the same for everybody else either.
Hmm.
Which is why I ask questions cuz I don't assume that, you know, well that's I could say, "Oh, that's really weird
Yeah.
that you don't have, control over your own money," but to you and your family it's not weird at all, you know.
Yeah, Turkish culture. I know that in a lot of like poorer countries throughout Asia,
Mhm.
um basically money you earn goes to the family. So like you have like a pool that can pay bills and stuff,
I see.
and then you might get like a certain amount you can spend, sort of like
Okay.
a sort of like an allowance, yeah. You get
I see.
I know it's very common in Japan for the wife to control the money in a household.
Yeah.
Like as soon as they have a kid, there's a lot of household expenses, so typically the wife controls the money.
Yeah. Common in America too, because men are just typically more financially irresponsible.
Men typically are more financially responsible here too. It's not uncommon for guys to spend all their money on boys' nights and shit like that, and games and yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's sort of similar to the how Japan operates with you get an allowance. I know that is a big thing for pushing people to potentially move out is like regaining financial
So,
control.
like, would you do that? Like, if you wound up moving out, do you still have to contribute financially, or is that something that stops if you move out?
It's very slippery slope to constantly ordering from DoorDash if you set up online stuff.
Yeah.
We need to get better with that, but
Like, we should have rules not to order stuff online. But then we'd never have anything because we don't leave the house.
we just need to go over the road more and just cook more.
Mm.
It's on me.
No, not entirely on you.
What I could do is start cooking like lunches for us and then making sure there's leftovers so then if we do have a night where we're hungry late or mum's not up to cooking dinner, we don't we have options that we don't have to rely on um maybe leftovers or uh that's my final electrical wind cover.
Like, this is too much.
I've known of some people being in certain similar situations to Lucy, just culturally like that, where once they move out, they still send some money, but most of the money it's more just like they send some money to their family to help them
Okay.
with stuff. It's very common in common term used in China is filial um for children that are good to their parents.
Hmm.
Not sure the exact meaning of the term, but I see it a lot in the manga and stuff I read. Filial piety. Okay, if I this would boost my level a lot, but if I started doing a bunch of dungeons just to get the remedies and elixirs, and I just and I split them between us. That could be an option of something we can get up to.
Yeah, while I work on his duck. Look, okay, I had it in my head, and sometimes if I got something in my head, I can't get it out of my head until I do the thing.
We've talked about this before. It's just purely work to your heart's content, my love.
Love you.
And how do you do
Yeah, I'm
that
still
now?
streaming at least. It's not like I was like, I gotta quit streaming, making this
I
emoji.
gotta quit streaming and go to sleep because my fibromyalgia.
Yeah, I could be that. I could suck that hard. Hello, my mother. Hey, 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 my wonderful mother. I know this is gonna sound like a lot. This is gonna sound like a lot right now, okay? We're in the last 38 minutes of my subathon, of our subathon, okay? Now, we have said if somebody donates the 13 subs needed to get to 125, our first stretch goal, we will extend our subathon by a day. So, do you want to donate 13 subs? You don't have to. You don't have to, but that'd be really cool.
That would be cool. No, it's okay. It's
Look,
purely a
I mean,
goal.
I'm just saying, sub to subs, man. Sub to subs, man.
We are just we're having a blast just playing this game and hanging out with everyone.
Hmm.
I wish
And
I
I'm
could be
making a
using my
duck emote.
model. Yeah, I wish I could be using my model, but it kills my computer. I need that extra 1 gig of VRAM.
Yeah, that's another thing we're working towards is saving up for new hardware.
Nah, the hardware is gonna
You
be.
want to buy me a computer? Look, you don't have to donate 13 subs. Just buy me the computer. I'm not going to tell you how much it costs, though. It's a lot. I want everybody to know I don't talk to her like this in real life. I don't ask her for shit. Okay. I'm joking. I'm joking with her online. Okay. Although I need her to understand that too, that I'm just joking.
Yes, we are joking. We are joking. We we just we just like this game, like hanging out with
Hmm.
everyone,
We're
and
having a good time.
we've already accomplished the goal, like the main goal of our
Yes,
subathon.
which we did fabulously. Well, not just by ourselves. Everybody else contributed.
Nah, we contributed 100 by
Yep,
ourselves.
it wasn't you guys at all.
Not Whipper, not
Not Whippa, not all these people
not
on my
Nikki,
body. Technically
not
speaking, my
Nat.
mom did already contribute to the subathon
She
yesterday.
did.
Yep,
Definitely not Whipper and Nikki. Yeah, definitely
definitely
not
not.
her.
Wasn't them. I don't even know who those people are. Oh, my mom is gonna have to learn my streamer personality. She's gonna be so confused.
But how are you doing, Mom? My American mother.
American mother.
American mom. God.
Oh my god, does she get her own theme song? Hell yeah.
Maybe we should come up with a. Oh
I
no!
got 10! Yes! Oh, Kaylee got one too. Kaylee got a free one. She got a sub. Thank
Aw.
you. Well, she did 10. She did 10, okay? Now, listen, that means three of those are up to you guys. Okay? 3 of those are up to you guys. Also, Lizard still hasn't started yet. Why is my mouth moving?
It's
Lizard!
just there. It is.
Lizard! Lizard! Hold on. I need to increase the time. Oh my god.
10 is enough. It's more than enough. 0 is enough.
0 was enough. Thank you.
Your presence is very
10 is enough.
appreciated,
That's
and
what I
we
was
will
saying.
have it in your
10 is
honor.
enough. 10 is enough. She's good. She's good. Hi, Kaylee.
Hi, Kaylee.
Lizard.
Enjoy your sub.
Lizard. We're 3 away from our first stretch goal, and then if we reach that one, not only does the community get to decide a model add-on, but we're extending the subathon by a
So,
day.
already going for like
Oh,
another hour,
I
which
didn't mean to
is.
cover that. Yeah, and we've been added on another hour. Which, I mean, in this particular instance, because we're playing a game we love, just means that I'm gonna keep using my model for an hour. And I say I'm gonna keep using my model for an hour because Tristan's dying. But how you guys doing? How you guys doing?
I'm dead inside.
What?
You said I'm dying, so I'm dead inside.
Horton! Horton did it. He's like, all right, I'll do the last 3. Good job. Good job. We made our first Community, we have reached our first stretch goal. This is amazing. I need to move this line. How do I move this line? I need to figure out how to move this line. This singular line needs to be moved, and I can't figure out how to move it.
My love.
Yeah,
We're so lucky.
I know we have an amazing community. We really do.
My eyes, they're
How
stinging.
do I move this line? Oh, there you go. There you go. I get that's kind of like that. Yeah. Eh, eh, eh. There you go.
Ah, my eyes, they sting.
All right, who's ready to go for 150? I can't believe you got your mom to do that. She's not made of money. Look. I know. I'm sorry. I've been trying to guilt everybody today. It's not just you.
Not just you.
It's not just you. I've been guilting everybody. It's great.
Not just you, it's me.
Guess who took your phone? Was it Kaylee?
Or Mark?
Just a hint reminds me of saying, oh, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. He's like, all right, I'm gonna do it then. Types everything in. So that was actually my dad, guys. My dad did that. My mom was like, no, I'm not doing that. And Mark's like, I'll do it. Screw you.
We love you guys.
Love you too. Oh, no, he didn't give you the money. Oh, yeah. Okay. So he did it from my mom's bank account. I love
He's
this.
too
They're-
cheap.
It is like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll spend your money. Don't worry. I'm trying to eat a granola bar. No, that's not what I want. I wanted the chocolate one. Kaylee, stop trying to scare me. What am I doing?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm trying to turn this duck, okay, into an emote. This is a duck in Palworld. It's called a fwok, right? And there's like a bunch of jokes about his name because it sounds like fuck, you know? So I'm trying to make an emote that looks like this, but it says fwok, yeah. That's gonna be cute.
They're so mean, my love.
What?
They're so mean.
I'm mean?
No, not you.
Oh.
The community. Not there.
Why your community mean? Why does the community mean?
Why do you think they're mean, huh? Huh?
I don't know. I think they're pretty awesome.
You don't care that they caused your husband's eyes to sting.
Oh.
Because he was tearing
He's
up.
being a big baby. He's crying.
No.
I hope he's a big baby.
No, I'm trash.
He's a trashy baby.
I'm a trash baby. Oh my god.
He's a prom night dumpster baby.
Prom night dumpster baby.
Oh my god.
Okay, Lucy's redeeming everything. I hope you have a wonderful nap.
Night. I say night. I don't know. It's night for us. Have a good nap. Love you. Thank you so much.
Lucy has told me to hydrate, to posture, to check my posture. Once again, it is terrible. Actually, it's alright.
You're like, I'll check it. Yep. Awful. Still bad.
It was better than last time you told me to posture check. Head pats and Aiko pats.
I like that your posture check is literally a, yeah, I'll check it. Yep, it's terrible. Okay, bye. I get head pats, and kisses. I hope they're from you. If they're from Lucy, I'm gonna be concerned. Lucy, stop trying to give me forehead kisses.
She's from scratching back, I guess.
I got a head pat from Lucy over here too.
Oh my god.
All the head pats.
My love is locked in, so she's not going to give me head pats. And
Well, come back. I didn't know that you had a head pat to gift. Come here.
Oh, she's locked in.
Oh my gosh, you're eating that chocolate.
I'm gonna make another bar.
Love you,
We did it. We can
We
retire now.
did. Okay. We reached our first stretch goal. That's amazing. I love that so
This
much.
is the first time we've had stretch goals.
Yeah. It is. That's awesome.
Genuinely, I would have been happy
if we got to like 50 in the subathon,
Mm-hmm.
100 was already like ecstatic.
Yeah.
Anything more, and I am like,
I mean, if you think about it, listen, technically, the
you're
next
paying for like
stretch
a
goal is
2 years.
only 25 away.
It is only 25, and the one after that will only be 25 away after that.
True. And then the one after that is only 25 away after that.
Yeah, and then any more we add,
It will be 25 away.
we just extend the subathon by a day for each stretch goal.
I'm willing to do that. For
I
every
am willing
stretch
to do that
goal,
too.
if for every stretch goal we reach, we'll extend it by another day.
And
Even
hey,
if we have to make new stretch goals.
Jesse might be able to sub to contribute to
I
it
just,
in 2 days.
oh yeah. I
Do
bit my
we?
lip.
Hang on, I'm curious. I need to check this event thingy.
Okay. I don't think I could change it for the badge though.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking. I want to see if like we can add another badge.
Maybe.
Viewer rewards, created badge drops. Okay, this one's completed already. They completed 5-ish hours
Oh
ago.
yeah. I wish I could just give people things. But technically speaking, I ended on the 8th, so.
We can create a new event once the current one has been ended or deleted. So we could create a new one whenever.
Should we create one for the? I mean, like, like I'd have to make a new one because it would be for it's not. I mean,
We're in the extra days.
yeah. You know what? That'd be really cool to do. I could see how people could do an uncapped subathon in that way. So it's like
Yeah.
we'll extend it by a day for every. That'd be cool. See how far we can take this. Not saying we're gonna make it, but it's a fun little experiment.
You can set the event for longer than the period. Like we could have set it for like 2 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
and then as soon as we like run out, you can delete the event, which keeps it like everyone keeps their rewards and everything. It just like means it's no longer active.
Yeah. Music the moment you want it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot to not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Lose yourself in the music the moment you want it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot to not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You change what you call rage. Tear this motherfucking roof off like two dogs' cage. Your house crying in the beginning. The mood all changed. I've been chewed up and spit out and booed off stage. But I kept rhyming, step right in the next cipher. Best believe somebody's paying the Pied Piper. All the pain inside amplified by the fact that I can't get by with my 9 to 5 and I can't provide the
Oh, that's
right
a
type of
decent
life for
looking.
my
Oh, that's the
family. Cause
pyramid
man, you
base.
got just buy diapers. And there's no movie, there's no Mackay Pfeiffer. This is my life, and these times are so hard. And it's getting even harder trying to feed and water my seat. Plus, teeter totter caught in between being a father and a prima donna. Baby mama trauma. If you don't want to do much for me, don't want to stay in one spot. I'm like a monotony's gotten me to the point I'm like a snail. I've got to formulate a plot or end up in jail or shot. Success is my only motherfucking option. Failure's not. Mama love you, but this trailer's got to go. I cannot grow old in Salem's lot, so here I go, it's my shot. If you fail me not, this may be the only opportunity that I got. Lose yourself in the music.
Okay, my love.
Yeah.
Are you wanting carry weight from elixirs?
What? Oh, yes, that'd be great.
Okay, I will be focusing
Mostly
on that.
because, like, I fucking forgot to be putting points in the carry weight. Lord.
I've just avoided putting it because
Well, I hadn't been putting
Some
points. I
little
hadn't been putting points into what was the other one? I haven't been putting points into attack or speed, work speed.
Oh, so you want to work speed?
No, 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 no. I get that from dungeons.
No, I mean, are you wanting work speed elixirs
No,
from dungeons?
I want. Wait for what?
I'm gonna be doing dungeons.
Oh, yes, I do then.
So you want in the work speed?
Yeah. Or burden, because both will work. Because I haven't been putting points in either one. I've just started putting points into. What you need. Ugh, this looks like shit.
So work speed will be Sakadorima.
Okay. Are you prepared for that?
Hmm?
You prepared for that?
We will see.
We just like just use that. And then we edit it a little bit.
I do have a level 40 Lambo.
Or we can just
And from memory, the dungeons themselves don't have a lot of hostile enemies until like the final boss. 52, Cherry Blossom Cave.
this is gonna be like really fucking tiny, so I don't even know why I'm like micro fixing these.
Because he got standards.
You see, I got well, I guess my standards are just like I just removed the background. I was just gonna redraw over it, but it wound up looking like shit, and I was like, I guess I removed the background, so it's probably fine.
This will also give me large lotuses. Ooh.
Ooh, true, true, true.
And
Font do we use for this? Is there like a Palworld font? I guess I don't want to use a Palworld.
Japanese. Yeah, the majority of things you come across, not everything, but the majority of things in the dungeon is pitiful. They're full of pissy.
By the way, my mom's comment earlier, guys, about my dad being like Santa Claus, sitting over here like Santa Claus, is because he has a big white beard.
That's my future.
The thing is he never had a beard their entire relationship until he retired from the military. And then the first thing he did was grow a fucking beard. But he was old enough for it to be white, so he just calls him Santa Claus. Specifically, Santa Claus from the Tim Allen movie, The Santa Claus, because we always joked about him looking like Tim Allen growing up.
We have a
I
guest at
know
the
we
door,
do.
but I'm not gonna let him in.
I'm not letting you in. You keep trying to come in here and then you leave. You don't even sit and give me love, nothing.
Or he stares, tries to get our chicken when we don't even have chicken. He's gonna be up here later for chicken nuggets.
No. He's like, I heard the C word, let me in.
He started scratching louder as soon as I said that as well. Okay, I've completed a singular yawn. He wants in, he wants nuggies, and he's not gonna say, take no for an answer.
He is taking notes.
Ramble.
I said I would think he is taking note for an answer, and then he started scratching again.
The storm is amazing. That's visually pretty camps, but not as good as Fireball. Fireball. Your family's great.
I love my family. They're amazing. From a distance. I say that, listen, that sounds really bad, but like, really, it does feel sometimes that the further distanced we are, like, the better we get along. And that's just from experience. It's not anything bad towards them at all. It's just how it works. I guess that's just how it is. I'm annoying, you know, I mean,
That's just how it is sometimes. What? Kaz. I found Kaz's base.
sometimes it just be
It's
like
on
that.
Sakurajima in the mushroom area.
They have to come here to like check up on me now because I've been doing this playing Palworld so much. I haven't called them. Like, are you still alive? Okay, you're still streaming. You're good.
Yeah, maybe that's why they keep checking in.
Hey,
Like,
how you
okay, you
doing?
still
Okay,
alive?
still alive. Good, good, good. Literally, there was a point in time where my mom said that she was going to call the cops because she thought I was kidnapped because she couldn't get a hold of me for like a month.
When you're here?
No, 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 no.
Previous.
Previous relationship, like, had gone AWOL for such a long period of time. I think it was while I was playing Ark, actually.
Possibly.
And I was like, "No, I'm fine." Okay. I do have to figure something out down here. Just gonna
Ooh, what
stretch
are
it.
these? Implode. Wow, what a skill for a tree. 2 implodes.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Beautiful.
Ow! My ankles, also known as my chest, because it got sliced open by a moonflower kidney. Anyone have a spare dumber guild? I mean, what constitutes spare?
All right, I'll be back.
Think he's left? Nope. He was sitting at the door, waiting for us to open it, and the moment Aiko opens it, she takes one step out and he runs off. It's like, fuck you. You took too long. Get love. Yeah, it's a party in Mexico.
Look, you made it in finally.
You just had to be patient while I was tidying up a duck. He's like, now I want out.
Well, now that you want me in here, I want out. Fuck you. Yeah, let's see the next dungeon I'm going to enter. Dumod seems to be struggling with the task. I think the farm's run out of food again.
All right, I'll go check on it.
That might actually be our main base as well. We could just be out of food in general.
All right, it's fine. We got 9 mushrooms from the thing expedition. Let me swap tabs really quick so you guys aren't missing shit. Okay, there you go. We're gonna send them back out. Auto sign. Go. And
Oh, the dungeon spawn's small.
let's see. Ooh, we're getting good berries now.
Nice. They just needed a bit of rest with some salads as well.
That Univolt came over, stood at my shoulder waiting for me to put food in there. He knew. He knew. He's like Kit Kat. That Univolt is so large. He's trying to bend over. I'm trying to bend over. It's so fucking huge.
I don't remember what the hurdle effort told.
Let me check. It does flight capacity.
Oh!
Increases player's glide speed and reduces stamina depletion while gliding. Nice.
I don't believe that hits 100% ever. I think it's like 50 at max. Which is fine. More stamina while gliding is more nice.
Right. And now let's get back to designing our play suit.
No, they teleporting after me. Well, I escaped. We probably do want to capture a Cygnus, don't we?
Sure.
Kindling increase for the base?
Maybe, I guess. I don't really use those. I normally just like try and get my pals up really high because
True.
they just wind up being an extra base slot that we don't have.
Yeah. It is good if you can get them to like tens as well in their job. It saves a book usually. But it's understandable if we don't want them because of base slot reasons. People cussed you out for parking being full. I should have gotten there earlier.
Oh, Nikki, look, we reached our first stretch goal.
Yeah, we reached the first stretch goal, and we've decided that each stretch goal we reach, we will extend the Shepherd Up Marathon by a day.
Yep. Surely you know what he means, yeah?
Yeah. Extend the Shepherd Marathon. I wonder if you woke Mum up by accident.
I could be really stupid and I could make it a Pokemon font. Kind of naturey, tree-y. Oh my god, somebody did make say Palworld, but in a Pokemon font. I thought I was joking.
Someone did the power what?
Somebody, Steam Grid database collection logos. Someone wrote Palworld Pokemon font edit. Oh no.
Actually, good
Let's
because
see if I have any
I'll be getting
fonts kind of
levels.
like this. It's kind of like rigid, I
So I
think.
told them I'm saying, and smile and wave. People love me.
Smile and wave. Oh look, I do have a font. I have the Pokemon font downloaded. Look at that shit.
Yeah, I remember you downloading it for something else in the past.
Marching band. He says, son, when you grow up, will you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned? It's gonna need to be legible on a tiny scale.
I am ineligible. for a tiny scale. One day. One day I'll be eligible for a tiny scale.
I don't think using the Palworld font will be any good because it doesn't. It's very rigid looking.
Yeah.
It's pretty, but it's like it doesn't. It doesn't say "fuck yeah." Oh, that's a bit aggressive.
Um.
Maybe Franksburger. Thing is blue's definitely or black's not working for it. Impact's pretty good.
Weird.
Damn.
People live on Soccer Gmail, but no one's hacked this schematic tower.
Too thin.
Wide handiwork handbook? Oh my god, that is amazing.
If anybody like sees a font that I'm on, just like tell me. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, a great font's pretty, but no.
Damn it, killed it. I wanted to catch it. Hell's only ever seemed to eat up to like half. It's weird.
God, I want to use the Pokemon font so bad. That'd be so hilarious.
Do it. Wait, is the Pokemon font just a font, or is it? Is it? Probably you're right. Is it? Wait. I think I'll do one.
So lovable, everything saying fuck you, they're all Sundere. Just imagine they're all saying, it's not like I like you or anything. Baka.
You could just go the other way and just be like, I love you too, as they're leaving.
My love, your skin lingers on me now.
Yeah, you just be nice to her. They hate that. Nothing worse than being nice to to people when they hate you. Kill him with kindness. I just read Jesse's message. My friend has been pestering me about putting a door in my house in Minecraft, so I placed a sign with the word door on it. It doesn't even have windows yet. Oh, that is malicious compliance. I love it. That is a great Reddit to go through occasionally. Great subreddit. Oh, it's really funny seeing people get fucked over by people complying what they're asking.
Wow.
That's probably an Elvis.
Fairy tales don't always have a happy ending, do they? I will see the dark ahead if I stay. I need to get this like.
We know if I get them mad enough, I get to fight them. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Jackson.
Oh yeah, that is a goal, isn't it? Murder, Mr. Lambo.
Time for me to go. Getting late, dark outside. Fuck.
Quack.
Okay, what if we
What
do?
a horrible streamer. It has night owl. Get. Return home, upload some things, and give you the two. Well, they'll give you the elixir. I think I got 2 elixirs. 3 elixirs. Ooh, it's gonna be 6 levels, my love.
Nice.
Someone's base is starving again.
Frosted?
Yeah.
So irresponsible. I'm kidding. I'm tapped out. My base could be starving. I have no idea.
We're close to getting ours fully automated with food. The only one we won't have is our workshop. I'll put the elixirs in the chest. Chest with the eggs.
Thank you.
So every time someone with the horse rides by, ask them if I can take the horse for a joyride. Oh, that's lovely.
How often does that happen?
I imagine pretty regularly if what and how I think it is. Okay, now yeah, the spaces. Very often it's like a rodeo with other things happening at the same time.
I see. Okay, okay.
Anyone said yes yet?
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows, everything that's wonderful
Hey,
is what
I know
feel like
you.
we're
We're
together.
together. How you doing? I may or may not be making a Fwakia emote.
I just laughing right away. That was fast.
I kept staring at this fucking, or thinking about this fucking duck.
Yes, what am I saying yes to? What is Jesse saying yes to?
Oh,
Sacrifice in the gremlin child.
do it.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Don't do it.
We must summon
If
Lucy.
mom is there, if the mother is there, don't do it.
Yeah, yeah. Don't want to get cool.
Bikini. Never rode a horse before, so if someone does, we'll see what happens. Oh lordy.
Definitely will be a joyride then. Ooh, login site 2.
I want it to be in red, maybe? Red sounds very aggressive, or feels very aggressive, though. What is the contrasting color for blue? Is it yellow? Is it fucking yellow?
I don't know. I don't know enough about color theory.
It's orange.
Nahito cute.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Actually,
Nice.
he's a cutie. So I'm gonna upgrade one of these chests to a refined chest, or I could add on another chest as a refined chest.
Oh lord, that's terrible.
Probably a schematic chest.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Do you have the resources there? Oh, no, shit. You have the actual skills. God, I don't have fucking skills. Sorry, I'm stressing right now. Because I feel like I should be doing something right now, but now my brain is like distracted with this emote.
You are perfectly fine.
Until you say this.
Gluttony left, Gluttony joined, Wataru left. People are leaving the server, oh no. Yeah, Pan asked before if anyone has a spare Dumber guild. I don't think we do. We have one in.
That looks awful.
Yeah, for now. And see what it's looking like so far.
Terrible.
Fuck yeah! I love that.
You do. I'm trying to get the background, like the outline to work, and it's just, I'm not vibing with any colors.
No, that's completely fine. Like I just love the font and the
Yeah, I like
the
that.
picture. It's great.
So two different
It's
colors of burnt. One side of my body is from the sun more than. Oh no. See, like it'll look good in white if the
Oh no.
background is black. You know.
It will, yeah, but
But if the background is white, it looks like this.
we don't get to control the background of other people. I guess we could with the background of the moment.
But then
Yeah.
there's orange, which is a contrasting color of. But the thing is, it kind of it takes away from the blue.
It does. It's like overpowering.
Maybe. What about a different shade of blue? Ooh. Okay. Okay. What if we do that and then the this could be that darker
Roger,
shade
you're
of yellow.
asleep. Your task modern is sleeping. Don't make me feed you while you're asleep. Oh no, I fed my Lambo. Go and eat, Molten, before you.
We don't want it to be that same color. Hold on. Or do we? The exact same color? Not the exact same color. Although, hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out.
That's glad. I'm glad a lot of people are being nice. Is that a mean?
Okay, well, if we do this. Hold on. Selection from layer, create selection. Hold on. Because we're going to get this on the edge.
Just wait until they got a bit more alcohol in the system when they're leaving. I imagine some drunk people might be looking to fight.
How does this look? Should it be a contrasting color then? Should maybe... Ooh, hold on. I'll try that.
Maybe a contrast, and yeah, rather than.
Maybe this could be orange. Ooh.
All cognito.
Okay, but then what would this color be?
Lucy, my Lambo just destroyed your family member.
Okay, hold on. Blue is to yellow as orange is to what? Question mark. Orange is to blue. No. I guess you shift in same direction.
I'm a mind reader.
Azure sky blue. Cyan. So hold on, if I'm looking here, right? Blue is to orange.
Oh, sorry, Nikki. The event's near its end without you getting into a fight.
Yellow is to
Guess people are just hoping to enjoy their night.
darker blue.
Oh no! I've been told to hydrate, but I've drunk.
Oh, that's terrible. I hate that.
Never mind. I've got. Oh, cracking into a can of water. Ah, lemony water. Nom, nom, nom. Bit of caffeine. It's not even water. Me getting these elixirs for you is gonna be.
I'm trying to figure out what color orange this needs to be, or what color this other color needs to be. Because it's like blue is to yellow is to... Hi, Sims.
Anyone know any artists that aren't jerks in chat.
Wow.
Huh?
Wow, that wasn't on the news or anything. Who could you ever be talking about? Crazy.
Oh yeah, there's Maya. We could talk to Maya.
She's not in chat though.
She isn't in chat. Wow, this is annoying.
And I like cartoonified this.
You've done color theory? Oh my god.
Okay, well, fucking tell me what color this background piece needs to be. So, assuming that we're focused, this is blue and yellow, and then we make this a contrasting color, orange. What should this side of it be? You see? Also, while I'm working on them, I'm gonna figure out how to cartoonify this fucking duck.
Jesse says red.
No, I tried red. It looks like shit.
Um.
Oops. Kind of green, like this color. I'm not trying to cancel out the orange. Oops. Nope. Tab.
Oh, that's how they
There's
make
so many
that look.
colors. Just a darker orange. That's what I was thinking. Just trying to go with a
Could be a
dark
dark orange.
If I go lighter orange first and then darker orange. Yeah, that might work actually better. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, that works. That works. Mm.
Already got the yeah. Yellow with purple. Have you got a purple going on it, or is it a dark orange?
Cheyenne. Cheyenne is a name.
I feel like it's gonna be a color as well.
Maybe.
No, not the different types of colors they have about.
No. I'm fine with that. I just need to now cartoonify this bitch. Trying to put a filter, cartoon filter on it. Remove JPEG noise.
Really?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Again? That's fucking bullshit.
I don't know what I just
Random.
said. Blur. Smoothing. I don't know if I did anything. Filter. I'm just trying different spin blur. Oh, that looks terrible. Effect. Chromatic aberration. Super.
That's my nickname. Also, I have caught a pal that. Do you mind if I name a pal Lucy?
I do mind.
You do mind?
Yes,
It is a cognito.
I do mind, but it's up to you, I guess. It's your business. Like my stream is it's fine. Yeah, you can do it.
I will not name it cognito.
Artistic.
Lucy. Not this day.
Oh, there we go. It's kind of cartoony. Intensity. Color bending more, I guess, yes. Less? More? Color blur? More maybe?
It looks like you're getting close.
No.
Looking good.
Number of colors less. That was just making the blending look like shit. Line opacity.
I got that one, Lambo. It's gonna be in the way. Go, Lambo. No longer in the way.
Okay, then I only request, because it's on this server, I request that you don't put it in the global PAL box.
Oh, no, no, no. Specifically, it was because I caught a lucky cognito that may or may not be awakened. I don't know.
Really?
I'm not sure if it's awakened. That's to be determined. I haven't looked at it, but it had some like a weird effect on it. It could have just been like because of like how it looks. I hadn't seen a lucky cognito before.
So different. I don't think it changed much at all. But it is blurred a little bit, so that's good. And
Need to wait until I get back to the base to actually check. I'm just finishing this dungeon. You were guarding the entrance to this dungeon, Lucy, after I died twice. Or once, and then I died again. Picking the flame suits here. Dodged it.
okay. You guys like that? I don't know.
Good luck dodging that one. It's a long effect. Yeah. I might not catching that. Through the dungeon.
Dark side of the
I
moon.
love it. That is great. That is amazing.
Be something to do. This is not where I thought it was. Get rid of the Tristan Stabu, because that can be on his channel.
Yeah.
Well, no, I like that being on my channel, because that's moderator
Yeah.
stuff. But you can put the Nom or Sag. Do you have the Sag on yours?
I do.
Okay, I'll get rid of that one.
Sag is my favorite. I love Sag. Tristan has num. Yeah. I got Sag, I've got num, I got my trash. Got plenty.
I don't know if you can fucking read that, but we'll see.
I reckon you'll be able to read it pretty well.
I didn't really see.
Okay, no more dungeons until my Arachnahawk is revived.
Where it is.
Oh, dumbasses.
Am I blind? Why do I not see it?
I see it. Lucy posted it in chat. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I know you guys see it. I'm just confused why I don't see it.
Sometimes it requires a refresh.
I did refresh.
That's weird that you can't see it. Host disadvantage.
If I open the native menu, I might be able to see it. Lord,
Let me.
fucking hate my computer sometimes.
Oh yes, I want to come over here. Also,
I literally don't see it. What the hell? Oh, there it is. Do we like it? Do we like it?
I like it. I really like it.
Cool, cool, cool. All right. So if I go by the same formula,
We just need to change the writing.
no, we don't. There's more that needs to be done.
Children, rather than existing quite stressed out, you can go and sit in a hot tub. I think we have the medicine workbench yet. Do we have the medicine workbench at this base?
No.
Okay, cool.
Oh, the house was nice.
Fuck yeah!
Someone don't. Oops. Damn cold night. Try to figure out this night. Feel took you by the hand, take me somewhere new. Things so confusing. Out of my mind. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, ah, down.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Is she?
Somewhere. You have, I'm
Make me do this,
in
Sushi.
you. By the hand, take me somewhere new. Don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I feel like Jessie was in my dream last night. I don't remember anything about it, but I feel like she was in my dream last night.
Glad it could be someone as awesome as Jessie.
She's pretty cool. We like Jessie. Jessie is also, I think, another person who, if she had Palworld, would be able to join the server if she wanted to. She's super fucking chill and she just builds her shit and does her things, you know?
Mhm.
Don't look at me. Don't perceive me, Jesse, while I'm talking about you. I mean, Jesse's trash. I'm just kidding. She's fine. I wouldn't talk about her.
Stinky.
Stinky, super stinky. Have I checked my stinky level today?
You have not.
Can you check my stinky level for me?
I can check your stinky level, my love. 32%.
Yeah, bitch.
Showered an hour ago?
Well-
How stinky are you, Jesse?
Well, how'd you shower? I mean, how'd you shower? Did you shower and shit? Some people shower and shit. They don't even realize it until they check their stinky level.
Stinky reveals all.
True. There is no greater wisdom than the stinky check. 38% stinky. That's stinkier than me, and I didn't shower since yesterday.
But it is better than how a lot of people shower. Say, well done, Jesse.
Yeah, true. Some people take a shower and are like, oh wow, I'm 5% less stinky.
Yeah.
Nikki.
When they were like 97.
Nikki. We don't talk about how long beforehand. Oh, yeah. We don't talk about how long beforehand. I'm aware. We're both on that same page, girl.
We, it is an awakened cognito.
Is it?
3-star awakened lucky
Oh
cognito.
my god. The thing is I feel like with that we have to maybe destroy the original.
Destroy the original Lucy. I put this one in.
I feel,
This now can become.
part of me feels like we have to. That's kind of ridiculous. He has taken to Cognito so much, you know? Damn.
I will. Put this in the farm, and you can decide.
Okay.
Also, we need way better transporters in the farm.
We really do.
You want to go buy transport and working books and just like.
I feel like what we could probably. No, actually, who's the boss that gives it to us? The raid.
Oh, true. Yeah, there is a raid boss that gives you transporting. I might Belanoir.
If it's Belenoir, we can grind out Belenoir. I mean, we ain't got great pals or nothing, but I'm sure that we could brute force it.
Yeah. This will tell us which. $33.3% chance from Belanoir.
Yep. We can grind out Belenoir. That'd be better than spending all the dog coins on books. And we need a lot of
that
them.
was the other thing I considered. Oh. But unfortunately, to get more of those slabs, you be sending out more expeditions.
No, no,
Got
no.
2 Bellanor slab fragments. We need to send out more and more expeditions, but I think I need a relog to fix the expedition station on my end. Oh no, no. It looks like it fixed. That's my first time catching an awakened pal outside of, the World Tree one I caught.
There you go.
Did I get enough firepower? No, still. Yeah. You found somebody's house key. You now own a house. Nice, Nikki. This is why. This is why you work security, so you can just get a house by finding that key. Yeah. Silent. Swimo, 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 swimo. I am a swimming machine. Fear me. I suppose I could go for that hair bill and then the dungeon past him. So take me to the dig site. That house is on the phone. Johnny out low, 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 low. Johnny out low, low. Yeah, does anyone want to buy a house for a $2 bill? I can't do that. We don't have $2 bills in Australia.
All right, Jason, we sent you something.
Can you send me something? I'm gonna send something. It's gonna be a photo of a chin. That's my guess.
said something. Oh, I love that.
Now I can get back to my game.
Thank you. Take that. No, I did. Whack. Okay, that is immediately getting added to my emotes.
Good, good. You have walk you, I have walk yeah.
And if you want both, you have to survive.
Oh my lord.
This is as bad as this.
No, they're not. I wish. I had to like give them coins to describe to them what it meant. I was like, this is a penny, this is a dime, this is a nickel, and they're like, why is the dime smaller than the nickel? They also have $2 coins.
Yes, now $2.
$1 and $2 coins.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have $1 and $2 bills. They just have $1 and $2 coins. We like the U.S. doesn't even have pennies anymore. Oh really? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, technically, no one will accept it, but technically, pounds are an accepted currency. Yeah. We used to use the British pound.
So, Sims, did you see what happened? We reached our first stretch goal. And we're going to be extending the subathon by another day. I don't know who I told this to earlier, but I don't know if it was Sims. And we decided we're going to do that for every stretch goal. My mom may have been 10 of them. Horton may have been 13 of them. Well, technically my mom was 11 of them.
Got those. Mine's waiting pending approval.
Horton? I mean, nobody? I don't know. Sometimes people don't want recognition. Sometimes people do want recognition.
The only person who donated.
Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Well, each time we hit a stretch goal, we're going to extend the stream by a day.
Actually, you know, I forgot that I needed to do one more fucking thing with CSP.
If we exceed the stretch goals, we
will keep adding stretch goals.
We have ideas of things we could have added, but it was like we weren't expecting it. 100. We thought 100 would have been pushing it.
My first one was set at 400. I almost made it. I said my first one was set at 400 and I almost made it.
Yeah. The first stream, the first subathon, day one, some freak just decided to donate 100.
Yeah, that freak.
What if we run out of stretch goals completely? We'll keep coming up with stuff. Eventually, we'll get to buy new computers.
Yeah.
But that's gonna be
a minute.
Quite a ways away. Like the one that's more realistic for us to hit is honestly, buying a car would be before we buy computers.
That is sad to say, but probably true because
It's cheaper. That's the sad part to say, is it's cheaper to buy a car than it is to buy new computers. That would be an upgrade from what we already have. That would be significant enough to. We don't really. I mean, there have been nicknames at times. But people don't really use nicknames for the coins. Just 20 cents, 5 cents. We used to have pennies.
they're very boring with it.
50 cents. We've got like 10. Well, we've got 5, 10, 20, and 50. And then $1 and $2. Yeah, it's just you're losing money by making pennies. And for some places, they just decide eventually they'll get rid of them. And for some countries, apparently it's an issue. The only negative with getting rid of pennies is when you get change for like a $4.99 payment. If you get change, they can't give you 99 because they don't have 1 cent pieces.
Okay. All right, here we go. So you guys are aware. Hold on. Gotta move some stuff. This should not be too long.
You're another lucky. I see a lucky. Is that also awakened? Is that a Verdash?
Okay. So things that we forgot to do. Okay. 1. Horton's name.
We did forget Horton's name.
2. My parents.
Yep, we've got their name too.
I just put my parents.
And we have
4
spins?
spins. I accidentally. Where did. I don't even know where I snapped this to. Son of a fuck nuggets, dude.
I feel like if we get like Nya or what was the other one? We already got rid of probability, didn't we?
What?
Same probability at the end of sentences. Do we also get rid of
Oh,
saying
yeah.
at the end of them?
No, no, we need to get rid of some. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've got more stickers, and then we need to do Subathon thingy, the wheel, and we are going to change it. Change a couple of them. We're getting rid of Uva voice because we've done that every fucking time.
I've had that a few
We've
times.
done every time probably, and
Yeah.
I think we already got rid of Nya.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was the first one we got rid of.
Here we go.
Okay. What's it gonna be?
I don't know if I should do this one since I literally just did it. And I did do it the whole time with my mouse. It was a bit longer than 30 seconds though. Draw a chat. Okay, with my mouse. Okay, hold on. I got this. No worries.
You can if I would say you can respin that one if you want, because that's what you've been doing for the past
Okay,
hour.
I'm just gonna remove it. Fuck it. Oh no, we have to do 10 squats each. Okay.
Do we add the rest of them to it as well?
No, that will happen after.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay. Shall close it. It's still on the board. 3 more to go.
When actually doing the 100 squats, I'll put my chair in a better position so I'm not tapping my ass on the bed.
No jumping for 5 minutes in my game. I will do that as soon as I swap back to the game.
Yeah. Yeah. One more spin? 2 more spins?
Also, no sprinting in the game for 5 minutes. I will do that as soon as I get back to the game.
All you can do is walk. Hang on there. I will join you on that one. I'll be
Okay,
doing
fair
that now.
enough. Compliment the next 5 things I see. Kirby mug. I love looking at you. You're very, very pink, and your smile makes me happy. Lucy, I appreciate that you're here all the time. It makes me really happy. Sims, you're cool too. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Sims, you make me really. I enjoy seeing you all the time, and having chats with you is really nice. Pokemon community game. Sometimes you piss me off. Sometimes you make me really happy. I'm working on replacing you. Even though you're great. I forgot it was supposed to be a compliment, not commenting. Okay, granola bar, you're delicious. But I'm not hungry right now, so I'm gonna let you live. Tristan,
No, she told me. She spotted me.
you're adorable. Okay, now we can go to the game, and for the next 5 minutes, I'm not gonna be able to jump or sprint.
I feel like the compliments one we should probably. It's nice to do, but we keep getting that one as well.
Oh yeah, no, I hate complimenting people. We should remove it. Fuck you
We
guys.
should remove it and have it as an insult. The next 5 things you see.
That'd be amazing. All right, Alexa, set a 5-minute alarm.
5-minute alarm set for 7:04 a.m.
Okay. I'm currently in a dungeon, so I'm joining you in this.
Sounds good.
Go, Lambo. Not Floof yet.
I guess I'm like, I don't know, is there really sprinting or is it like auto sprint? I'm gonna like slow walk. You're welcome. You're welcome, Sims.
If your stamina is going down, you're sprinting.
Oh, okay. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. I think I have to go. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Everything is neglected. Our Moldron is neglected and extremely unhealthy because of neglect. Oh no. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, I could probably cut in there. It's fine. Do we have any medicine?
Medicine?
Yeah.
We don't have any of the syringes, but we do have
Oh, we have gay. That's fine.
We also have gay.
Excuse me, gay.
Hasn't been named yet, but he is gay.
Very gay.
We just call him bisexual, I guess. What's his name?
Oh, he doesn't have any.
Ah, he's too shit of a merchant.
God, you're really crappy. All right, I'm gonna go to.
The good thing about the raids being on though, is that we can actually get. Wait, no. No, you can get them anyway if the roads are off because they separated them.
Yeah.
I caught a calamari below.
I caught a calamari and I liked it.
Tastes like cherry
Stop
chapstick.
eating calamaris. I tapped out. There we go.
So I can't jump,
No jumping.
but there's a chest up here. What if I clamber? Not jumping.
Don't hit the jump button.
But I didn't jump. I climbed up a wall.
Whoops.
Like I vaulted. Replace it with calling me a bitch. And then people is your correction. No, I agree. We should replace it with calling Nikki a bitch. There's so many stickers are on you.
Oh, my hypersphere wasn't consumed thanks to panic. Damn it.
Yippee! Oh, isn't even...
Damn, bitch.
What we do for medicine. This is a surprisingly empty dungeon so far. Been a nice stroll. Except for like the figurative.
I'm a smooth criminal. I can't run. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. I would just like to casually walk over to the thing now, please. Excuse me. I can't walk, run, or jump. So if you don't mind, I'm just gonna walk over here.
You got this, my love. Quick, get away.
I'm going as quick as I can. Okay.
Thing is, you're in a low-level area.
I think we're good.
Yeah, escape them. Go now.
Alexa, stop.
Freedom.
Freedom, I can jump and spin and run. Wee. To be fair, like in hindsight, I have realized that I don't typically run around the base.
Just casually stroll.
Come here, Moldron. Feed. Take this drugs. Oh yeah, that's better. There you go. Enjoy your drugs.
Singular drugs.
Yeah, you're welcome. I did that. I didn't do that.
Ow!
It wasn't me. It was somebody else.
Talking to me?
What?
What a racist.
Who's racist?
Bushi no.
Oh,
Then
is it
don't
because you're not
invite one
knocked?
Bushi
Is it because you're not knocked?
Yeah.
It was Horton? Ah, I see.
It was Horton, yeah.
Very
Yes, it
nice.
was Horton.
I need to level up. My levels
I don't
suck
know if Horton's
ass.
still here, but
Oh my god, look at this duck. He will on his own just sit back and vibe. Do you guys want to go? So you want to see my new emote? Walk yeah.
Whack.
Walk yeah.
We fucking love it, whack.
This is a whack. Yep, just made it. Just made that emote like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be rain. Ooh, ooh. I need to see if sugar is strong enough to take out a bounty. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. I have a better way to test her strength. Bitch, why did you fall?
Sometimes we all fall.
Fuck yeah. I don't know. Did you refresh the stream?
Oh, I've had that glitch before. It just Twitch. That's the only explanation is Twitch. It will fix eventually. It's
Can't get over.
one of the many annoying things with Twitch. Sometimes it works,
East.
and sometimes I would say it doesn't, but most of the time it doesn't. I can just go
Going on a grand adventure, guys. I'm not telling Tristan where I'm going though. But it's a grand adventure, trust me.
Grand Adventure?
Yeah.
You're going on the Grand Line?
Yes.
Sometimes it doesn't completely die. That's probably more accurate.
You can be a champion. You can be a champion. Sometimes I see these weird ass seams in the ground, you know? Do you ever see the seams, babe?
In the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
It's a seam. That's a
Down,
texture issue.
down.
I'm working now. I'm just going to punch someone for the fun of it. Fair enough.
You finished working and now you're just gonna punch someone in the face. Do they deserve it? Yes. Why? Because they were in your line of sight.
It's true. Sounds like something that deserves a punch in the face.
If we get called into court,
This is in Minecraft.
it's in Minecraft.
Minecraft defense. Palworld defense. We're gonna get famous.
Punch plenty of people in the face in Palworld.
I got a plan.
Don't hurt me.
You're
My succulent
beautiful.
lamb bone.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. Know your face. In a smiling place. Don't know what to do. See, you know another thing about 0.1 times XP is that there's never been a disgusting amount of levels between me and Tristan.
Yeah. Never. Even when I'm, going doing dungeons basically regularly.
And I'm just sitting there building all day. Like,
I think the most I've gotten is like 3.
Tristan, what
4
level are you
levels.
right now?
I am almost at 46. I'm just like
You are 9 levels above me
yeah.
because I took a minute to draw an emote.
How dare you? Did you get your
Yeah,
all your
yeah, I did.
what you get?
I did get the thingies.
Probably increased your thing by 12 levels. That would have done.
Wait, what?
They were elixirs. I had 6 of them that I gave you. That is the equivalent of 12 levels of
Oh, I see.
book speed. We are fans of the in Minecraft defense. One of these days it will work.
Or be relevant.
Yeah, wasn't it completely irrelevant to the fucking case when they used it as defense?
No, I just meant be relevant for us.
Oh,
Because we joke about using it all the time, but we've never had any reason to use it.
we don't commit fraud. We don't go outside. I mean, fraud's probably like the only thing we could commit because we spend all our time inside.
Well, I don't know how to tell you guys this. I'm a fraud. I am not actually an anime girl in real life.
But in Minecraft,
Oh yeah, in Palworld.
Palcraft mine. Do you think? I don't even have to. Can it finish that question? Like,
If I use an in Palworld defense, do you think I could get a sponsorship?
maybe.
I don't think they need sponsors. That's like getting a sponsorship from Pokemon. But they're smaller. I don't know. Do you think they do that? Because I mean, like, it doesn't seem like they really need it, right?
I could see Palworld having like being big enough to have like exclusives with like Palworld partners, like how 7 days are 7-day partners, don't they?
I would like that, but the thing is I don't think I'm famous enough.
But are you rich enough?
No.
No.
Yes, come on, please, 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 please. Yes. Did not think I was gonna make that.
Proud of you, Dean, my love.
Me.
Closing the goddamn door.
How's everybody doing? Oh my god, we got 2 minutes, guys. We got 2 minutes. Has anybody donated the subs in the last 2 minutes? I don't know, I'm just being weird. Unless. Horton's like, look, I'm done. I'm done. I've done my duty today.
You get all my money, I'm refunding it.
Somebody refunded a sub on me, guys. I have never seen that happen.
Yeah, it does happen.
I've never refunded it on anybody, I don't think. Did I refund it? I don't think I refunded it on the person.
No, I've cancelled.
Yeah, I've canceled, I've canceled and not resubbed. Not
Like not repurposed. Some people do.
refunding. I feel is like
Do refund.
some people who do refunds is a bit
And it's nasty on the streamer.
It is nasty.
It punishes a streamer than it more than it punishes other than it just ends up as a net negative.
Yeah.
If they've already gotten cashed out to PayPal.
Oh.
Because PayPal will then charge back and it'll be more because of fees.
Thankfully it showed up as like subtracted this much money for this chargeback, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? It just makes me think somebody was like, I'm gonna subscribe to be nice and get attention, but also like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that at all.
If they do the chargeback, we pay back the entire cost of their sub, so $8, but we only get half of it. That's Twitch. That's Twitch doing that. They're putting the burden of that back on the streamers.
That's mean.
One advantage with YouTube is they don't do that. That's only once it's gone through as a PayPal payment.
But like, how are we supposed to know that? As far as we're concerned, like somebody was nice and gave us $8. $8. $8. It's AUD. It's like $5 US.
There are some people who genuinely subscribe for a reaction, and if they don't get a satisfactory reaction, they unfollow the channel and then charge back. You're not the main character. no one's a main character like that. What? Huh?
I think I'm pretty good about. I mean, I'm not like. I do think my reactions could be better. I'm pretty. I don't know. Some people like cry, and I wish I could cry.
No.
I'm not a
no.
happy crier because I feel like people. I feel like people would get it more if I like cried. They'd be like,
Don't force yourself.
I'm not gonna
to cry.
force myself to cry. I can't, even if I wanted to. I'm not like,
Stab yourself in the foot.
oh my god.
But yeah, it's.
You guys will know for real. Like if you ever catch me crying, it's legit because I can't fake crying even if I wanted to. And honestly, I do feel like it could benefit me if I could, but I can't. So I don't know. My dad sent me a voice note. I don't know. It's just me. It's just a Tumblr dryer where I'm talking. I think maybe he butt dialed you. Huh?
I think the Tumblr dryer took the phone and sent a voice note. Just from your dad. The Tumblr dryer robbed him for his phone.
Okay, just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. This looks like the time for me. Some people do that, like I've seen, like, hype trains, like happen, not to me, but I've seen hype trains happen to other people because they were crying, and they made them cry, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, fuck.
Yeah, it happens.
I mean, I guess I could like just turn on my model's fake cry, and just go
It will-
quiet for a while. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. It's just icky. It's
makes me
icky.
feel
It
icky to face
is
like,
super icky.
yeah. I am an emotional person. I cry.
Tristan does.
I
Tristan
will not
legit does though.
cry. I
I used to be able to fake cry, but now I can only throw up on command.
it's evolved.
Oh my god. I used to be able to throw up on command.
So what?
No, I can't do it.
You can't do it on command anymore.
No, it would be my own command, you dingus.
No, my command. Yeah, I can force myself to cry by just thinking about certain things.
Yeah, I can't even do that.
But like, I can't really, like, very rarely will I even do that. I'm just an emotional person. My emotions have indeed been damaged.
Stop, I'm trying to save your life. Kept clinging me onto the wall for no fucking reason. Like, why? Actually, could be useful whenever I eat something that sets my stomach. I just throw it up. It's gone. Yeah. Well, I don't have to do that anymore since I just throw up all the time naturally.
Yeah, I could.
If I eat something that upsets my stomach, I'll just throw up.
She does. That makes me sad.
Oh my god, he fell asleep. That's hilarious.
Fell asleep recording a voice note? That is wonderful. Every time I die.
I just get nauseous sometimes. Does she know? Does who know?
My dad is the definition of a grumpy old man. Oh no. My grandma used to live next to this elderly couple who were absolute assholes. We'd play like cricket in the driveway. My grandmother had a really long driveway. And if we like hit the tennis ball over the fence, if we hit it into the driveway, someone will sneak over and try and get it. And if they got steam, they'll get yelled at. All the old guy, the old man, would just hobble out and grab it. Actually, no, it was the woman, I think. I think it was the wife who was the one who would always go and grab it. If the ball hit the fence.
Yeah, let's go.
And she wouldn't give it back, which is just theft.
You guys think I'm gonna win?
Yes, I think you're gonna win. I don't know what, but you're gonna win.
Alright, thanks. Appreciate your confidence. One. Sweet, sweet.
Let me see if we have any spare transporting books already. We do have a transporting book. Well, should I save it or give it to something?
Give it to something.
Mimog?
Yes, obviously.
I think I called another Mimog.
Let's go. Fuck some shit up. Winner.
Wiener. You're a wiener.
Wow.
I'm a what? Wiener, Harry.
Call me a wiener. He's mean. I just wanted to be a winner.
Not everyone can be winners, but no. Some people have to be wieners. What are you up to?
Arena.
Oh. I hope you become a wiener. I can see what. I've added another one to the meds and ammo, which is going to be playing like active use meds in combat and things like that.
My team looks very pathetic next to this guy, but yeah, that's fine.
I had the button put it up.
Freeze down!
Not the. Oh, it's a Xeno.
Ooh, I lost. That's okay. I figured that one's gonna be hard. That one's a level 40. Basically, I just wanted enough to be able to like get infinite stamina.
Ah, you want to get 50. Did you get there or just short?
Got killed. I have 15, I think.
Killed him. You know you.
I beat him up. We just gotta do it again. That's all. The numbers game.
Have you put any souls in sugar?
No,
That could help a bit.
could. I could also give her the fruits that I got too.
You can, yeah. I'll say sugar is probably the first one. I'll stick at fruits.
Yeah. It's the same fucking group. Oh, yeah, we're gonna go down.
What was that?
Why are you
No?
laughing at me like that?
Not at you.
What are you laughing at?
Give me a second.
Are you doing the arena too?
No.
What were you laughing at then? Oh, Subathon's
You will
complete.
find out.
Subathon's
Oh,
complete.
no.
Sorry, we'll be back tomorrow for the Subathon though because we were able to stretch it in.
Instead, it would just be us as beans with trash.
No.
And this.
What?
Sounded like someone was being evil. Yes. Yes, I was being evil.
I don't know what he's being evil about. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
That's what I was doing, my love.
I see.
Got to prove.
Nice. All of my stuff like instantly gets approved.
Some of my things get instantly improved, others don't. But yeah, welcome in, KX Pub. His first chat message, huh?
Yeah, welcome in.
What?
How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Black
Clear, but I now have to put everything I can into sugar.
I'm so happy. Like my emote, I mean the emote you work so hard to mark on.
Mercon.
Mark on.
Thank goodness 3 of these are defense.
Yeah. You can have all of them.
Brought it up to 38, which is
You can also have the star fruit if she's in starred.
she's 4-starred.
That's the only trophy that I'm missing, the legend rank and arena. Just can't be. Oh. Yeah, we haven't really even been grinding the trophies.
I got legend last time in the single player world before we restarted.
You got to the legend rank in arena?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
you-
no.
No.
I beat the legends once.
Yeah,
I considered that.
you have to grind to the legend rank yourself to get your rank.
Oh my god, babe, why is it this way? Why is it facing this way?
Why is it one way facing what way? Oh, it wasn't sideways because
Cause but
I was building on a rock.
okay, well can we make it sideways? Cause
Oh yeah.
I realized I don't have the fucking thing for that.
Oh. Can you do it? Okay. That way?
Yeah. Are there trophies?
Now if they gave you more tokens, the more you won, that would be a different story.
Yeah, you win one, they give you more tickets. They give you tickets, and then they're like, okay, well now you're gonna need to grind it forever. I'm like, I just need 50 so I can have infinite stamina. Are you kidding me? The
Yeah.
bounty guys aren't this fucking cruel.
The grind is nasty. If you manage to get up to legend rank, even if you grind that out, it still takes ages. But a lot of people have difficulty just beating that. Even if you have a good team for it, you can still lose it. Ah, I can make my
Right.
Paltamer glasses now. Should I?
What?
Should I make my Paltamer
Yes.
glasses? What a me. Sport.
Yeah.
I am...
Okay, she's halfway there. She just doesn't have any giant souls. Well, I could probably do the crusher.
Haven't done the other two.
Oh, I've done all 3.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you can crush all the lower souls into like the purple souls.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find the crusher. Where is it? Here it is.
Okay.
Go, fuck.
Crush them, whack. Like our enemies, crush them. What do the tokens drop to after the first win on legend difficulty? I know master drops from like you get the 100 tokens.
I don't
and
know.
then
I didn't even
like
check.
6.
Yeah, it's such a ridiculous drop that I don't even think I paid attention. That goes 8, maybe.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous drop, dude. Especially when things cost 50 and you're maybe beating them. You gotta be fucking perfect.
And that's just for the chips, not anything else in there.
Yeah.
But fucking damn it, they made the Paltamer classes and then they killed Mars with them. There we go. Oh, I should take the dog coins and get my accessory slot, shouldn't I?
Yes.
Believe it. I can probably get it with just... And if the ranks had purpose, like there's no purpose on any of the ranks, other than you just having it.
Okay, so tomorrow when we stream, do you mind if we play on our server?
We can play on our server.
Okay, because I think I need a slow. I think I need a slow and cozy. And right now I'm feeling very vroom vroom.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Do you want me to buy some fruits?
No. I specifically said no. Oh, those fruits, yes.
Power fruit? Or stout fruit? Defense or attack?
Defense. And attack. Both.
I'll get one of each.
Okay. Her attack is 10. We need to grind out the Moon Lord. That's what we need to do.
Which means we need to grind out the Terraria.
Okay, but can we maybe we can do Belenoir.
we can probably fight Belanoir. We don't really have a team that's gonna be good enough.
No, we
take
don't
on
need to bring in a
Palworld yet.
team. It'll be fine. I got my team. They're my party. Look,
Time
we got Herbie. It'll be fine.
This chest.
Thank you.
Have you made a ring of trust yet?
No, I want to.
Ancient marble. And more refined ingots. Or should we...
I knew she was gonna be trash, dude.
I think we should save up. We're gonna need 100 to make the production assembly line 2. But then that will allow us to make bio batteries, which then will allow us to make the electric smelter.
Is he the best waterer?
Maybe not. Maybe we just do refrigerator, which is 50 anyway. Large pallet beds.
We have a level 2 water. We're using a level 1 water for something.
Let me check what orders I have. It's currently in a raid, but I have an Azerode. That's level 4. Or I put a Rakthosaurus in where that's giant.
Be better than the freaking flock that I was using.
We're not putting this Relaxosaurus in.
Night Owl?
No, it's got glutton. It's gonna eat. I mean, it's always got glutton, but it's gonna eat a ton. Downtrodden and pacifist. I mean, it doesn't affect work speed. I could put it in.
All Relaxosauruses have glutton.
I'm gonna go swap glutton for insomnia. Only 10k, that's easy.
Oh, I can give her more, but
Let's just give you something. I'm getting patient. It's not great, but. One thing I've specifically been avoiding doing is just going around and catching a ton of everything to have a ton of everything.
Yep.
Yeah, gonna put the glutton in. Do you want to take the turtle back? Or
yes.
the glutton in and then Relaxosaurus in. No longer a glutton. Being free from the confines of his gluttony. Well, you can help with transporting when you're not working. That sounds good.
He's so sad. Why is he so sad? I wouldn't use him to fight.
Nope. Awful fighter.
We have an ammo?
Hmm?
We have an ammo?
Who?
Amion, or whatever the fuck it's called. Amioni.
Amioni, I think it's at the do somewhere. Let me sort by it might be at the other base.
Hi, Vicky.
Oh no, it's on an expedition.
At least we know it's a warrior.
Level 24. Better than a lot. Yes. I am built it.
care package just now, and I just or a bit ago, I guess. I don't know, a few minutes ago maybe, and I just saw it.
Oh yeah, is your sound still down for Lumia?
I guess I may have heard the sound. I don't know.
Just ignore it because you don't want it.
Oh, I no
You
need
want to
to.
be the truth.
I didn't get to ride a horse, but I'm driving a golf cart. Well, that's nice.
Nice. Look at my horse is a horse. Spirit a horse. He's just a horse.
Something wrong with you, sir.
I am sane. Rode a horse before. I've ridden on a horse once, bareback. My sister used to have a friend that had a horse. You can get a certificate in horse riding? I mean, I guess. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I'm speeding. And a lot of speed bumps too. Running over people. Oh no.
The thing is, I know there's a guy named Skim around here, and I know he wants to fight. Where he is, I don't know. Excuse me, Skim. Where you at, buddy?
Oh yeah, bit of a slacker. You don't want to slacker.
No.
Just
Oh? Oh, there he is.
I don't know.
Why are you up there? Where'd he go? Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Out the hill.
Hacking.
Up the mountain. Oh, I'll probably have a good view. Much easier than hiking up the mountain. I'm coming, Linda. I'm coming.
No, it's okay. I wanted this.
Is it cactus that was also
I don't think so. Maybe?
should have been a bit.
Oh.
I want contribution.
God damn. Oh.
Oh?
So when I said I'm gonna test my lamb ball or test my woolly pop,
I'm in the wrong lambo.
so whatever I said, I'm gonna test my woolly pop to see if it can kill this bounty guy.
Oh.
You went, oh, I'm gonna actually take that kill.
I didn't want to kill him. I didn't think I was gonna kill him. It was high level. I'm sorry.
Fine, just took me a second to hunt him down. He was hiding.
I'm calling a hat. It said El Diablo. Oh my god. Doesn't that mean the devil? A nice hat.
Devil Nikki. Fuego. Nice throwing gift. And running
Very,
people over.
very generous. Very generous. Devil. During early access, this entire area was filled with mercenaries.
Really? That would have been so cool.
Not really. Kind of hard to fucking navigate the area when everybody's shooting you.
Yeah. I think it would have been cool because you can just like kill a lot of mercenaries.
Honestly, that's why like not a lot of people build in the city is because like they're just so used to mercenaries being here. It's like they don't even consider it.
Trouble, trouble, trouble. Oh. Okay, most of the souls have been made.
I once ended a violin competition with a kid down in Georgia, but I lost. It was a rough day. Oh, shoot.
Dang. Sorry, Mr. El Diablo.
I heard it was like golden too, wasn't it?
Yeah, the devil's violin is indeed golden.
I mean, it's not really a violin, it's more of a fiddle, but yeah.
True, it is, isn't it?
I think.
I need to pee.
Can't remember his last name, but I think his name was Johnny. Feeling overwhelmed.
Technically became the king of hell at the end of the movie. Oh yeah, yeah. Technically became the king of hell at the end. Also, your mother's an angel.
I think I want to stop streaming for now.
Yeah, you can do that.
I don't necessarily want to go to sleep right now, but I just want to stop streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch some things.
I want to work. I want to just work on cards. I think just turn my brain off and put cards, make cards.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to help with rarity discussions and maybe reference their rarities on the cards that they've made.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. I can't remember. I think you went to heaven, but I don't know. Let's see who
At
is
the end of level
streaming.
2, you marry. You go to heaven during the movie, and then are sent back. At the end of the movie, you marry the girl you had a crush on and have a kid who is the spawn of Satan's pawn.
Oh, okay, Hika's playing Palworld.
You could play in Palworld? Who else? Anyone else?
Baker, yeah, but
Baker, we've raided Baker a bunch lately. We can raid Hika.
we're gonna raid out to Hika. This is not the message. This is not how we do that. Here's a raid message. Here's a sub raid message. Most of y'all should have that at this point, if not all of y'all. None of my messages are working.
Twitch is... Oh, there
I
it is.
believe in you. Look, everything is being fucking slow as shit right now. So that's another thing that's slowing me down is I'm just like feeling off. Why is it keep doing this, dude?
Why is this so slow?
Why? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Nope.
Hmm?
I can't. Hika. I'm not.
Follower only chat?
Nope. Not even with Hika.
Was Hika in follower only chat?
Hika has a follower only chat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why is it on?
I don't know.
I mean, Hika probably has it on for a reason.
We have follower only chat. Your ass.
Follower only chat is literally just saying I don't want raiders right now. That's all follower only chat is. We can look for someone else in Palworld. Ah! Ah! Yeah, that's why.
I mean, it's fine. Like,
Oh, you not wanting raiders?
I mean, I guess. I'm not raiding somebody that has.
No.
I can raid you. Technically. But I don't. Because it's icky. And nobody will be able to chat, be able to post raid message without following. To you, your safety and stuff is more important. If you don't want raids and stuff. Trolls. Okay. He said he's gonna turn it off.
He could say why they had it on.
Just because they were getting some people coming in, trolling them, being dickheads, pretty much. So, guys, we're gonna go right out to Hika, and if you guys are dickheads, then you guys can just unfollow me too.
Yeah.
Okay, see you guys later. Love you. Bye.
Bye bye, everyone.